deserve 9/11, dude.
The Assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. May like heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
Good to see you again.
And I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, partially sunny, California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right. It's Sunday Fun Day, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sunday Fun Day. And there is going to be some fun to be had today. You already know what it is. It's Pride Month. It's Pride Month. It's Pride Year. It's Pride Day. Yo, Marvel Rivals commentators mentioned you during Ignite. Wait, really? But yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button, so help me God. That's what I'm going to do. It's Sunday, June 7th, 2020. Sunday, June 7th, 2026. 6-7. It's day 6-7. Oh, God, I hate this. Anyway, but we're live. We're alive, coming to you from stolen Tongva land. You already know. There's a player named Kaya. Oh, nice. Is this your gay suit? Yeah, this is my Miami Vice. This is when I gay it up. Yes, I did. I kind of kick-started drama around the Valuetainment shoes, honestly. Which is crazy because I work where Derek Guy, he never critiques my fits. But honestly, it's probably good that he doesn't critique my fits because he'd be like, your fits are ass. You need to do the thing where you sit the back of your coat so it doesn't crinkle in the back. It doesn't matter. I don't really care. Bro, you look Cuban as fuck. Good. Tony Montana. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a great one. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. Did you get a haircut? Yes, I did. You can. Yes, of course. Anyway, your suit fits look mostly good, but there's a lot of improvement potential. Respect. Thank you. As a Cuban, yep, you do look like my people right now. Good. Good. Thank you for the blast offs. All right, we'll put it out there. We'll put it out there. We're live. We're alive, baby. Let's go. All right. Anyway, LBC debate on my UK ban plus Israel. Sunday Fun Day. Drama galore. Pride Parade IRL later. We hope Pride Parade. You already know what's up. We hope Pride Parade IRL. California dumps continue. Raman to box Pratt. Hogwatch. California election conspiracies. Trump meet the press. Epstein's fury finally reaches day 100. Yeah, that's right. Listen to the Louis Goodall debate today while doing the washing up at work. Pity you couldn't be here in person. Don't forget, absolutely do not do any sort of collab with Grindr. Okay, I won't. Why? Is Grindr canceled? What's up with Grindr? I don't. Sure. They're gay? Oh, they union busted after firing half their staff. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Good enough for me. Someone said, don't do any collabs with Grindr because they're gay. Okay, chatter. At the West Hollywood Pride Parade, I will try to make sure that I don't do any gay stuff. Okay? I will try to make sure that I stay away from gay shit. Okay? I promise you that. No funny business. No, nothing queer. Okay? We're not touching that. Okay? No stolen valor. No. I mean, I suspect that my presence will be considered gay baiting or something regardless. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, we're blasting off. LBC debate on my UK ban plus Israel. We're obviously going to start there. The Lewis Goodall versus Hasan Piker on Israel and anti-Semitism. I suspect that this conversation will probably draw a lot of controversy, and not controversy necessarily for me, but because I think my performance was pretty good. Well, in the moments that you can hear me, I didn't realize that they were literally lowering my volume automatically. All the comments are on your side for real? Yeah. I just watched it though. Let's start elsewhere. That's crazy. Hey guys, this guy watched it already, so I guess we're not doing the LBC debate. Never mind. I mean, I was very excited about this because, like, remember, this conversation wasn't supposed to be a debate, I don't think. Okay? They cut some of your answers. Oh, they did? It was very long. We went on for much longer. I hope they didn't cut my answers. That's kind of sad. But we'll see. And I didn't film it on my end. But, yeah. Can we take a sec to admire this fit of yours? Sure. Okay. Yeah, Trump had a meet the press moment, an oopsie. And he literally walked out of his meet the press. How long was it? If the video was 53 minutes? I don't know. They asked the question, cut your answer, then called you anti-Semitic at the 20-minute mark? That's not good. Anyway, I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it yet, so I don't know. But in any case, folks, happy Pride. You look like a drug dealer in Miami from the 80s? Good. Can you talk about God of War? Why? What? What do you want? What? I just got started, chatter. Can you talk about God of War misogyny bullshit, please? Can you please talk about God of War, please? Can you talk about God of War? Can you talk about God of War? No. Okay? It's going to be fun. It's going to be good. Who gives a fuck about what some sweaty-ass, dumbass gamers are saying about another game that has a female protagonist? That's just how it is. Anytime there's a female protagonist and they can't, like, immediately masturbate to her, they lose their fucking shit. This should be expected, right? This should be expected. If you don't expect it, you should. That's just how it is, unfortunately. It's the polo under the tan suit that makes it look like a cocaine smuggler. Good, that's the point. They're saying the new God of War protagonist came out with a statement about dating Plattner. Okay, come on, man. You started some shit. What is this? How many cane lashes for Pegaslop? Kui Man determines that Hasan was clearly joking about getting more Pegasus in any legal troubles in Singapore for his 300 plus video catalog of Hasan Bad. Yeah, you know what's really interesting about this is that, you know, I'm obviously being insincere, but he's taking it seriously, which is good. But also simultaneously, every single person that is a part of that, like, Pegaslop coalition, every single person that's like, please check log. Okay, I'm already annoyed. Please fuck me. I'm transgender, just your type. It's too early. It's too early for this. I've been live for 20 minutes. What the fuck is happening, man? What is happening? What the hell? What the fucking...
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Can everybody fucking dial it back like 15 notches? Behave. I just got started. Yes, it is crime to be horned. It is crime. It is crime to be horny. Anyway, what I find very funny is that every single slop tuber that has been like, Ethan Klein is destroying Dedims and Morgan and Casey Tron, and they're going to go under the jail. They're going to prison forever. Like, they love that kind of fucking frivolous litigation. All of a sudden, now, when I imply that I might do something similar, instantly they turn around and they're like, oh, you're fucking pussy. You're a fucking pussy ass bitch. You can't even deal with a little bit of criticism. You can't take any accountability. Dog, thank you. I already knew that you were a goddamn hypocrite. But now I hope other people also recognize it as well.
Pegasus? striking the bare buttocks of the offender under strict medical supervision.
You'll be stripped naked, you'll be tied to a rack, and that is where the caning will be administered.
You should report that. They're coming for you, Pegasus. They're coming for you, Pegaslop. Watch out. They're coming for that ass, Pegaslop. That person to the authorities in Singapore, they have extremely strict laws against cyber harassment and spreading misinfo on the internet. Wait, what do you mean?
So, dude, okay. This is my first time seeing the clip. I've heard some people say it's an obvious joke. I've heard some people say it was more serious. This is an obvious joke. There's like no room for misinterpretation here. He reads a chat message and then hits a Larry Ellison RQ.
What do you mean? Hold on. Intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress. Singapore statutes online. An individual or entity must not, with intent, cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person called in the section the target person by any means, use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior, make any threatening, abusive, or insulting communication, or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person. They also find state violence bad when it's one of their own people. They also find state violence bad when it's one of their own people. Wow, Hasan wants Pegasus caned. What happened? Yeah, it's their law, man. What happened to simply comply? It's just the state law. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass. Oh my God, you're about to get caned, big dog. Oh my God. Because Singapore does not fuck around.
This is so stupid, man.
Someone was
Am I
telling me
supposed to take this seriously?
Oh, Singapore has the highest rate of state-sponsored executions on the planet.
Pegasus. Pegasus.
Singapore death penalty rate. Despite
this is an awesome segment because he is just talking around, basically saying he's going to get Pegasus the death penalty for talking shit about him online.
A large percentage of the public. I'm anti-death penalty. All right, I'm anti-death penalty. I'm anti-capital punishment. But you know, we gotta respect the local laws, I guess, of other countries. You know what I'm saying? Are supportive of the use of the death penalty, with more than 80% of Singaporeans believing in it. Wait, don't get the guy killed. I don't think there's a death penalty for this, and also that I would not be in favor of. Are you fucking insane? It's so funny that they're like, Hasan wants more Pegasus to be assassinated by the Singaporean government. Hey, listen, it's just the law is the law, man. The law is the law. Follow the law. Follow the letter of the law. You feel me? Follow the letter of the law. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's what's going on, dude. I'm a numbers guy. Remember when Asman threatened to sue someone on Twitter when they tweeted that he dated a minor in his 30s, and all those slot tubers supported him, and that person not only deleted their tweets but their account too, afraid of being getting sued. But apparently Pegasus regularly claiming you R-worded a minor in Germany is okay and you should not do anything about it. It's crazy how hypocritical these people are by saying it's only criticism. Yeah, I mean, they've gotten away scot-free for far too long. Yeah, these guys, dude, it's not even just that. He also claims that I provide material support to terror groups. Okay, that's literally another crime. Like, both of those things are direct defamation, defamatory claims. It's not a matter of opinion. You're accusing me of a crime. You're saying I've committed two heinous crimes. And I don't know. Maybe we look through all of his videos to see how many times he's actually accused me of committing a crime. Not even on some like opinion shit. It's objective falsehood. Objective falsehood. Wait, he released a video about it 3 hours ago. Hasan just ended my career. Pegasus finally went from narrator to protagonist in his legendary series. Jank's nephew absolutely shamed him into wearing suits by Shu. This guy is a South Park character. Stop calling me Diddy Piker. By the way, Rape Tone lost his case, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he actually literally went to court. You're just making this up. Like, I mean, you can call me whatever you want. It just sounds like a fucking insane person when you do this. Coming for that. Coming for you. Well, not me, but the state. The state of Singapore, baby. Living on borrowed time over there. You look weird with short hair. It took me so much time getting used to your old hair. Now I'd have to suffer again to get used to this new hairstyle. Think about us before going to the barber, please. Yeah, okay, I apologize. Yeah, more Pegasus, more caning, okay? We skip personal news for slob tubers. How do I get a refund here? You don't, because I'm a chud-ass loser, and there is no personal news except for the fact that I watched Palestine 36 last night, and it is an unbelievably harrowing watch, but it's also a very important one, and I highly recommend it, especially because many people don't know. Many people are completely oblivious to like what has happened pre-October 7. But even those who are at least a little bit more knowledgeable about the severity and the crimes of Israel's apartheid are oftentimes not more knowledgeable past the point of 1947 when the Nakba started, right? Palestine 36 actually goes back to the British occupation, something that I've obviously covered here extensively, especially in the early days. But it's a good refresher for those who are at least a little bit knowledgeable, and fantastic for those people who are completely oblivious. It's the post-Balfour Declaration and the deliberate settlement of Jews from the United Kingdom, from Great Britain to the area known as British-occupied Palestine, and the resistance front growing at its beginning, and like what the Palestinians were trying to do, and what they what the settlers were doing, and what the British settlers were doing, and what the British occupation did at the behest of the settlement project, like slowly but surely building out, you know, the nation now known as Israel. So yeah, fantastic movie. Makes you really understand why there is a resistance to begin with to Israel, and how much it how it far predates October 7 and even the Nakba. That Louis Goodall guy is such a liar. Clips he's posting on Twitter completely take out your response. It's okay, because it's one of those things where no matter how you frame it, no matter how you try to positively frame it by removing my reaction or removing my response, it's going to cook his ass. I'll be honest with you, bro. That debate was just not good. Wait, what do you mean? I thought it was pretty good. Most people are just going to end up. Most people are going to cook them. It was terrible. No, I think it was pretty good. So the reason why I say that is because, well, one, obviously, I'm on the moral side. The thumbnail. Oh yeah, I did not film it on my end, but I doubt that they did like significant cuts to it. So here's how it started, and I'll begin with this. Okay, first off, here's what happened. Initially, the conversation was supposed to be the conversation was supposed to be about my ban and how ridiculous it is, and like Louis Goodall obviously doesn't agree with Shabana Mahmoud, right? Or at least we both thought so. But obviously he had some choice quotes that he wanted to bring up, and I was, of course, willing to entertain it. But slowly but surely, the conversation shifted around from, I think the Shabana Mahmoud Home Office ban is ridiculous, to like, maybe I kind of agree with this ban. And I even called it out. I don't know if it's actually... if it made the final cut, but I was like, Louis, it kind of feels like you agree with the ban. But yeah, it wasn't supposed to. I don't think it was supposed to be contentious, but it turned contentious because I think Louis wanted to defend, the feeling of people who are supportive to the state of Israel. So, we'll get started. I did not realize that until I saw the clips. I did not realize that they were like lowering my audio whenever he was talking over me. But let's take a look.
LA, for reasons we can get into. Well, Hasan Piker, thank you so much for joining us. We had booked this and hoped that it would be in person.
I think the in-person conversation would have been really good, though.
But instead, you're joining us, I think, from LA, for reasons we can get into. We will get into it in full, but it must have been a little bit of a curious week for you in terms of your relationship with the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I still got much love for the UK, and I feel bad for all of my friends out there fighting the good fight. But yeah, I was definitely not expecting the Labour government to be the government that bars my entry into the country, especially considering that I've been to the UK on numerous occasions, both under Keir Starmer's rule, but certainly under Tory leadership for the past decade or so, unimpeded. and I've delivered numerous speeches inside of the United Kingdom until this very last incursion, I guess.
But it's the case, isn't it, that you're still planning to, or the Oxford Union, which is one of the events that you were coming to address or coming to undertake, that's still going to go ahead?
Oxford Union actually defended both myself and Cenk Uygur, my uncle, and wanted to continue putting on the event as an act of defiance, I guess, in violation of the spirit of this travel ban.
So your understanding is that you are basically prohibited from coming to the UK for the foreseeable future? Have you actually had any communication from the Home Office?
No, the only communication I've gotten from the Home Office is the revocation of my ETA. And they told me that it's not something that I can oppose, and that if I would like to travel to the UK, I have to get a different visa, that I have to apply for like an actual visa. Given how close this was to the actual travel date, the suggestion was pretty clear. They just did not want me to attend the events that I was supposed to attend inside of the United Kingdom. Especially considering, from what I understand, that the visa process for all these other visas, which is totally unique for an American citizen, by the way, because our countries are supposed to have a special relationship, which implies that as an American citizen, visa-free travel was the norm into the UK for the longest time, and the visa on arrival is the way that things go nowadays. I had taken the precaution to get the ETA ahead of time, just to make sure that there were no issues. And the fact that they revoked it so close to travel implies that they just wanted to not allow me in. And also, they told me I can still apply for a different type of visa, but no guarantees there.
We'll return to that because I want to talk a bit more broadly about politics, but about American politics and UK politics as well, because you've got a lot of insight and a lot of interesting things to say. I mean, I suppose just on it, though, actually, funnily enough, even though your prohibition into the UK has received a lot of attention here, in terms of kind of the question of border.
If you're going to say you choose Hamas over Israel, you're going to own that, man, and not back down over precise the hell out of it. Yeah, nephew, I don't know about this one, but it's not a good look. Do you have are your mental faculties in order? Or do you have did you stroke out like halfway through the conversation? You do realize this is a 50-minute back and forth where I'm doing exactly that. That's literally what I'm doing. And no, this is not conservative. He's a liberal.
And of people getting into one country or another. In the UK at the moment, a lot of the discourse, and I think in a lot of European politics as well, is the idea of actually with the World Cup coming up, that lots and lots of Brits or Europeans, particularly those who might have said critical things about the Trump administration, might not be allowed into the US. Now, as a journalist who regularly goes into the US and has had a few things to say in my time about the Trump administration, I have to say I've never encountered this myself. But this is a sort of peculiar time, isn't it, when we've got European countries and American countries, two very close sets of allies sort of across two continents, talking about whether or not we're going to let our citizens mutually in to each other's territories.
Yeah, it's absolute bedlam. There is no more coalition, or rather, the coalition of forces that are taking shape right now are some of the most dangerous and most odious types of politics that I've ever experienced in my lifetime. You have the MAGA movement, which by my estimation is almost turning into this behemoth of an international fascist movement, really, that has close associations with both reform in your country and also Restore Britain as well. And there's this weird allegiance where we're becoming more toxic against one another, and the age of international rule-based order is seemingly being cast aside. I find it to be very dangerous. I find it to be very worrisome. I don't think it's just about being able to enter the United States to go watch your favorite football team, defeat the Americans or whatever. There are far greater consequences, I think, later down the line. But it has been interesting to see the universal condemnation of this act from places that I never thought would actually defend me. Pro-Israel outlets such as the Free Press or even The Economist and the Washington Post editorial board have all collectively panned the British government's decisions, But then there's also a lot of right-wingers who actually celebrated it. And I find that very odd as well, because they're probably coming to the United States of America to watch their national teams play. And what if their travel is impeded in the same process?
It's interesting, just to take you back to that phrase you just used. You think that there is an international fascistic organization that's forming, and you would.
He said, I looked awkward during this, but then also, dude, your autism is not my fucking fault. Okay, you feel uncomfortable watching it, and you're like, oh, dude, it's just not good. It's not a good look. Meanwhile, listen to the fucking words that are coming out of my goddamn mouth and the points that I'm making, the points that I'm addressing in a contentious environment. I think, all things considered, it was a very good conversation. But I also find it very funny that you personally were like, damn, man, chat really derails quite a bit. And now you're fucking doing the same goddamn thing.
Elide the MAGA movement and reform and restore. And restore is an interesting one because, of course, I think a lot of listeners and viewers to this show might be surprised that restore is even known in the United States. Surprised it's even known across the UK. But I was in CPAC in Dallas not long ago, and actually I was taken aback, actually stunned, by the number of people who knew who Restore were, who knew who Rupert Lowe, the MP for Great Yarmouth, who on paper would be quite an obscure figure in the United States. But actually, no, he's very well known.
Yeah, and a part of the reason is because I think we live in the age of the internet, and like I said, there is an international component amongst far-right elements in European society, certainly, or even South Korean society, as a matter of fact. I mean, Charlie Kirk, before he was assassinated, had traveled to Japan and South Korea and through these massive events with the South Korean far-right, and they were all wearing MAGA hats. I find that both fascinating and also terrifying at the same time, that there is this amalgamation of right-wing forces that are not necessarily adjusted to their own local considerations and their own local problems, but instead they get their notes from MAGA and they wear MAGA merch, which I find very strange. I feel like it's not even a principled version of nationalism that you would expect from these old school fascists. It's very interesting to observe.
What do you make of, as someone who is probably...
Lewis hits a lot of question points that are usually deployed to make lefties look crazy in the media, and you answer them all very calmly and thoughtfully. It left him looking unserious, which is the opposite of this particular journalist's whole shtick. Yeah, no, I know what kind of debate this is. Lewis himself is like supposedly somewhat of a progressive figure, or at least like seemingly a progressive figure. And the conversation wasn't even supposed to, I don't think, be a debate initially, but then it turns into one. It turns into a contentious one because he's like peppering in some choice quotes to be like, well, you shouldn't be saying that, right? You shouldn't be saying that, right? And obviously I'm not going to back down from that. Obviously I'm not going to back down from some of the principled stances that I've taken, because, I'm not going to sit there and create some kind of moral parity between Israel and Palestinians, including the Palestinian resistance, because there is none. Let's be real. And he doesn't believe there is one either, ironically enough. He believes that like Israel's reaction to October 7 is far more valid than the 75 years of apartheid occupation and denial of sovereignty to the Palestinians creates any environment where something like October 7 could happen. And that's, again, the main point of contention here. It's like you can't have one and not the other. If we're going to be consistent about like targeting civilians, then we should be consistent about targeting civilians. I don't believe in targeting civilians. Having said that, if we're going to talk about who's targeting more civilians, I mean, there's no conversation there. That's where the Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel point comes from. I saw certain people celebrating how this exposed Hassan's anti-Semitism. Yeah, you just don't. The reality of the matter is you don't see Palestinians as human beings. You see Jewish people as human beings. You see Israelis as human beings, but not Palestinians in general.
Been thinking about British politics a little bit more than you might have otherwise been. When you see where we are in British politics, you see Nigel Farage, you talk about Rupert Lowe and Restore. What do you make of where British politics is at the moment, and particularly in relation to US politics? Do you see US politics
utter devastation?
Devastation. Why do you think devastation?
Utter devastation. One of the early warnings that, I mean, it's not a secret that I was a big fan and big supporter of Jeremy Corbyn. Indeed. And still am now a friend to Jeremy Corbyn as well. Honored to know him.
And he's offended you this week.
Yeah, he has. And so has Zach Polanski. I've, collaborated with Zach as well at times. So what I will say is since the Corbyn ouster, it was very clear that Labor was headed down a very dangerous path, going back to Blairite versions of the party, if not far worse, right-wing element in the party, overtaking the entirety of Labor. And one of the warnings that I delivered on the night of the election, after Keir Starmer won, with less votes than Jeremy Corbyn had, ironically enough, was that if the Labor government continues down the line of austerity and refuses to address some of the economic hardships that people are experiencing, that has caused a lot of the former Labor strongholds to turn into areas captive by reform, and first the Tories and now even reform, I was worried that far-right elements were going to overtake British politics, and they certainly did. As a matter of fact, the Green Party's surge has only been the last saving grace of British politics to a certain degree, considering that I think in the absence of this Green Party resurgence, Labor would be eviscerated, and then you would have an eclectic group of, I guess, independent MPs and maybe your party as well, to a certain degree, try to put a strong opposition against this behemoth that the Reform Party has become.
Are you talking to Polanski much? Are you advising Polanski?
I wouldn't say I'm advising him, but I chat with him every now and then.
He's particularly in the last couple of weeks. I mean, he's receiving, as you might imagine, ferocious media attention, and a lot of the newspapers are coming for him in a very big way. And they found some things that are embarrassing to him, and so on. Some of which he's acknowledged. What would you say to him as someone who has been very, very successful in corralling the power of digital media on the left? What would you say to him about how to deal with the traditional media?
Be bold, be brave. Don't be afraid to be contentious at times. Stay on message always. I think one of the things that Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, did so expertly, in spite of the barrage of attacks and heinous smears that he was receiving, not dissimilar to what Zach Polanski is currently going through, was he would always play this intellectual judo where he would consistently reframe the conversation back to, and dare I say expertly, back to a key policy of his platform. I think this was a major issue with Jeremy Corbyn. The anti-Semitism smears were unfounded and totally ridiculous. However, it wasn't necessarily the idea that the broader British public found Jeremy Corbyn's politics to be odious and that he was a sincere anti-Semite. There was a little bit of hysteria there for sure, but it was the fact that he constantly found himself addressing these accusations, because we have a finite amount of time on every broadcast, especially when a politician is running for office. And if you utilize that time consistently on the defense, consistently having to answer accusations that people have made about you without actually addressing what your platform is, or even why people might be very upset at you, because oftentimes it's not the smear itself that is valid, then people are only going to remember you as an unserious person that is constantly in controversy.
Is that completely fair, Hasan Pak? I mean, remember that the Equality and Human Rights Commission in this country conducted an investigation into anti-Semitism into the Labour Party, and it concluded that Jeremy Corbyn, when he had led it, had committed unlawful acts related to anti-Semitism. Key findings included Labour was responsible for unlawful harassment, discrimination, there were serious failings of leadership, and inadequate process for handling anti-Semitism complaints. Two things can be true at once. It can be true to say that people who perhaps had ulterior motives decided that they wanted to use some of this to try and undermine Jeremy Corbyn.
I think the Corbyn smear, the Corbyn is an anti-Semite smear in the big 226 is crazy. Like, that's when I was like, wait, what? This guy? I don't know if this is like sunk costs for a lot of these guys who played into it, I assume, because virtually every single person in British media did this. Owen Jones did this. He obviously said he was wrong to do it, but he certainly did it. Zach Polanski did it, ironically enough. And, people that are now aligned with Corbyn on this issue did play a role in this. And some people obviously apologized for it and said that they were swept away with the barrage of misinformation and whatnot. And as long as they apologize for it, and take accountability over it, I'm more open-minded to their perspective. Having said that, I do believe that there are a lot of people who never took ownership over it at all and still doubled down in 2026. It's still near unanimous in mainstream media. You will not be able to hear them get them to admit to what they participated. That is, I think, very, very strange. That is very, 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 very strange that they still hold on to that idea. Yeah, he's saying they had documented processes within the Labour Party when he was under his leadership.
Corbyn, but it can also be true to say that Jeremy Corbyn led the Labour Party during a period when it did things that it shouldn't, and it didn't do other things that it should have done with regards to anti-Semitism.
Well, this ironically also dovetails back into my travel ban as well. But I think if what happened to Jeremy Corbyn was taking place right now in 2026 with the current understanding of the actions of Israel or the ideology of Zionism or the history of the development of the Israeli state, I believe that these attacks would not have been anywhere near as successful, because what we consider to be anti-Semitism, is, which I find to be morally repugnant, let's just make that clear, and completely unacceptable, as does Jeremy Corbyn in the conversations that I've had with him at least, was oftentimes matched up with criticisms of Israel or even a defense or even analysis conducted on why certain militancies exist in opposition to Israel, prescribed terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah or prescribed terrorist organizations such as Hamas. But any kind of mention or any kind of conversation with these prescribed terrorist organizations was deemed to...
I mean, no one would doubt that there is tremendous...
What? Oh, do they do this a lot? Disappointed in you? You should have defended Corbyn as much as that weirdo defended Israel. Wait, what? I don't remember what else I said, but oh no. I mean, I don't know why they just like cut that. Yes, they do that a lot, by the way. This is one of the few instances where I didn't record on my end because I didn't think it was going to be, I didn't think it was going to be bad. Damn. I mean, I'm sure they cut it for, look, I don't even remember what I said here, so I'm sure they just cut it for time, I suspect.
Tremendous anger, and many people would say absolutely rightful and righteous anger towards the actions of the government of Israel under Benjamin Netanyahu. Would you also accept, though, that sometimes, and perhaps this happens under Jeremy Corbyn, and perhaps you yourself at times have been guilty of this, that sometimes that fury, which again many people might think is rightful or righteous against Zionism, and in particular the type of Zionism that is prosecuted by the Netanyahu government, has spilt over into anti-Semitism, and that it is best to, and it is right to, sometimes acknowledge that fact and be honest about that fact?
Oh, absolutely. And I do acknowledge that. And I suspect Jeremy Corbyn at times has also acknowledged instances where it does go too far.
Well, he's never ever said, to my knowledge, he's never ever said that anything he has done or said has been anti-Semitic.
I don't think Jeremy Corbyn has been personally anti-Semitic. We can go through the report if you would like, and I can maybe make a better assessment of some of his actions. Do
you think that you've ever said anything or done anything which could, in the cold light of day, be reasonably interpreted as anti-Semitism?
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, I'll give you an example personally. One of the things that I routinely deploy, one of the pejoratives that I routinely deploy is inbred. And I use that against vulgar ethno-nationalism, vulgar fascism of all different sorts, because nationalism and fascism in general revolves around ethnic purity or religious purity or some kind of racial purity, right? I think we agree. White nationalists, Christian fascists, phalangists, numerous different sorts, right? And one of the things that they always bring up that I also personally identify as like something that could be misconstrued as me being anti-Semitic is when I called settlers in the West Bank inbred. I said these inbred settlers, and that was...
I think you compared them to the KKK as well, is that right?
Oh, no, but I don't think that's anti-Semitic.
No, I'm not saying that's anti-Semitic, but I think I'm just giving the full context.
I did. Yeah, I did. I've compared them to neo-Nazis. I mean, Itzma Yehudit is Itamar Ben-Gvir's party. It's literally called the Jewish Power Party. It's not like they're hiding that they have fascistic...
But do you think it might ever be better sometimes just to never compare any Jews to Nazis? It might just be wise to do that.
No, I don't. I'm not so precious about that comparison. And I've actually had... Yeah, so this is where it, starts really turning, right? He actually agrees with you. That's the crazy part. He just can't admit he does. Yeah. So then the conversation basically flips from this point on to optics. What about the feelings of people who love Israel? What about the feelings of people I suspect would find your statements to be offensive? And obviously, yeah, by the way, the only concession that I make there for chatters who don't understand how language works is, could it be interpreted as, could anything you've said be interpreted as anti-Semitic? And yes, of course there can be. And I take ownership over that. I understand that, right? And I use the example that is most commonly deployed to claim anti-Semitism that actually could be perceived to the uninitiated as anti-Semitism, because that one is about Jewish people in particular, as opposed to like, I don't know, a defense of the resistance movements broadly, or criticisms of Israel. Like, I think criticisms of Israel being compared, or criticisms of Israel being used in this conversation as like a point of anti-Semitism, to claim that there's anti-Semitism there is the part that I absolutely oppose.
Maybe that's easy for you to say as a non-Jewish person.
Oh, for sure. But I'm,
I mean, you can call them lots of things, Hasan. I'm just sort of trying to be as sort of generous as possible. But you could. There are so many things you could call those settlers. I'm not defending those settlers for a moment. I think a lot of them are committing heinous acts. I think a lot of the people in the far right of the Netanyahu government are absolutely appalling. I would say that completely explicitly. But you know what? You could probably say all that, and you could probably make a stronger case and not undermine yourself by comparing them to Nazis, because Nazis literally tried to exterminate who they are as Jews.
Yes, I don't disagree with that. The comparison,
why'd you do it?
My opinion, the comparison, in my opinion, is not only graphic, but it's apt. Because Nazism is a fascist ideology. It's a dangerous fascist
call them fascists then. Call them fascists. You don't need to call them Nazis or neo-Nazis.
Well, but the reason why I specifically utilize the term... I said I called them fascists as well. Some of the things I'm saying you might not be able to hear, but like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I called them fascists as well. Yeah, I mean, they want to do the same thing. They're doing industrial mass slaughter. So this was like one of the clips that they presented, one of the clips that they posted, right? And my response to that on Twitter was, I quote retweeted it, and I said, I think this was an interesting conversation. Kind liberals continue to make optics arguments that center the feelings of people with sympathies to the state that has conducted industrial mass slaughter and maintains an apartheid. The purpose of Holocaust scholarship is to never let it happen again. It's to be used as a comparison to stop it from happening now. That's why I do not shy away from making the comparison as a warning. That's it. So whenever people bring up like the feelings argument, I find it to be very odd. It's like, do you believe it's a genocide or not? If you believe it's a genocide, do you believe it's an apartheid or not? If you believe it's an apartheid, then, you know, at that point you have to at that point, I mean, having a conversation around my language is crazy, because what's actually offensive is the fact that most of the world is still either directly supporting the genocide or turning a blind eye to it. Like, what's far more offensive is the fact that this has continued unimpeded, and there has not been any accountability, and we saw it happen with our own two eyes, right? That is offensive, at least to me, and I think to many others as well. Employ the term Nazi is because, well, two reasons. Number one, the goals of ethnic cleansing are identical, and especially considering that a genocide has unfolded at this point, a modern day genocide with different tools. It's not the same exact type of genocide as the Holocaust, of course, not the concentration camps, and yet it's an open air prison that has been bombarded with almost 10 atom bombs worth of explosive ordnance that my government, and as a matter of fact, your government, has aided and abetted in the process of. And from that perspective, the reason why I say I'm not so precious about this, while always maintaining the position that anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable, I always say I'm not precious about this because at the end of the day, it's a genocide. At the end of the day, it's an apartheid state, and Zionism as an ideology is a racist ideology. And many Jewish thinkers are now also coming to terms with that, even if they had self-identified as Zionists their entire lives. This transformation.
So you would compare what's happening in Gaza to the Holocaust? It's
not to the same extent, no. But I have compared it to the Holocaust. Yes, it's no different than saying these concentration camps that we have in the United States of America are turning into death camps. Fascism is not a static concept. It's an ideology. It's a very dangerous one that I oppose unconditionally across the board.
But it's not the Holocaust, is it, Hasan? It's not the Holocaust.
No, of course.
And to compare it to, I think the thing about you is,
I think that it's like pretty obvious what I'm saying here. Like, it's not, we can't wait until it turns into 6 million Palestinians for us to then turn around and say, oh my God, I'm so sad that happened. How could this have happened? We know how it's happening because it's happening in real time. It's unfolding in broad daylight. We're seeing it, right? Like, what's the threshold? What's the threshold where you'd be comfortable saying, okay, this is a modern day Holocaust?
You speak compellingly about many things, but you undermine your case and you open yourself to the accusation, which might not be unreasonable, of anti-Semitism.
See, he's like starting to agree with Shabana Mahmoud. Yeah, I'm not precious about the term. By deploying the term a Holocaust, right? I'm not precious about making comparisons between the Israeli government and Nazi Germany because it's an apt comparison. And there is this is, ironically enough, this quite literally is Jewish exceptionalism. Okay? That is, like, a lot of people get mad at me and say, oh, you're Hasan, why do you even talk about anti-Semitism? You're doing Jewish exceptionalism. You're a Jewish supremacist, all this shit. Like, they say, like, unhinged things, but this unironically is, like, the singularity of the Holocaust, the exceptional nature of the Holocaust being held to such a high standard that Israel, that bills itself as the Jewish state, could never be compared to the Nazis, while they are literally doing the exact same shit that the Nazis did. It hasn't been completed yet, but it's still the same exact project, and it's continued over the course of 80 fucking years at this point, is totally ridiculous, right? It's totally absurd. This guy said this same hack outlet had zero issue making comparisons between Hitler and Putin in the past. Nazi Germany exterminated millions of Russians, yet only the comparison with Israel crosses the line. If you want a clear-cut example of Jewish exceptionalism, here it is. Yeah, the other side of this, for the record, the other side of this conversation is that, like, Israeli politicians say that. Israeli politicians say that about Hamas. And as a matter of fact, a lot of Western media outlets have made the comparison that Hamas is just like Nazis. So who gets to deploy this comparison? Because if you think Hamas is in any way, shape, or form similar to Nazis, what is Israel supposed to be then? Considering that exact same dynamic that I will always defend, that Israel is 1,000 times worse than Hamas. It's not even a comparison. If you think Hamas is evil for targeting civilians on October 7, then what the fuck is Israel? We gotta use a new term for it then. Yeah, apartheid is tragic, but yet that comparison is found to be apt. So what is the reason why a Holocaust comparison or a Nazi comparison is considered a bridge too far, right? The entire point of Holocaust scholarship is so that what Israel is doing right now does not happen, and we stop it, and we point to the Holocaust, and we point to the Nazis to say, this is the same kind of evil. We have to put an end to it. That is precisely the reason why the genocide statute, right, under international law, is not just about the number of people that a state or a non-state actor has killed, but it's actually about the intent as well. You have to you can determine genocidal intent. It's not just the actions, it's the intent as well. Why is that a part of the statute? Why is that a part of the statute? There's no numerical threshold that you hit and then all of a sudden it's like, well, it's genocide time now. We got to put an end to it. That's not how it goes. The reason for why intent matters, genocidal intent matters inside of the statute, is so that we can stop it, right? We can stop it. We can identify it while it's happening, and then we can stop it before it unfolds, before it ends, before it finalizes.
Making these comparisons between what the Israeli government is doing, and let's be honest, Jews and Nazis and things they did in the Holocaust, because however heinous we might find what has happened in Gaza, and many of my listeners and viewers would, it is still not the same as the mass extermination and the ritualistic extermination of people which happened on a daily basis during the Holocaust. So why compare the two things?
Because I don't want it to get to the Holocaust. And this is the best part of this conversation, and I love having this conversation, because Holocaust studies are profoundly important. But they're not profoundly important so that we can understand what took place and then assume that it's never going to happen again. The entire point of genocide scholarship and specifically scholarship surrounding the Holocaust is so that we understand exactly how a society can move in that direction, and how so many otherwise kind people, I assume, can turn a blind eye to the atrocities that are unfolding, so that we understand what took place and never allow it to happen again. So my point is, I think the final solution for Israel has not been achieved yet, right? But this would be not dissimilar to, I guess, a communist or a socialist in Nazi Germany before the final solution, pointing to the Armenian genocide.
Given the Israelis, given the military capability.
Oh, they cut my argument there. I literally, wait, or did they fucking just hit the mute? That's crazy. I said, would you disagree if, like, a communist or a socialist during Nazi occupation pointed to what Hitler was doing to the Jews and to the socialists, and then said this is identical to the Armenian genocide that preceded it? Would you have said, well, you're actually hurting the feelings of you're besmirching the good reputation of the Nazis by making a comparison? These are just simply concentration camps. These are, dangerous radical elements in society that must be cordoned off. That's kind of wild.
Israel has.
But I think that's an apt comparison there as well. If a communist or a socialist during the period of Nazi Germany pointed to the Armenian genocide and said, what we're doing to the Jews right now is not dissimilar to the Armenian genocide, I'm fairly certain that, the Nazi sympathizers would obviously disagree with that. Having said that, the point of comparison is to talk about two things that are not exactly the same. They are disputing the entire concept of comparison here, and it makes no sense. It would be wrong to say this is 100% like the Holocaust, but to compare it is completely normal. Exactly. And not only is it completely normal, it's actually the whole purpose of Holocaust scholarship, right? Like the purpose of Holocaust scholarship is not just to document the atrocities that unfolded and leave it at that and then talk about the exceptional nature of the Holocaust. The whole point of the genocide scholarship, as I, aptly pointed to in this conversation, is to look at how it unfolded and to ensure that it never happens again. Never again means never again across the board. It doesn't mean never again as in it will never happen again because it can only happen to Jewish people one time and it won't ever happen again. Never again doesn't mean never again just for Jews either, right? Which is the Kahanist position on never again, ironically enough. Meir Kahan, the far-right Jewish supremacist terrorist, he believes never again means never again just for Jews. I don't. And I don't think many people believe that either. I don't think Jewish people believe that concept either. I think Jewish people think never again means never again. There are some who do actually believe never again means never again just for Jews, however.
If they wanted to commit a Holocaust against Palestinians, they could do so. They haven't done so. They may have acted in a way that is dehumanizing.
Israel's getting bombed?
They may have acted in a way without proper regard for Palestinian life. I think they have. Lots of people would agree that they have.
I said something at the Oxford Union that I think will also piss off a lot of people. I said that currently it has been proven that one of the only effective political forces on the planet that can destroy Trumpism and the MAGA movement is the IRGC, which is true. It's true. Sirens from Lake Tiberias to Haifa for the arrival of Iranian missiles. God damn. All right, well, war's back on the menu, boys. All right, I guess it's back.
But to compare it to the Holocaust,
the disagreement that we have is not that.
My suggestion to you would be that.
Wait, why is he cutting me? What the fuck? Oh, come on, LBC. You cut all the crosstalk. You muted me the entire time. That's crazy.
Compare it to the Holocaust.
The disagreement that we have is not that.
My suggestion to you would be that it is crass and offensive.
Bro, they didn't even try to make the cut seem normal. They hit the hard cut again. Holy moly, that's a lot. God damn. That shit was so abrupt, it feels like an AI cut. You know what I mean? Did they deploy artificial intelligence to hit this cut? What the hell? Streets are calling you overly naive to the British? No, it's fine. Yeah, I know that everyone is in agreement with my point because the majority is on my side on this. But I wish that my goal when I do when I have a conversation like this is not to fucking have the people who are already anti-Israel to come into my defense. I mean, that's great. That's wonderful. That's the majority. My goal is to get someone in the margins to really reconsider their hardline stance on this issue, right? That's my goal. I go on LBC because there's a lot of liberals who are still who still have these ridiculous opinions, right? Ridiculous opinions around, if someone is actually making this comparison between Israel and Nazi Germany, then they must be making an anti-Semitic comparison, right? That's ridiculous.
To compare the only Jewish state in the world.
I like that my audience, by the way, is not offended at LBC's edits and is more mad at me for not recording it on my end. Is there ever a point where, in your eyes, chatters, is there ever a point where you think, hey, you got fucked over here, this is really fucked up? Or am I always at fault under every single circumstance? I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Literally the worst fucking fan base of all time. Worst community of all time when it comes to shit like this. Immediately hitting the, yep, you're at fault, you fucking bitch. Do you guys ever think maybe it's fucked up that, the big media company that's supposed to maintain these liberal values and allow normal discourse to take place is not following along with a principled stance on defending free expression and allowing discourse to take shape like this. Part of the reason why I didn't expect this cut to take place is because there are literally LBC callers that call, like random British people that call in, and they don't do this kind of edit, you know?
World. And we should, of course, be careful of eliding Israel and Judaism, of course, but it is the only Jewish state in the world, mainly comprised of Jews, comparing them to Nazis, given that Nazis literally tried to exterminate this entire race and came very close to succeeding. You don't need to do that. You shouldn't do it, and it's crassly and grossly offensive for you to do so.
Yeah, I don't mind coming across as vulgar or offensive in this regard, and maybe even hurting some people's feelings, because at the end of the day, the analysis here from my end is there is a genocide that has taken place, and it's continuing to a certain degree. I mean, even in the process of this so-called ceasefire, Israel has also killed approximately 4,000 people in Lebanon. The expansion in the Greater Israel Project is continuing. So the ideology is still unimpeded. The guiding principle is still unimpeded, and therefore, I find that to be far more offensive than the language that I'm using, especially considering that I think at this stage there are a lot of people who want to maybe hold on to some kind of defense of Israel because they understand it to be, like you just said, the Jewish nation, the only Jewish nation. I have been unbelievably critical of Saudi Arabia and every other country that has participated in the blockade of Yemen, for example. The United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia did that with our weapons once again.
The other reason that other people might say that it's offensive, well, deeply offensive.
Well, they cut it. That's fucked up that they cut that part, because I brought up the Saudi Arabia comparison, and I said no one calls me Islamophobic for being critical of the Muslim state of Saudi Arabia engaging in heinous war crimes against Yemen and the Yemeni population. No one says that about my criticisms of UAE-backed RSF supporters hitting Sudan. That's not considered to be Islamophobic. But of course, any kind of Nazi comparison between Israel, like if you call Saudi Arabia Nazis, no one is going to fucking say shit, right? If you call Saudi Arabia a Nazi country for what they did in Yemen, no one's going to get mad at that comparison. Same with Russia, right? You say Adolf Hitler is invading Ukraine. He's behaving like a Nazi. Nobody bats an eye. As a matter of fact, you call Hamas Nazis, nobody bats an eye. The Israeli government has made that comparison over and over again. But all of a sudden, when you turn around and say, no, actually, I think the industrial mass slaughter taking place is in the hands of Israel, and therefore they are the Nazis in this equation, and everybody goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's unbelievable. How dare you say that? You know?
The Nazis. However disproportionate we might think the Israeli government has been in the reaction to October the 7th, and I would agree with you that it has been disproportionate and in many cases appalling. October the 7th did happen. 1,300 Jews were...
Yeah, and then it's like, well, October 7 was heinous. It's like, okay, sure. But also, the Israel is 1,000 times worse than Hamas is once again, not something that you can contest. So then you have to rely on the feelings argument, the optics argument. Oh, let me tell you how you can make a better point here. And it's like, no, I think I'm making a pretty strong point. I think about my liberal mother when I hear this conversation. She's become very anti-Israel and thinks it's a genocidal apartheid state that unduly influences the U.S. and should receive zero funding or arms and should be boycotted. But she also gets uncomfortable with the Nazi comparison because she grew up believing that Israel was given as an apology to the Jewish people by Europe because of their crimes and complicity. Yeah, but it's not Europe's land to give. It's not European people that are being slaughtered. And even then, it would not be appropriate regardless. Nothing justifies a genocide. Nothing justifies ethnic cleansing.
Killed in the most horrendous, heinous way that we might imagine. It was a pogrom. There is a major security problem for the state of Israel with Hamas.
And then I defend the argument that, because he then launches into like, Hamas did October 7 anti-Semitically, which is, again, ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. That is another one that I can't stand, when people are like, well, no, Hamas is anti-Semitic and they did October 7 anti-Semitically. It's like, no, that's not the case. And then I know he brings up the Hamas Charter for 1988 when it was a Islamic charity as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout, which wasn't a political movement or even a militant resistance at that point. 2017, the new charter actually has evolved beyond that. Not that it even matters at the end of the day. I hope they kept all of that in.
They do have to protect their own citizens and their own people. And To compare that to the Holocaust, the Nazis weren't. To compare them to Nazis, the Nazis weren't provoked by Jews into the Holocaust. There was no security problem for the Nazis, and so to combine and compare and allied those things is not just offensive and wrong; it's just crazy.
No, your analysis is actually ahistorical and unfortunately categorically false. Of course, the Nazis lied about not only Jews but socialists, communists, trade unionists alike.
They were never attacked by Jews.
Yes, of course. They presented an argument as to why they must do this, why they must depose and take care of all of these nefarious elements within German society broadly, while they were also carrying out the greater Germany project for living room purposes, right? Not dissimilar to the Israeli Zionist expansion. But the point is, do you agree with the propaganda or the arguments? Do I agree with the Nazi argument that
October the 7th wasn't propaganda? It happened.
Of course not. I don't agree with the notion that Palestinians, the indigenous population predating 1948, could not potentially live alongside migrant Jews that were coming in, specifically as a
what about Hamas?
Movement. What
about living next to Hamas, an organization which is dedicated to the destruction of Israel?
That's a great. I'm going to get to Hamas as well. So the reason why I brought that up is because this has been a racist ideology since 1948, or even prior to 1948, that has had a lot of opposition from Jews as well. The initial, the original, the only Jewish member in the British Parliament the only member of the British Parliament that opposed the Balfour Declaration was, a Jewish member of Parliament who thought that this was simply to try and this initiative was being implemented exclusively to depose of the Jews, to deport Jews from British soil. So throughout this entire history of Israel and Palestine, this conflict gets reduced to an ethnic conflict or a religious conflict. It's not true. It's simply settler colonial expansion. And of course, there's going to be militant opposition towards that. And that militant opposition is, of course, going to evolve over time. So the idea...
But we are where we are, aren't we?
How can...
We're not in 1948. And so therefore, Israel has got to...
Why do they always try to bring up, what about October 7 on repeat? I don't think they have something substantive to have. They just fail at defending Israel. Yes, but it doesn't... Because they've hit... Yeah, he just went womp womp, right? On... 80 years of apartheid and death and destruction, which is why, look, my goal here is to basically get the audience to understand that a person that does this at this stage, when the overwhelming majority recognize what Israel is doing is to be, utterly immoral and wrong, is to expose the underlying fundamentals that are driving this argument, right? The reality of the matter is those fundamentals are, yes, Palestinians are lesser than Israelis. That is the underlying point of view. That is the underlying framework, okay? And I do bring up the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, ironically enough, when I say, what, you think the Nazis didn't actually create sufficient propaganda to claim that Jews were the enemy from within? Of course they did. There were plenty of moments where, Jewish partisans and socialists alike, they assassinated key Nazi diplomats, and Nazis used that as a heinous crime against their sovereignty. They used that to depose of Jews. They used that to kidnap Jews. Is that valid? No, of course not. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising does not justify the final solution, for example, and therefore October 7 does not justify Israel's genocide. This is a real point of contention that I don't think many liberals can address. Liberal Zionists cannot address this point of contention, so they have to resort back to, yeah, but you're hurting my feelings.
Find a way to live alongside the Palestinian people. You and I, I'm sure, would both agree to say that their actions have not exactly contributed to that principle or idea in recent years. But they do have to deal with Hamas. And how do they deal with Hamas, which is literally predicated...
Yeah, I can't even hear what I'm saying here.
...to live alongside the Palestinian people. You and I, I'm sure, would both agree to say that their actions have not exactly contributed to that principle or idea in recent years. But they do have to deal with Hamas. And how do they deal with Hamas?
Oh, yeah, I said, no, I disagree with that. It's entirely in the hands of Israel. Yeah, no. Hamas doesn't exist as a militancy if the occupation doesn't exist. It's that simple. Can you slow it down again? They lower your audio too much? Yeah. It's kind of crazy how much they fucking, they just chopped my shit up so hard. Holy fuck. This is worse than I expected. I'll be honest. I did not think it was going to be like that. That is kind of wild. I have far too much confidence in European liberalism. It's naivete for sure. This is a straightforward hatchet job at that point, right? I mean, come on. That's actually kind of messed up. That's actually kind of fucking messed up, dude. I mean, it didn't work, but even then, it's like kind of crazy. What's crazy is it still didn't work, ironically enough. Like they tried to literally lower the volume. They chopped up some of my statements, and even then, it still didn't get the job done. And I think I would go so far as to say that the very fact that they tried to silence me in this way makes their position look even worse.
Which is literally predicated. You say that Israel is racist, it's based on a racist idea. Hamas is deeply racist. They're anti-Jewish.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think?
I disagree with
that. Well,
that.
the Hamas charter contains references to fighting Jews as a religious duty, conspiracy claims about Jews controlling the media, finance, revolutions and wars, citations of anti-Semitic forgery of the protocols of the Elders of Zion, and a notorious hadith about Muslims fighting and killing Jews before Judgment Day.
So you're referencing the 1988 charter, which has been updated since 2017, but it doesn't really matter because the point of the
Hamas
charter
likes Jews.
or their opinions. Do I think Hamas likes Jews? I think that there are definitely anti-Semitic people in Palestinian society as there are in British society, right?
There aren't anti-Semitic people in British society killing Jews on a regular basis.
It's because there is no real occupation. There's no military occupation of England. If there was a military occupation of England by a foreign body, by an alien force, then I'm pretty sure you would probably rise up in arms as well. And this is not just a principle that I'm coming up with as a campist or someone who opposes imperialism. It's not pure idealism. This is something that former heads of Shin Bet have also acknowledged personally. I mean, this is something that former heads of the Israeli state have acknowledged, saying if I was on the other side of this boundary, I would become a terrorist as well. And it's perfectly understandable that people would oppose 80 years of militant occupation, militant racist occupation, humiliation and subjugation. And to go back to the point that you were making about like there was no resistance from Jewish partisans. This is also not true. Jewish partisans engaged in incredibly honest and incredibly moral acts of violence that was necessary at the time against key Nazi officials, including an uprising known as the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Yes. And that was perfectly valid. It was perfectly morally just, even though there were heinous acts of violence that took place. History is riddled with colonial occupants and even slaves, for example.
You've been reported as saying
in chattel slavery, engaging in heinous acts of violence that we would oppose at the time that ultimately lead to liberation. And once the dust is settled, we look back.
What does liberation look like? What does liberation look like? Is it the Israeli state collapsing, or what does it look like?
Great question. So from my perspective, and I'm not Palestinian, right? So I think ultimately this is something that is that should be left to the people that are being occupied to come to terms with. But from my estimation, I agree with the likes of Avi Shleim, famous Iraqi Jewish Israeli historian, that a abolition of the apartheid state that currently exists and the end of the occupation must take place. Some people believe in a binational commitment. I think that's perfectly valid. Some people claim that a two-state is viable. I don't necessarily believe that a two-state with the 67 boundaries is viable because of the fact that since the so-called peace process since the 90s, Israel has deliberately extended the settlement operations in the West Bank, and now the number of Jewish settlers that are
something the Israeli government have long wanted, and for understandable reasons, is that Hamas.
Notice how kind of wild, considering he posted a whole thread on why the ban was wrong, but he clearly let his liberal sensibilities get the better of him during this conversation. Yeah. This is counterproductive, authoritarian, and chilling. The British state should not be in the business of banning commentators and journalists from entering the country without compelling reason. Find their views objectionable is nowhere near enough. The Kanye case was far more borderline, but the idea of this becoming more routine was exactly my fear when I spoke and wrote about this unease at the prohibition from the country a few months ago. Piker has said some stupid and revolting things, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't be telling British cultural organizations they can't invite him to their events, or that the threat of the Home Office prohibition becomes a routine consideration. Meanwhile, Cenk is a mainstream U.S. commentator on the left. I'm a mainstream U.S. commentator on the left, ironically enough. Not only am I a mainstream U.S. commentator on the left, but also beyond that, like, one of the things that these guys also have to now come to terms with is like, I'm not just like some fucking random aberration, right? I'm not like some random radical. I'm a person who is a megaphone for a much broader, much larger movement. And not only that, but also I'm, collaborating with other candidates that are not just running, but also winning, right? So there is definitely a lot of people who feel this way. So you're not going to be able to silence all of these people, even if you try to engage in this like disciplining measure against one fucking figurehead that is representative of a much broader movement, right? I'm sorry that the LBC chopped you this way. Yeah, but even with the chop, they didn't achieve anything here. The irony is if they had let it ride, it still would have looked bad for them. But I think it looks worse for them that they chopped it down too. I personally think like the uncut version of this would still look bad for them, but I think this looks worse for them, ironically enough, especially because the broader points that I make obviously come across in this conversation. It's not like there was any opportunity for them to chop it down entirely. Otherwise, it would just be Louis Goodall talking, and then every now and then I just go, and then they cut it, right? Because every moment that I have the camera on me, every moment that I'm on the microphone, I'm obviously hitting all of the fucking lines that they clearly don't want to have, right? They don't want to air on the fucking LBC broadcast, but they have to because the conversation is taking place between myself and Louis, right? So, like, you know.
Would de-arm, would demilitarize as an exchange for any deal. Do you think that would be a reasonable request that Hamas would lay down their weapons?
I think that it's perfectly reasonable for a two-state solution, if that's what the suggestion is, a two-state solution where one of the two states is still going to have a standing military. Will that be Hamas as a political organization, or will that be the Palestinian National Forces? I do not know. But ultimately, of course, if there is a sovereign state, a sovereign Palestinian state, of course, they're going to have a standing military. It doesn't have to be Hamas. I'm not married to the idea. I don't necessarily care. To me, Hamas is simply one of the many different Palestinian resistance groups that has existed throughout time. I don't agree with their domestic policies, but I feel like that is utterly immaterial because the conversation that we're having is about ending the occupation. And Hamas ultimately wants to. Hamas would never exist and certainly would not be as violent as it has been if there hadn't been, 80 years of occupation prior. Hamas, we were talking about the charter in 1988. That charter was written when Hamas wasn't even an actual political organization, but a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was an Islamic charity that was even getting funds from the Israeli government, as a matter of fact.
I'm thinking about the reasons why it might be that the Home Office has banned you. And I certainly, for the record, by the way, I don't think you
is probably part of it, don't you think?
Well, that's what I want to discuss. And for the record, when I've tweeted out this week, I think ridiculous that you've been banned. I think that, and so on. But let's think about the Home Office justification, what it might be. I mean, is it true that you said that you considered Hamas to be 1,000 times better than Israel and you'd vote for Hamas over Israel every single time? Is that true, and do you stand by it?
Yeah, I do.
That's despite the fact that Hamas was responsible for October the 7th and a pogrom against Jewish people. You said you'd vote for them 1,000 times over the democratic state of Israel.
It wasn't a pogrom against Jewish people. Were there atrocities and war crimes?
You don't think that there was any anti-Semitism involved in that?
Absolutely.
This is where you go wrong, Hasan. You find yourself basically in a position defending elements of this.
Why I'm wrong.
I'm telling you why you're wrong.
I said, don't tell me I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. I hear a lot of criticisms. You call me a lot of names, but never a liar.
Because you're honestly saying you saw Jewish people, or overwhelmingly Jewish people killed that day. It was a pogrom. Mm-hmm. It was the biggest pogrom of Jews that we've seen, against Jews that we've seen since the end of the Second World War. Why do you find yourself in a position where you're like, okay, I'm actually going to defend that principle. I'm going to defend the argument about that. Why? You just undermine yourself.
Great question. I actually gave an interview to the Times UK on this as well, and I'll explain exactly why.
Please.
So October 7 was traumatic. There were heinous acts of violence that took place. No doubt about it. I would never agree. I would never disagree with that assessment. What I will disagree with, however, is the intentionality. The idea that October 7 was done specifically to kill as many Jewish people as possible, I think is incorrect. I think the ultimate goal of the Palestinian resistance, whether we agree with their methods or tactics or not, and I certainly have my disagreements, the ultimate goal of the Palestinian
disagreements. They killed 1,300 people and raped people.
Of course.
Killed innocent young people at music festivals.
But the ultimate goal is to make the occupation as costly as possible, because the extended 80-year, or at the time 75-year occupation had done October 7's.
So the ends justify the means, do they? The ends justify the means. If I can compare it to something in the UK, Hasan.
That's the reason why I don't believe that the Israeli ends justify the means, and that's precisely the reason why I'm saying.
So why do you then say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than?
Come on, you can't literally be lowering my volume at this point. Like, that's crosstalk. That's just straight up. You gotta let my voice be heard, man. You gotta let my voice be heard in this point. I mean, this is literally the meat of the argument. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You got home court advantage, but you can't be this aggressive with it. Because at this point, it turns into like, I'm losing the argument, so I'm just going to silence you, and I'm not even going to fucking hide it. Like with the other cuts, with the other crosstalk audio levels, you could at least justify it by saying, oh, well, we wanted to make sure that we made this editorial decision for brevity, for clarity. But in this circumstance, it's quite deliberate. You are literally lowering my volume because you don't want your audience to hear my perspective, which, again, is the exact opposite of the whole point, or whole purpose of having me on the broadcast. Did you have me on your broadcast so you could try and bully me into submission? Or did you have me on the broadcast to have a good faith, honest discussion about disagreements that we might have? I've been very courteous throughout this entire process. I don't imply in any way, shape, or form that like Louis Goodall is a stooge for Israel or defending Israel and Israeli interests or anything like that. I'm just saying, look, we might have some disagreements. It's a good faith, honest, liberal style conversation. I find it very strange that this is what they chose to do. They wanted to be the ones to silence you, or an upset Shabana Mahmoud got to you first. Yeah. First Amendment only functions in the U.S. This is not a First Amendment conversation, chatter. I think when you invite someone onto your broadcast and you have disagreements with that person, I think it's a little dishonest to literally lower their volume, especially when the crosstalk is taking place, right? Come on. Then don't have me on the broadcast. Don't have me on the broadcast then. What's the purpose? I mean, how is this any different than what Shabana Mahmoud did, right? If you're in disagreement with what the Home Office did, which Lewis is, right? Then don't you feel like this is not dissimilar? Look, you could make an argument as to why they cut some of the statements that I was making for brevity, for clarity, right? You can make that argument. I don't know if I agree with it, but you can't really make that argument here, okay? You can't really make that argument in this point because this is just purely lowering my audio to make it harder for the audience to hear what I have to say here. Methods or tactics or not, and I certainly have my disagreements. The ultimate goal, but the ultimate at the time.
Ends justify the means. If I can compare it to something in the UK, Hasan.
That's the reason why I don't believe that the Israeli ends justify the means, and that's precisely the reason why I'm saying.
So why do you then say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel?
Because Israel has done an October 7 1,000 times over to the Palestinian population. The civilian casualty.
They often tell people where they're going to bomb. I'm not defending Israel. I'm not defending Israel, Hasan. But I think that a lot of people, if you look at the facts, that's crazy.
But that's the point I'm driving home, and this is the reason why I have this conversation, because a lot of people have, due to social conditioning, this kind of hang up where they don't want to analyze the situation in an effort to actually make sure that there's no more violence. I abhor violence.
No, just don't minimize October 7th. I mean, to compare it to, say, a British context, you could have absolutely said, I'm sure you would be in this position, you could say, look, I have complete solidarity with the Irish Republican cause. But you don't need to have solidarity with the Irish Republican Army and what they did against the UK, killing innocent civilians. It is possible to have both thoughts in your head at the same time. You can have complete solidarity with the Palestinian people without defending Hamas a single bit. And you do defend Hamas, and that's what's objectionable about your point.
I defend anti-colonial resistance movements when there are aspects of their anti-colonial resistance or their ideology.
There's nothing to defend. They kill innocent people. There's nothing to defend. A lot of Palestinians don't defend them either. They hate them because they can kill innocent kids.
The question is this, right? The question I would present to you is this. Do you think that the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was a condemnable act by Jewish partisans that got together and organized to fight
I don't
back?
think the situations are the same. No, because
why not? At that point, the Holocaust had not been completely implemented.
Oh, but Kristallnacht had systemic destruction of Jewish people. They're all being rounded up into ghettos. And I'm not saying, Hasan, of course.
You just described the current conditions of Palestinians. You literally described the conditions of Palestinians leading up to October 7. What do you think? What do you think 80 years or even longer than that but since 1947, 1948, 75 years of apartheid and subjugation and death and destruction, what do you think that looked like? That's worse than Kristallnacht. Literally, like numbers wise, that was worse. That in totality, it's spanned across 80 fucking years. Of course, it's literally it's like more heinous at that point. It's pre-final solution. The comparison is Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is taking place. There's been violence against Jews. There's been obviously Jews have been ghettoized. Jews have been ghettoized. They've been placed inside of these concentration camps, right? And obviously they're fighting back. And it's earnest, it's honest, it's just, it's appropriate for them to do so, regardless of what the fucking cost is on the other side. Israel is doing fucking Kristallnachts on a daily basis leading up to October 7. What are we talking about? It's totally ridiculous. That argument is totally fucking ridiculous. Years of apartheid,
and I don't.
Years of apartheid.
And I do not for a single second.
Wasn't as violent.
I do not.
Of course, it was as violent.
I do not for.
Yeah, there you go. And I bring home that point, but
a single second. And by the way, let's talk about the Warsaw Ghetto. That way, they were attacking SS officers. They were attacking their oppressors, not kids at music festivals.
I don't disagree with you as far as the targeting of civilians. I'm simply stating, and there are condemnable actions which I have condemned. What I'm simply stating is the principle overall of the end to the occupation and militant resistance in an effort to create an end to the occupation is literally a fundamental aspect of every successful liberation movement. So when I actually criticize, when I actually analyze the actions taken by not only Hamas but also Hezbollah right now, for example, because Lebanon is currently being pummeled by Israel once again, I place the emphasis on the colonial occupant. I place the emphasis on the foreign occupying power because they hold all the cards.
Look, I get everything you're saying, Hasan, but you know when
you don't. But you don't. Israel has the power to end all of this, and they choose not to. So how would you defend that? You should ask this guy about BBC reporting on Israeli teens being kidnapped from tanks. Yeah, it's very interesting that everyone killed on October 7th was an innocent civilian. Yeah, I mean, look. Iran is attacking Israel right now. I know. We're going to get to it in a second. You need to learn about the IRA so you can corner these spineless Brits. No, I do know about the IRA. I did defend it. I said, like, the IRA, in that moment when he asked me, I was like, the IRA was engaging in anti-colonial resistance. I'm in support of it. I'm in favor of it.
You say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. I mean, let's leave aside the fact that Israel, whatever we think about it, is a democratic state, admittedly one that's been going down a more authoritarian direction. You say you'd vote for...
It's democratically in favor of genocide and apartheid. So
it's also got Arab Israelis and Palestinian Israelis.
Oh no, they democratically voted to murder every Palestinian. Who cares about democracy at that point? What are we talking about? It's a fucking apartheid. Yeah, well, if they voted democratically to fucking kill, by the most conservative estimate, 75,000 Palestinians, overwhelming majority women and children and the elderly, well then, oops, can't do anything about that, right? Can't do anything about that. Did the Palestinians vote for their own demise? No, they didn't, because Israel is the colonial occupant, is the sovereign occupant nation over all of the Palestinians that live there. So clearly it doesn't matter because they don't get a say. Did the Palestinians of the West Bank get a say over their occupation? No, of course not. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous conversation. And even if that wasn't the case, then what? Israel democratically voted to invade a foreign nation then? That's still completely ridiculous,
Who live there as citizens with others, which is not the same as apartheid in South Africa.
They're considered second-class citizens as dictated by the Israeli constitution.
But the point is,
there are varying degrees of discrimination in Israeli society.
But I tell you where there's a lot of discrimination in Hamas-run Gaza. I mean,
this part was ridiculous.
How do you feel about being a gay man, for example, living under Hamas, or a woman, for example? And you say you would vote for them 1,000 times over. You can't vote for them.
I know gay Palestinians, and they would say the exact same thing that I'm about to tell you. The biggest threat to their existence is the Israeli occupation. They might have disagreements with Hamas. They might not
be pushed off a bridge.
Elements. No, that's racialized.
It's not racialized. It literally happens. LGBT groups around the world have condemned her.
That's not true. That's simply not true.
Do you think that is? It is literally.
I will have to push back on this. What you're saying is actually not true, and also a little bit messed up to say, because these groups are very different from one another. I am not an Islamist personally. Obviously, I am not. I'm not someone who's ever going to be in favor of religious fundamentalism. But Hamas does not represent religious fundamentalist governance. It represents.
You can get up to 10 years in prison for being gay. You can get up to 10 years in prison for being gay down the barrel of a Hamas gun. That wouldn't happen to you in Tel Aviv. Whatever we think about Israel, that wouldn't happen to you in Tel Aviv.
It doesn't matter. This is what I mean when I say homofascism, by the way, for the record. I hope that people understand that, which he's going to bring up later as well. This is literally pinkwashing a genocidal apartheid state that is conducting a genocidal apartheid state. This is literally it. Oh, well, Hamas would mistreat the gays. It's like, okay, well, you know who mistreats the gays? Israel. Far worse fate befalls the gay Palestinian population under American, British, and Israeli bombs. It's ridiculous. This is what I mean when I say this is genuinely, this is what I mean when I say this is like gay fascism, okay? The fuck? And the whole like, oh, well, same-sex marriage is not allowed in Israel. It doesn't even matter. It's not even the fucking main point of contention. Hamas could be the most homophobic entity on the planet, and it still wouldn't justify Israel's actions, guys. Wake up. Hello? Like, do you guys understand? The reason why I don't even entertain this, like, well, Israel is homophobic too, is because it's a stupid argument. I don't give a fuck if Hamas is the most homophobic entity in the region, okay? It's not, but it doesn't even matter if it was. Would that justify a fucking genocide? What are we talking about? There's plenty of people in Alabama that are homophobic that have the identical opinions that this person falsely says Hamas has. Should we be fucking genociding the state of Alabama? Of course not. That's insane. Because the gay people
you might not think it matters,
Israeli bombs.
You might not think it matters. Yes, but you're the one saying that I would vote for them 1,000 times over. I agree with you.
Right now, as I have, they would tell you that the number one problem is not Hamas, it's Israel. There are Palestinians whose family members
there are lots of Palestinians who think Hamas
that are from different. Yes, exactly. There are Palestinians from different factions, right? There are Palestinians that are engaging in tribal conflict and sectarian conflict, sometimes with Hamas. And yet they will always tell you.
Maybe this is why you've been banned.
The number one problem from the Palestinian perspective is, of course, the occupying forces, is, of course, the country that is maintaining an apartheid, the nuclear armed nation that has not only just done a genocide in the last 3 years, but also maintained an apartheid for the last 80 at this point. This is the reason why a lot of people...
You can believe that Israel has committed unbelievably appalling atrocities. You can even believe it's committed evil atrocities. You can even believe that it's committed a genocide while still believing that Hamas is morally and politically appalling, that you wouldn't say that I would vote for them 1,000 times over Israel because it deliberately targets civilians. It deliberately targets civilians as an organization. It rejects coexistence and is fundamentally authoritarian and theocratic.
But here's the problem. Israel mathematically deliberately targets and destroys the lives of a far larger number of
So it's just
civilians.
A utilitarian measure.
Do we think that Palestinians are human beings? I think you and I don't disagree on this. They're human beings.
But do you think the Nazis are worse than the Israeli government? You think the Nazis are worse than the Israeli government, right?
Thousands times. Let me ask you this question. If one government has killed 1,000 times more, if not more than 1,000 times more civilians, as opposed to the other party, of course you're going to say
you
one
compare
party
the Israelis to the Nazis, but you would accept the Nazis were worse than what the Israeli government has done.
So far, the Nazis, of course, are worse than what the Israeli government has done. However, my fear, and this is the reason why genocide is not measured in how successful it was in wiping out an entire population, but instead genocide nowadays, the statute itself is measured not with the actions alone, but also with the intent, because the whole purpose of the genocide statute is to stop a genocide.
Do you think this might be, Hasan, right? Why you've, and again, I don't agree with the fact you've been banned, but maybe this is why you've been banned.
That's a crazy moment to say maybe this is why you've been banned, because I just described the genocide statute and why Israel is 1,000 times worse objectively than Hamas is by any measure that you could fucking point to. And this is a matter of international law. So basically, at this point, you're giving the game away. You're like, I can't defend my position while maintaining and upholding liberal values that I'm supposed to be championing here. So it's, I guess, the reason why you should be banned. Okay, there you have it. That's my point. And that's actually, unironically, the thing that you opposed when you tweeted about how you think Shabana Mahmoud is in the wrong. This is it. This is the extent of liberal humanitarianism, internationalism. There's no commitment there. And this is how a society crumbles. This is how liberalism falls by the wayside and fascism comes into power. This is it. That's literally what's going on. You're like, oh, well, I don't agree with you and you've actually made me feel bad. So you should be banned, I guess. Like, that's it. That's it. That's the whole point. You can't do that. If we're going to uphold principled free speech, then you can't turn around and be like, well, I disagree with you. You know, your dialectic is exposing his inherent contradictions and cognitive dissonance. Exactly. It's just totally ridiculous. I know we're going to get to Israel being bombed currently in a second. OK, I know. Iran is bombing Israel while we're having this comparison, while we're watching this debate.
You openly support. Maybe ultimately this is why I got to pee. Again, I don't support your banning. But maybe the British government has decided, you know what?
Support it a little bit.
No, I don't. I think I don't agree with a lot of what you say, but I'm absolutely happy for you to come to Britain.
Opinion on this.
Shabana Mahmood has a different view, clearly, or at least the Home Office does, and maybe that's why, because ultimately they think that we don't need this guy over here openly praising an organisation which this government has prescribed and which is a terrorist organisation at a time when we do have a rising problem and an appalling problem with anti-Semitic violence in this country.
Ironically enough, the last time I was at Oxford Union, I delivered a speech extensively on anti-Semitism being the canary in the coal mine of fascism and how we must always oppose it. Since then, my opinion hasn't shifted on this issue. I think it's morally repugnant, it's odious, and it's wrong. Simply put, it's just the wrong calculation. Because there are some people who will say, oh, well, a lot of Jewish people support Israel. Why don't you just oppose Jews? Are you too afraid to say it? And I always tell them, like, this is not the case, because Jews are not a monolith. No group of individuals are a monolith. If Jews were monolithic in their approach to Israel, then there wouldn't be a multi-million-dollar propaganda initiative that specifically targets young American Jews. I don't know how it is in the UK, but young American Jews, and indoctrinate them into Zionism early on, which has been failing spectacularly, which is part of the reason why a lot of people attack me, I think, because, I have a lot of anti-Zionist Jews in my community, and I'm, proud to stand by them. And the point that I want to make here is this. You might disagree with my assessment on or the evolution of Hamas's tactics, for example, switching from military targets exclusively to civilian targets. I oppose that.
I think killing civilians under any circumstances is wrong, whether it's Israelis or Hamas doing it.
The reason why I say Israel's 1,000 times worse than Hamas.
No, I think the principle is the same. I think the principle is the same. I don't think I'm not a utilitarian, clearly, in the same way that you are, Hassan. I don't think just because you kill
do you disagree that Israel has killed 1,000 times more civilians than Hamas has?
I don't know what the statistics are, but I would accept completely that Israel has killed lots of civilians, and it's absolutely heinous. But unlike you, I would draw a moral equivalence between those acts. But you seem to be willing to more because you're attached to a sort of anti-colonial ideology.
70,000 with the overwhelming
you are willing to basically dismiss one and favour the other, and I'm not. That's the difference between us.
I don't think you're not favoring either party. I think that there is a level.
I think murder of civilian is wrong. Full stop. I don't see it as an anti-colonial struggle. I think it's wrong. Full stop. I don't think it gets them anywhere.
Country. There's a level of understandable sympathy demonstrated by people in Western society, especially towards a country that has been a cooperative ally for a very long time. I totally understand that. It's a byproduct of our social conditioning. We look to a country, and you've mentioned it over and over again. You keep saying, well, it's a democratic process. There is a democracy in Israel, and I keep telling you that it's an apartheid system, so their democratic process is irrelevant.
There are literally Arab-Israeli parties in the Knesset. You didn't get that in apartheid South Africa.
I know, and
so it's not the same, is it?
No, there's varying degrees. There's varying degrees of brutality here that we're talking about. You're referencing only Israel proper, and I guess the extension now with the settlement project as well. But Israel isn't just Tel Aviv and the Israel that we point to. Israel is a singular sovereign occupant state that dominates the lives of the almost 10 million Palestinians that live there, both in the West Bank and in Gaza. Gaza is a hermetically sealed open-air prison. It's being bombed and is being genocided and ethnically cleansed. And the West Bank has been an occupied state, illegally occupied, mind you, militarily, where the citizens don't have any rights whatsoever. They have separate roads, separate license plates. They constantly have to go through this bureaucratic nightmare, this security tyranny that they've created for the Palestinians in their ancestral
Just on British
homeland.
politics, Hassan, because I know I'm running out of time. What would your message be to the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood? Do you want to be let back into Britain?
Yes, I do. I think it's terrifying that the Labour government his Western mind is stuck at a reformist view. He got overwhelmed and was like, all right, let's move on. This is why I also said to the chatters, you didn't fucking defend yourself. Are you kidding me? Does it seem like I was fucking frazzled in any way, shape, or form? No, I went in there, stood 10 toes down on my principles, and accurately reflected on historical events that unfolded leading up to October 7 and how they are absolutely relevant, showcased, in my opinion, the moral inconsistency between arguments that focus on the optics and the civility of the conversation, the conversations that actually center around the feelings of people who want to defend the apartheid state. It's ridiculous. Miles Dyer says, I usually respect your interviewing skills, Lewis. You listen well, ask fair questions, and avoid cheap point scoring, but this one frustrated me. Hassan deserves scrutiny, but too often his points seem mischaracterized rather than properly engaged with. And you still won the audience over, even with the muting of your mic and cutting of your responses. Kill it. Yeah, you killed a king. Yeah, 100%. Of course, dude. Here's the thing. If you don't allow, if every moment that you are allowed to speak, you actually fucking end up getting your points across, they can't censor everything. Right. I also demonstrated patience. I didn't fucking get like angry or anything. I didn't yell. I didn't lose my cool. I was cool, calm, and collected, and I stuck to the facts. And obviously, the facts do not favor the Israeli side in any way, shape, or form in this, which is precisely the reason why I think the takeaway from the people that watched the debate, watched the conversation was, yeah, this is totally ridiculous. You guys are being crazy. Is creating this environment that instead of leaning in to the democratic wishes of the majority that look at what Israel has done and look at the cooperation of the British government with Israel in horror, understandable horror, and demand an end to it,
the British government has very clearly moved in the opposite direction of repression. Instead of addressing these needs, the government is instead telling people that they can't actually protest against this. And there's been silly prescriptions like Palestine Action. I think you and I would probably agree that that was a little bit silly to prescribe Palestine Action as a terrorist organization, right? And then also the prosecution of the arrests of pensioners and the elderly for holding up a placard that says Palestine Action. Maybe I'm too American for this, but I find that to be, ridiculous, right?
Do you think that actually inadvertently the British government, certainly to potentially, I mean, you've got millions and millions of people who watch and listen to you. Do you think that they've magnified your message?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's been a spectacular failure for them, because if I came into the country and did my South by Southwest thing and did, the Oxford Union speech and whatnot, I'm sure it would have gone as every other time I've been to the UK. People are excited to see me there. It's fine. I have a lot of fans in the UK as well. But now there is this major media crisis, this moment where people are looking at what the government is doing and are worried about the implications of it, which I think is a healthy amount of friction. I mean, this is a part of the complex the complex process of democracy, right? As long as we can still fight for it, as long as we can still maintain it, hopefully. And I do want that to take place.
And just finally, just briefly on American politics, which we haven't really had much time to discuss. We're obviously gearing up towards the midterms. Trump is doing what Trump does. He said the other day that he doesn't really care about any effect that the Iran war has had on American consumer prices, or he's not bothered. He seems to be in a slightly unusual place where he's decided that he's not much bothered about public opinion at this point. But what's your assessment as a very leading sort of figure on the left in American politics about where the Democratic Party is now, and the discussion, the internal discussion about where the Democratic Party should position itself? Where do you think the Dems are at?
There's a divergence between the Democratic Party as a party and the base of support. The base of support, the voters, lifelong Democrats, and even independents, as a matter of fact, have completely moved further and further to the left in this process, where they want fighters. They want real fighters that will try to stop the Trump administration no matter what it takes, including sometimes directly physically protesting, right? Certain initiatives, like demanding that Hakeem Jeffries come out and participate in the act of physical protest, even if it's symbolic. Whereas the party itself has taken this interesting stance, this interesting approach, where instead of opposing the administration as aggressively as they could, they've decided to wait it out. This is spelled out by James Carville.
Yeah, he'll let me talk now because I'm shitting on how ogreish Americans are. Exactly. Notice how there's no pushback here? Yeah, he's not cutting me off and being like, well, how could you say that? How could you say that? Don't you think the Democrats are doing a great job? No, of course not. No interruptions now. Well, he does hit me at the end with the homo-fascism line too. Carville early on, where they said, James Carville straight up came out as a Democratic consultant, worked with the Clintons, and he said, show your belly. Show your belly. It doesn't matter, because the people will recognize how devastating the Trump administration is. There's this attitude where I think some centrist Democrats want to punish the public so that they come to terms with how devastating the Trump administration is, and then there's no other option other than harm reduction voting, which clearly demonstrably failed as a theory in the last election cycle. I find that to be morally repugnant, and I find that to be far too conciliatory to the needs of the growing fascist movement, because I see the danger of MAGA fascism.
I just have to ask you,
I'm not alone in this either.
No,
There's
I'm sure.
a lot of people.
I just have to ask you this. I did notice this week when looking at some of the things that you've been talking about recently. I know that one of your favoured candidates for Nancy Pelosi's congressional seat, she's obviously the former speaker. She's standing down after many years since she was elected in 1986, I think. And the Dems, obviously, it's a plum seat in San Francisco, in California, where you are now. And I think the person that you were supporting failed to progress the other day against two other candidates. Yeah. And I think you used to work for AOC, and you said it's just effing rich liberals who just want homo-fascism in this country. That's it. They want gay fascism. They want gay techno-fascism. What did you mean by that? What's gay techno-fascism?
Wasn't necessarily just about San Francisco, though, and it wasn't about Shoykat's race in general. I think it was more so about some of the California liberals that, unlike the rest of the country, are not as we're not as activated, rather, as some of these other places where people are demanding more.
What's gay techno-fascism?
What I'm referencing, of course, is the comfort that they have with like what level of progressive politics that they're open to. It's not a secret that, Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, numerous Silicon Valley tech CEOs are bringing about this new techno-feudalist dystopia that we're currently living under. And they themselves are open-minded, or rather libertarian, when it comes to certain qualities, like certain civil liberties, obviously LGBTQ liberties, and maybe abortion protections. But everything else outside of that, whether it be immigrants' rights or anti-black racism, Islamophobia, they will throw that by the wayside. These are not issues that they necessarily care about. And what I'm referencing there is a pink-washed version of the type of fascism that some wealthy liberals are comfortable with.
Although, again, we know what would have happened to gays under fascist regimes, don't we?
Yes, no, I think it's very dangerous. I think, well, it's the same principle behind like Jewish cooperators with the Trump administration as well. Like, this is a real warning for every marginalized group that thinks that tokens don't get spent at the end of the day. These guys are inevitably going to oppose all of these groups when there's a better opportune time. So I think we have to fight back with intersectionality and fight back fast and fight back hard.
Is it easy to have intersectionality when you're warning about homo-fascism?
Yes, of course.
Doesn't sound very intersectional.
Well, if you think that my warnings about liberal cooperation with a fascist movement by the likes of Peter Thiel and Sam Altman is actually homophobic, I guess we can have a conversation around that. I don't think so, and neither does my audience. My entire community is queer.
When do we think the ban will be lifted, if ever? When can we actually expect to see you in the UK?
After this conversation, probably not anytime soon. But
no, I think this will help your case.
We'll see. I mean, I'm probably going to work with some immigration attorneys to try to identify exactly what took place, because at the end of the day, there are plenty of people who oppose my worldview, think I'm crazy, whatever, right? But I think what we can all unite under is, one, the principle of defending free expression. As long as it doesn't cross certain boundaries that actually do reach into like fomenting violence and like deliberately trying to cause a riot, like inciting a riot or things of that nature. Look, I'm obviously going to be respectful of the countries that I visit and the opinions that I have on that. And it's not something that I am interested in doing anyway. Inciting a riot is ridiculous. But the other thing is that this process of revocation of visas is actually very opaque. And I think that's somewhat of a problem, that the Home Secretary can just like issue these kinds of travel bans without ever really even revealing why they did so, without ever actually saying, here are the reasons why we oppose this person coming into the country. And I think that's been one of the most confusing elements of this entire ordeal. I was actually shocked because, I was first and foremost shocked because I think that perhaps falsely, I assumed that the British government has always maintained this attitude that they would defend free expression and freedom of speech, unconditionally. But then also beyond that, I was shocked at how not transparent this process was.
Hasan Piker, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you, and who knows, maybe we'll see you in London soon. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you for having me.
Did BRICS
Yeah, that was the LBC conversation. I think all things considered, given how contentious it turned out to be, I think it was still a pretty productive conversation where I was able to get across some of my major points. And I'm happy that I was able to do that, regardless. And I think that the censorious nature of the interview, down to the cuts or down to like lowering my volume, all this stuff, I think that in and of itself, ironically enough, not dissimilar to the travel ban, ends up showcasing that the arguments are so sound that they can't oppose them. So they choose to limit it to the best of their ability, limit its reach to the best of their ability. And I think it does backfire in that situation. Yeah, release the full interview. These cuts are brutal. The fact that this is still a debate astounds me. People often talk about the Holocaust like it just happened one day and there was a definitive start. One day there was no Holocaust. The next day there was one. There's always a ramping up fascism as a process. Hasan, there's a genocide. Your words hurt my feelings. Tone policing when someone criticizes Israel is very tiresome. I lost hope after I listened to the half of the podcast, but the comment section gave me hope. Lewis, ? Hasan, well, I think, no, you're wrong. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where like we are in a very different media environment now. So Lewis's bosses might have appreciated the strong opposition he put forth, but the majorities that will look at this interview that are already coming in with the idea that like Israel is indefensible, because it is, are going to like their takeaway is going to be very different, right? Their takeaway is going to be this: people saying, "What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You're like, we can see that you're trying to offer this like wishy-washy defense of Israel by trying to claim that the opposition to Israel is actually coming from an anti-Semitic perspective." Or it could be misconstrued as anti-Semitic, and we should be more careful with our language. Did you notice that when do you notice how when Lewis speaks over Hasan, they lower Hasan's volume? Interesting. HP being too generous towards Louis Goodall. I don't believe that Louis Goodall values Palestinian lives as much as he values Israeli lives. Maybe the Israeli government should stop behaving like Nazis. How unbelievably hostile and dishonest Louis was here. That's the thing. Like, if you're going to have me on your broadcast, right? If you're going to have someone like myself on your broadcast, if you do this kind of thing, your otherwise liberal audience is going to recognize that as being unfair and inherently hostile, unnecessarily hostile. This is precisely the reason why when like the Podjohns have me on, right? They will offer pushback to certain things, but they will also give me space to explain my position. Now, of course, when you do that, obviously your audience is probably going to understand exactly where I'm coming from and say, well, this guy makes a lot of sense. So no matter what you do, if you're going to have me on your show, if you're going to have me on your broadcast, then this is going to happen. Either it's going to be an unbelievably hostile and unbelievably contentious, an unbelievable hostile, unbelievably contentious interview where you are going to look bad because the audience overwhelmingly, obviously, agrees with not defending Israel, or you're just going to have to take the L in that situation and allow your audience to listen fully and understand and comprehend fully what I'm saying and most likely agree with me because the audience agrees with me already. That's why they want to ban you, because they lose either way, and I think they realize that. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, so while we were having this conversation, while we were having this back and forth, the IRGC was working. Sirens have stopped for now following several missiles. There was an initial wave. At least 4 Iranian missiles have launched towards the north. Another wave of missiles launching now. Okay, Iran has been peppering. Sirens from Lake Tiberias to Haifa for the arrival of Iranian missiles. They're striking northern Israel. Following the initial wave, sirens rang nonstop for 10 minutes for the arrival of multiple additional launches. Now there's an early warning for more missiles. Sirens have stopped for now. This is from 12:47, 13 minutes ago, almost 20 minutes ago. IRGC, tonight's operation was merely a warning announcement, and if aggressions are repeated, the response will be broader and will include all American Zionist targets in the region. CONT says, Israeli officials, we will respond to the launches from Iran. Quds translation, the Iranian response to the bombing of Beirut so far has exceeded the estimates of the security system in the occupation that Iran would respond in a limited manner. Yes. So basically what's happening here is, wait, what the fuck? Why is this video not? Oop, that's impact. Anyway, the Iranian military, the destroyed Iranian military is seemingly not so destroyed. So this was my question. This was something that I talked to Trida about as well, like why Iran was reluctant to strike Israel if it wanted to reestablish military deterrence. Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir says Tehran must burn tonight. There's going to be a lot of posturing from the Israeli side here. Iranians out in the streets tonight cheering as they see missiles launched overhead towards Israel. Israeli army radio says at least 4 missiles were launched by Iran's military towards northern Israel just minutes ago. I mean, this is a much more limited strike, but the very fact that regardless of the limitations of this strike in comparison to other Operation True Promise style attacks is the fact that they hit Israel, right? So that's somewhat of an escalation in comparison to the strategic restraint that Iran has shown since the beginning of the ceasefire, right? A couple weeks ago. So they hit 3 waves, 10 missiles, give or take. But the fact that they hit Israel, the fact that they chose to strike Israel implies that they are escalating as a matter of developing military deterrence. Okay? This was expected, and I was actually a little bit confused as to why Iran had not done so far in a way to reestablish that military deterrence. And I was actually very interested in hearing what Donald Trump would say. And it turns out Ahmed Segal and Trey Yingst are reporting, spoke with President Trump. We'll have more on Fox News in a few minutes. What I would suggest to Iran, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. It's over. It's fucking over. Oh my God. The fact that Iran is not only just striking Bahrain, Kuwait, maybe the UAE, but now Israel, and Trump is still like, oh, ceasefire's still here. Guys, chill out. Yeah, tonight's missile launches appear largely performative as all sides test each other's red lines. Medium-term trajectory is likely a nuclear-armed Iran, which may counterintuitively bring stability to the region. Yeah, Matthew Petty says, I don't think Israel will let this stay performative. And Muhammad Ali Shabani says, depends on whether Trump will allow Bibi to drag him back into full-scale war. Next 24 hours will be instructive. I agree. I do think that it's if Trump says to Israel, dial it the fuck back, we have to secure this goddamn ceasefire, that's a huge deal. That means that there is complete recognition. That means there is complete recognition on the American side that this is over. They are basically admitting that this is over, that Iran has won, and that they are willing to restrain Israel. I don't know what Israel will do, though, because Israel is a rabid dog. And I don't think Israel is going to take this lightly, albeit this is symbolic or not. I don't think Israel is going to turn around and be like, well, this is a symbolic attack on Israeli soil. They're not. They famously have zero chill on stuff like this because it's an ethno-religious supremacist society. And from their estimation, it's like it's not dissimilar to the moral wound or the major wound that they took, not as a loss of life on October 7 necessarily, but the fact that this like inferior group of people from their calculations was able to conduct such a devastating military operation on Israeli soil. It's an insult, right? How dare the Iranians strike us? We are superior to them is the mentality by the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir and also Israeli society broadly. This is precisely the reason why I found it unique and interesting that Iran had not engaged in this kind of action already. President Trump tells me I'm calling Netanyahu right now and telling him not to attack Iran in response. Oh boy. I suspect Israel will say fuck off to Donald Trump here. This will draw a major wedge. Direct impact and no interception on this one, by the way, which is, again, interesting. Okay. Anyway, escalation trap, can't stop escalating. Ironically, has a lot of similarities to how Mao criticized Nazism as incapable of doing anything but offense structurally. Yes, because Israel is a Nazi country. And yes, we are in the end-sieg stage for Israel. It's not the final solution for Israel. It might reach that point as well. With respect to what they want to do to the Palestinian population when they get unbelievably desperate. But yes, Israel is engaging in a multi-front war of expansion and conquest right now. And the problem for them is that there is a military force capable of resisting that. There is a military force that is capable of creating military deterrence against that. So Israel might be preparing to fucking strike with a forceful or powerful response, but this will only restart the war. Donald Trump is like, I'm bored. Let's get this ceasefire going. All of a sudden, he's going to not be so bored, I guess. Yeah, very different messages coming from Trump than we're hearing from the Israelis. Spoke with President Trump. We'll have more on Fox News in a few minutes. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if Donald Trump can rein in its attack dog.
Good afternoon. Iran has launched at least 4 waves of missiles at Israel in response to those IDF strikes against the Lebanese capital of Beirut earlier today. I just got off the phone with President Trump, who is following the developing situation across the region. He told me what I would suggest to Iran. You've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. The president once again calling for a negotiated settlement. He also spoke about the ongoing negotiations with Iran, saying we are very close. I would say an agreement would be signed on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week. And now this takes place. And so the president will get briefed on what is happening right now, this ongoing Iranian ballistic missile attack against Israel. But I asked him about those initial IDF strikes that took place earlier today. He told me they were not coordinated with the United States. And I asked him for reaction to the Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Beirut. And President Trump said, I'm not happy about it. Now, more broadly, he said that the ongoing Iranian missile fire toward Israel at this moment certainly is not going to help the negotiations. But again, he is calling on the Iranians to stop firing these missiles and get back to the negotiating table to ultimately reach a settlement. The president talked about the power of the U.S. military and also the power of the ongoing U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports. This blockade, John, is currently crippling the Iranian economy. They are losing hundreds of...
Yeah. Come on, Trey. Dude, Trey has been so bad. Like he was always, I mean, obviously he's the Fox News like foreign correspondent, right? And he's, you know, it's Tel Aviv Trey. But it is crazy to me that he at least would be like sincere at times and be like, oh, what Israel's doing to the fucking Palestinian journalists is like morally repugnant. Since the Operation Epstein fury began, he has been such a fucking regime propagandist. It is actually insane because when you do this and you are clearly in the wrong, right? You keep undermining your credibility. Not that it matters to the Fox News audience, because just like the drama slop tubers, the right-wing reactionaries on the internet, they're not there to learn what the truth is. They're there to have their biases be confirmed and reconfirmed over and over and over again. But it is very frustrating that this guy keeps consistently showing himself to be in the wrong with his analysis, with his statements, because he's just doing propaganda for Trump and openly doing it, where he's like, oh, Iran, Trump and I had a conversation and he's right. Iran's military capabilities have been deteriorated. Okay, now you're in fucking Tel Aviv and Iran is bombing Israel again. So clearly their military capabilities have not been deteriorated. What do you have to say to that? I know his ass knows the truth. He's just being disingenuous. It's embarrassing, okay? Have some fucking decency. Have some goddamn backbone, Trey. God damn, Tel Aviv Trey over here. He got that one promotion and he basically lost all of his capabilities of critical thought. Trump says, I hope that Israel will not attack in response. If Netanyahu orders an attack, it will continue with a counterattack. We are close with Iran to your deal to end the war and do not want to blow up the deal. Each side had their own fun tonight. I'm going to call Netanyahu and say, no, do not attack. Oh, it's fucking, he's not going to be able to rein it in. Dude, come on. Come on, dude. It's Jover, and was done deliberately to drive a wedge between U.S. and Israel to force America's hand in reining Israel in. Yeah, I said let's see if Trump can rein in its rabid attack dog. It's clear that this limited strike is still an escalation in terms of establishing military deterrence against Israel, and was done deliberately to drive a wedge between U.S. and Israel to force America's hand in reining Israel in. IDF bot accounts turn on Trump. Nice. Yeah, Unit 8200 deployed. That's very funny. They got one speed, man. What are you, a Muslim? That's it. That's literally the only meta that the Zionist mind has, is to just go, what are you, a fucking Muslim, dude? What are you, a fucking Muslim? God, you're being real Muslim right now with your actions. Okay, sure. Yeah. Arya says, according to a source of mine, which allowed publication, Iran launched missiles from multiple different missile sites to send a message that Iran's missile complexes are active and ready. Here's what Ben-Gvir had to say. Tonight, Tehran must burn. According to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps via the Fars news agency, tonight's operation was merely a warning announcement, and if aggressions are repeated, the responses will be broader and will include all American Zionist targets in the region. The IRGC cites their reason for tonight's ballistic missile attack against northern Israel is continued Israeli strikes against Lebanon. Obama Biden has done something this feckless. I mean, low key, I think it's because it's Israel that they wouldn't do this. I'll be honest, because they were critical of Obama because he was too critical of Israel, not because Obama had enforced American superiority over Israel or American dominance over Israel. They were critical of Obama for being too critical of Israel. And they certainly were, at times, critical of Joe Biden for, this is laughable, being too critical of Israel again. So I think Fox News also has that Israel first priority in its coverage. And therefore, that's the reason why they're not going to fucking shit on. They're just not going to shit on any president for abiding by Israel's wishes. Trump spoke to CONT News. Oh my God, what is he doing? Trump to CONT News, I think Israel has responded enough. There doesn't need to be any more. We can achieve 3,000 after 3,000 years of peace. President Trump says he's not happy about Israel's earlier strikes on Beirut, Lebanon, and that the attacks were not coordinated with the U.S. per Fox News. Trump tells Iran, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. Can I say something? I don't think Trump is going to Madison Square Garden tomorrow. I don't think he's going to have time. And if he did, that would be insane. Like, I think that would be exceptional. I mean, what a big fuck you to everybody involved. He's like, nope, I don't care. I got to see my Knicks. Come on, 1999 is the last time they made it to the finals. This is a huge deal. Jalen Brunson
6'2". He's such a strong guard. He doesn't worry about putting his body on the line, and therefore I have to see him in person. Yeah, he's gonna be like, my mayor Muslim, my bagel Jewish, and maybe my president too. My Christian Dior, Knicks in 4. Oh, video statements are back as well. It's back.
Because they are running.
It's back, dude. The war seemingly is back on the menu, it seems, you know? Anyway, Trump also, more quotes from the Barack Ravid. Barack Unit 8200 Ravid says, Trump stressed, I'm going to call Bibi right now and tell him not to retaliate. Each of them had their turn. They had their fun. Yeah, let's get to, what is this? Okay. Osin Technical says, Israel's reportedly seeking permission from the U.S. to bomb Iranian energy facilities. Oh my God, they're so insane. IRGC, despite previous warnings from the Islamic Republic of Iran, the child-killing Zionist regime crossing all red lines and increasing attacks in southern Lebanon has targeted Dahia area of Beirut. We had previously warned that if crimes in Dahia, Beirut expanded, we would strike targets in the occupied territories. The Zionist army must stop its attacks on southern Lebanon and Dahia, and if it expands its attacks in that area or responds to Iran's actions, it will face more crushing and regretful blows and devastating attacks against the regime and its supporters. Yeah, this is the our boy is back. Yeah, the videos are back. He says, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the Zionist aggressive regime, by repeatedly violating the ceasefire, has been increasing its evils against the oppressed people of Lebanon day by day with the green lighted support of the criminal America and the silence of the international community, and has been committing war crimes using banned weapons, including phosphorus bombs, since Friday. Despite the previous warnings of the Islamic Republic of Iran, its child-killing Zionist regime has crossed all red lines and intensified attacks in southern Lebanon, targeting the Beirut suburbs. We had previously decided that if the crime in Beirut suburbs expands, we will bombard targets in occupied territories. The Zionist army must stop its attacks on southern Lebanon and the suburbs, and if it expands its attacks on the region or responds to Iran's actions, it will face more crushing and regrettable blows, and the destructive attacks will begin against the regime and its supporters, and there is no victory except from Allah, the Almighty, the Wise. What the fuck? Fars News has released a video of the IRGC missiles. Oh shit, I mean, I guess we don't really need to hear whatever else Trey Yinks has to say because it's bullshit. So whatever. Fars News has released a video of the IRGC missiles launched towards Israel tonight, with one missile having a drawing of a soldier taking down Baal, accompanied by a message saying Iran is on the path of Jesus and Moses and at war with the corrupt people of Epstein Island. Anyway, let's get to Dennis Citrinowitz's analysis here. Again, Atlantic Council's very own. The key question is now how willing President Trump will be to pressure Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to scale back military operations before events spiral beyond anyone's control. This is not because Trump has attractive options at his disposal. Quite the contrary. The timing could hardly be worse. Yeah, you hit when you have maximum leverage. You engage in a work stoppage when you have the most amount of leverage, right? And this is the same principle that Iran is utilizing. An event the administration would prefer not to see overshadowed by a major regional conflict, because the FIFA Club World Cup is taking place in America. At the same time, global oil markets remain vulnerable to disruption, and any significant escalation involving Iran could trigger renewed concerns about energy supplies, shipping routes, and price volatility. Against this backdrop, Washington faces an increasingly difficult balancing act, maintaining pressure on Iran and supporting Israel while preventing a broader regional confrontation that could carry substantial geopolitical and economic costs. The challenge is that the longer the current trajectory continues, the harder it becomes to control the pace and scope of escalation. No. Trump shuts down New York City. There will be no Game 3 watch parties outside of MSG. Due to the Trump visit, the plaza closure was coordinated with Secret Service. NYPD confirmed they are working to establish alternative watch party locations for fans. New York City was rocking after Knicks Game 2 win on the road. Thousands of New Yorkers took celebrations to the streets. I expect Game 3 to be even crazier. Oh my God. I think Donald Trump wants New York to be a permanent blue enclave that it already is. But Donald Trump is solidifying that New York will never turn red. There will never be more than maybe maximum 100,000 red voters in the state of New York and in the city of New York in general. I think it's really funny though, because he might not even end up attending, but these security protocols will still be implemented. The White House will confirm that this is not about the president. Oh, okay.
You are laughing. Mr. Finger Painter is crying because of this, and you're laughing. Scott Labido, my goat. Regarding Nick's watch party outside of MSG, yeah, they revoked the permit for the watch party outside of MSG. That's crazy. James Dolan invited his friend Donald Trump to watch Game 3. In order to do that, they have to ban the organic, historically joyous parties happening outside MSG for fans who can't afford to be inside. Modern sports in a nutshell. Bro, just shut the fuck up and mind your business, man, with your takes. Whole city is lit. You can literally watch the game on any block outside. Everyone got a TV watching the Knicks about to take it. You probably from Nebraska or something, giving your input on New York. Have you ever seen Lobato say New York is nothing without pizza? No, I haven't. I don't think Donald Trump understands the enmity that he is developing, okay? He's the cheapest price for the game you're going to is $8,000. Everyday Americans can't afford these sporting events. Trump, no, but they can watch it on television. It's sort of semi-free to watch it on television, but that's the way life goes. Wow. Wow, dude. Incredible stuff.
Have a great team.
What do you think that the least price for the Game 3 you're going to is
Yes, I know Paulo's from New York, man. I know.
$1,000?
Watch it on television. It's sort of semi-free to watch it on television, but that's the way life goes.
My beautiful, my baby, my goat, my king, my alpha and omega, my everything, Stephen Chung in the background. Look at him. Look at him. That's like literally not even a quarter of his body, and you can feel his presence. Okay? Oh, God, I love him so much. I love him so much. He is so sexual to me. Yes, I'll say it. I'm unafraid. It's Pride Month, okay? The only man that I've ever felt this level of affection towards physically is Stephen Chung. He's not even round. He's angular. That's what's so beautiful about him. Like, he's rotund in many respects, but he's also angular as well. He is the size of that fish from SpongeBob SquarePants. Like, he is so perfect. He is a perfect shape. You cannot, like, many men have tried to reach physical perfection. Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? He's tried so hard. He's experimented with medicine, with science, and yet none of them have ever been able to achieve such a perfectly angular shape that no other human being can ever achieve, except for Stephen Chung.
Going to face a real crossroads here, as will the rest of the region as a result.
All right, Jeremy Diamond, thank you so much. I want to bring in now Julia Benbrook, who is in New Jersey, where the president is staying nearby this weekend. So, Julia, what news is coming out of the White House or the president on this matter?
Yeah, President Donald Trump, he is spending his weekend at one of his properties here in New Jersey. And we have reached out to the White House for an official response to what has taken place and how they believe that it will affect negotiations going forward. What we do know, as Jeremy outlined there, he's done a few brief interviews, one with Axios, where he told Barak Ravid he was going to have that conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There was also a conversation with a Fox News reporter who is stationed in Tel Aviv, who actually saw some of these strikes taking place and said he was asking Trump about how this could impact things and said it's certainly not going to help negotiations. He went on to say we're very close. I would say an agreement would be signed on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this coming week. And now this takes place. So he was projecting a lot of optimism toward a deal there, which we have heard repeatedly throughout this. This is the 100th day of this conflict in Iran. And ever since those first joint U.S.-Israel strikes against Iran on February 28th, Trump has promised that this conflict was going to end soon, very soon. He threw out a number of different predictions, a couple of days, a couple of weeks. Recently, he has been pushing back on criticism for how long this conflict is going on, saying that these things take time, sometimes even years to resolve. No doubt everything we're seeing play out right now has the potential to cause more issues going forward.
Julia Benbrook in New Jersey, traveling with the president. Thank you so much. We'll be right back with more news after this.
This land premieres.
I know you like number. I know you like number. I'm a numbers guy. I looked at the numbers, and I think Donald Trump is doing the best possible thing here. I know you like number. There's nothing offensive about comparing the actions and mentality of Israel to those of the Nazis. What's offensive is demanding that one country and only it, Israel, be exempt from those comparisons because it hurts people's feelings or because it seems bigoted to compare them. The whole point of the Nuremberg trials was that the precedent set there would have meaning, i.e. be something beyond mere victor's justice. If those principles applied to actions of all countries in the future, Israel doesn't have some special unique exception from the imperative. Numerous statements of top Israeli officials from Netanyahu on down have obviously similarities in defining views of Nazism regarding who and who isn't fully human. The chief U.S. prosecutor at Nuremberg was Supreme Court of the United States Justice Robert Jackson, who made this vital point in his opening statement about the universal application of Nuremberg principles going forward. Despite this, numerous countries, including the U.S., have adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism that bans comparisons of Israel to Nazism, even though you're permitted to make that comparison about every other country on earth. Ah! Stephen Chung, colorized. Fox News is the only one allowed. Everyone is calling Trump and he's picking up the phone. I just called the president and he responds to Iran's missile launch on Israel. He said he couldn't talk now, but added, things are going very well. Our brief conversation came after Axios reported he was going to ask Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu not to strike back. I know you like number. The Israeli right is having an aneurysm right now that Iran needs to be bombarded in a very big way because they responded to thousands of ceasefire violations in Lebanon. And the more Trump signals that he can't be bothered right now, the more they convulse. There's a certain resignation on Channel 14 at the moment where everyone is talking about Israeli officials telling them that something is going to happen, but then lamenting that Trump still holds the ultimate approval, which can still happen, but not immediately like they want. Call Trump and ask him what Stephen Chung is wearing. We know you got his digits. Yeah, I do, but I'm not going to do that. I know you like number. Fuck, I can't stop saying. I'm a numbers guy. I know you like number, and I got Trump's number on my phone, and I could call him right now. I could call him right now and say, Mr. President, Donald Trump, you're doing such a good job. Thank you for defending Israel. Mogged. Erica Kirk, that's not real. Erica Kirk will perform the national anthem on Game 3 on NBA Finals. Yeah, that's not happening. That'd be really funny, though. You gotta grok it. You can never cloud it. I will never cloud it. Okay, Claudia, woman's name. I do Gemini. I can grok it. I chat GPT it. I never cloud it. Do you do this voice while not streaming? Yes, I stim all the time nowadays. Let me guess. Israel will be persuaded to back off, even though ballistic missiles have been fired into that country. 4 waves targeting civilian populations. Is that what we would do? Marky Mark. Don't have an aneurysm, buddy. Don't worry. I'm sure Trump will still let the big dog do whatever he wants to do. All right, Truda says, a fragile arrangement had been reached in Lebanon. Iran had made clear that if Israel continued to strike Lebanon, it would strike at Israel. The U.S.-Israeli side says that overnight, Hezbollah killed 15 Israeli soldiers, a violation of that arrangement in their view, and a sign that Iran either didn't or couldn't control Hezbollah. At the same time, Israel knew that renewed attacks on Beirut, particularly Dahiyeh, would either force Tehran to attack or back down while having the added benefit of further weakening U.S.-Iran diplomacy. Iran did not back down. An attack on Dahiyeh, according to the Iranians, is designed to kill as many senior Hezbollah and Iranian officials as possible, so a response was inevitable in their view. By now, 4 waves of missiles have been fired at northern Israel, Haifa, and other areas. Some missiles are of higher quality than the ones Iran used during the war. That's, again, also remarkable. Israel will strike Iran within the next few hours, and the Iranians don't have any other expectation. Whether the U.S. enters the fighting actively as well or only provides support for Israel is the big question mark right now. The U.S. side is deeply frustrated that the MOU has not been signed yet and accuses the Iranians of either playing for time or over-negotiating or being incapable of getting to yes. The Iranians, in turn, accuse the U.S. of constantly changing the parameters while being unwilling to release a portion of Iran's frozen assets at the outset of the MOU as a way to prove their seriousness. If Trump doesn't enter the war, he will be accused of abandoning Israel. If he enters the war, he will validate that Israel has an effective veto on the negotiations and on whether the U.S. is at war or not. A true America First policy would have worked to extricate the U.S. from the Israeli-Iranian rivalry. Now more than ever, it should be clear why such an exit serves U.S. interest. I knew that was a Mark Levin tweet you were reading without seeing it, so your Mark Levin is also improving. Hell yeah, thank you. What is this? Tell me you saw this. Hassan Vindication again, that these people are so awkward IRL. I think I saw this. It sounds like the warning shot scared Trump and showed how much he wants to deal, which would be a good thing. But we've all fallen for this before, says Matthew Petty. I agree with that as well. Let's take a look at what CNN is saying.
Netanyahu
What CNN
domestically,
is saying.
politically here. Trump is trying to find some sort of off-ramp in the midst of the very beginnings of what is a clear escalation. If Israel doesn't respond, that would be incredibly damaging politically to Netanyahu. And then, although it might try to de-escalate the entire situation, it also doesn't address Lebanon, so that the open threat from Iran to continue to strike Israel if Israel's operations in Lebanon continue still very much appears to be on the table. It was just last week that Iran threatened to attack Israel if Israel attacked Beirut, a threat that we very much saw them carry out just about an hour or so ago, the beginning of that in what has been at least 3 barrages of Iranian missiles targeted towards Israel. So now we sit at this critical moment between the U.S., Israel, Lebanon, Iran, as we wait to see in which direction this goes. Trump has made his preference clear. He wants to push for the continuation of negotiations, not only with the U.S. and Iran, but also in all likelihood between Israel and Lebanon. It was just days ago that the U.S. brokered another ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, but Hezbollah rejected that, and we saw a continuation and escalation of fighting on that front. And now Trump is trying to continue to push for negotiations in the middle of what has been an incredibly volatile weekend, not only between Israel and Hezbollah, but also between the U.S. and Iran. And it very much looks like the ceasefire that looks like it's falling apart, both on Israel's northern border and in the Gulf, is at a critical moment where it could go either way.
Oh my gosh. All right. I mean, all of this is so important because you're really underscoring, you know, the thoughts, the consequences of how will Netanyahu weigh the political versus the military ramifications of how to move forward if indeed being urged by the president of the United States to hold off on any kind of retaliation. I mean, is this something that stews for Netanyahu over a matter of hours or days before we see how he renders a decision given this kind of crossroad?
It's an incredibly important question and one of the most fascinating in this particular moment. Israel has the ability to respond within hours. They've had plans, and Netanyahu has made clear that he wants to continue the war against Iran. So it's likely very quickly that Israel could launch a wave of strikes against Tehran and against Iran. They've done so successfully throughout the first 2 or 3 months of this war, and they can do so again. Netanyahu has repeatedly touted his relationship with Trump. Trump, in fact, said just a couple of hours ago to NBC News that he has some disagreements on a couple of issues with Netanyahu, but they're generally on the same page here. So it would be an incredible and very open break if Trump suddenly tells Netanyahu not to respond after Israeli officials have made clear.
I think one of the craziest elements here that's like not being discussed as much is the reality that Israel's defenses have been deteriorated, okay? And that's part of the reason why some of these opening salvos, albeit limited, actually struck targets inside of Israeli soil. I don't know if Netanyahu is banking on that, especially because from his calculations, he might think, okay, if a couple Israeli civilians die in the process, this will also allow me to redouble my efforts. It'll galvanize the public against a war with Iran. So like, or even if that's a part of the consideration at all.
Conversation even further, CNN Global Affairs commentator Sabrina Singh, she's also former Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary under President Biden. Great to see you. I mean, how do you see this? This is an incredible juncture that has just been described by Oren and also Jeremy's reporting. How do you see all of this happening? And what the calculus is on all sides involved?
There's no question that the ceasefire right now is being tested and probably tested to its absolute limits. I mean, we haven't seen Iran and Israel strike each other since the ceasefire went into effect in early April. So I think if Israel chooses to respond back to these Iranian ballistic missiles.
Stop calling Sabrina Singh denims, okay? Sabrina Singh is a warmonger and a war criminal. Denims is not.
Domestic concerns that Oren laid out there. I think the Israeli people would want to see a response back. So it's highly likely that Israel would respond. And they said, in a very large and massive manner. What that looks like still is to be determined. But I think what you're seeing right now is this ceasefire slowly breaking apart. Now, can the U.S., can Donald Trump bring everyone back to the table and try and, piece it together with bandages, I mean, that's also a potential. But I think also what we should be looking at here is, where does Pakistan's role fall in all of this? Can they also bring
Pakistan's
both
in the
sides,
mud!
or at least Iran, to the table and to try and get them to stop any response? But of course, as we know, Iran is responding because of Israel's ongoing operations in the southern part of in Lebanon in response to Hezbollah. They wanted to see a ceasefire in Lebanon coupled with the ceasefire between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, and very much so, Israel is trying to decouple that from any ceasefire negotiation.
And you're bringing up, Pakistan, just a reminder to everybody, because it was in Islamabad where parties were there. I guess Pakistan kind of playing as a mediator in these peace negotiations. But oh my gosh, that seems like that was such a long time ago. So much has happened since then. So you see Pakistan as potentially still relevant in helping to further,
of course,
or encourage some sort of peace.
Of course,
dialogue.
Pakistan is relevant. My life for Pakistan. Pakistan is the table. As a Turk, this offends me. This hurts my feelings. But it is the truth. It is the reality. Pakistan is the table. Pakistan is at the table. Pakistan is the table.
Have played a role in the negotiations, do not want to see a resumption to this war. I mean, their oil facilities, oil refineries have been so badly damaged that we are going to feel the catastrophic effects from this war, as we're already seeing it with the oil prices. But frankly, for these Gulf nations to rebuild some of these structures, it's going to take years. And so they don't want to see a resumption to this war. I think every single party, including the United States, I mean, this president is seemingly does not want to restart kinetic action, but obviously reserves that right to do so if he chooses. But everyone is seeing the economic global impact that this war is having. And so bringing all the parties involved to the negotiating table, I think, is where President Trump is, where the Gulf countries are. And, Iran, frankly, has more time to run down the clock. I think they're more willing to accept the consequences and pain. But this president has a political calculation to make, and I don't think that's.
But I thought they deteriorated the IRGC's military capabilities completely. This is shocking to me. I thought they blew up 50, go-fast boats and jet skis and stuff. What the hell's going on?
What our ancestors accomplished was...
Here's the question that I have personally, right? If you're watching the news unfold here at the HasanAbi broadcast, you already knew what was happening and you already knew what was going to happen. Oh, my goat is on. Let's hear what he has to say.
Look, Netanyahu is quite free to do whatever he wants because his party and his coalition is very strongly behind him.
Goat Dion Levy.
Until the elections, he really can do whatever he wants. But he will face now also a major dilemma, because if Donald Trump will really order him not to retaliate, he has to make his choice. Either he gets into a dispute with Trump, which, as we know, Trump is not someone you want to have a dispute with him, or he will be presented a few months before the elections as a chicken, as someone who is just a clerk of Donald Trump and has no say, independent say. So you wouldn't like to be in his position. But the bottom line is that any reaction now of Israel might lead us to an overall war, and that's really the worst of all worlds.
Gideon, don't go anywhere. I just want to expand the conversation here. Joining us on set here in Doha is Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed and Dania Dhafar. She's the executive director of the Gulf International Forum. Osama, obviously some furious diplomacy happening behind the scenes. From the Iranian perspective, these missiles have been fired. First, second, third barrage of missiles toward Israel. The Israelis are saying they've been shot down. From the Iranian perspective, if there is no response, is this over?
Well, you have to look at it as a whole, not just these incidents that are taking place. A condition of the ceasefire was, even before Kalibaf traveled to Islamabad, he said no talks without ceasefire in Lebanon. As he landed, the mediators were able to pull something out and say, well, the Israelis have promised they're going to concentrate on the south and will not attack Beirut. That is a red line that the Iranians were not willing. And they have been repeatedly saying this, that if you attack this, this is where everything else collapses. Donald Trump obviously does not want that. And all of the reporting, if that is true, he wants to de-escalate. From the Iranian perspective, right after this salvos of missiles have been fired, you're looking at all of these phone calls. There's a flurry of phone calls, not just with allies in the region, but beyond as well. The Turks, the Pakistanis, the UK, and
I literally went away for an hour. What happened?
Have been apprised of the situation.
Iran said LGBT, but the other kind.
Foreign Ministry. The idea is that the Iranians also do not want this to escalate further. Again, they also want a ceasefire. They want the terms as they are dictating them. They do not want to budge on those terms because, as we've been discussing, that they want to have deterrence. They want the world, especially the United States and Israel, to know that, yes, you've attacked us first time when we went into the talks, second time into the talks, third time. If you are going to attack us again, here is a whole host of avenues that are available. And if you look at the threats that Iranians have been making, including Bab al-Mandeb, including Iraq, so far, you have to note that Iraq has not come into this sphere, and it can very well quickly come into this sphere as well. So there's multiple escalation avenues that Iran still has up its sleeve. It hasn't used all of those cards yet. But it appears that now, from the region and beyond, diplomacy is what is being pushed for. Again, we'll have to wait and see if this reporting is true. If Donald Trump is able to stop Benjamin Netanyahu from retaliating, this could be a good thing to get to accelerate the talks. But if not, this could again spiral out of control, and you could see an escalation where the Iranians have warned that all of the American interests in the region are fair game.
Dania, I just mentioned the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi on the phone with the Turks, the Brits, and the Pakistanis. Who do you think that the Gulf countries are likely on the phone with or trying to reach at this hour?
Well, I think the Gulf countries are probably trying to engage with Iran. And also, I think if there is an opportunity, maybe Israel to try to calm things down, and especially talking to Trump to put pressure. But I think Trump is already interested in tempering down the situation and not escalating. I mean, I think I disagree with most of the views about Israel not striking back. I will be shocked if Israel does not hit Iran back. To me, I don't think that's even an option. No, I mean, maybe they'll be more surgical because of what Trump is supposedly saying to Netanyahu. But I think that the cards are going to be in Iran's hands on how this escalate further.
Gideon, is there any chance that as a result of this, the situation on the ground in Lebanon changes and that the Israelis somehow changed their tactics in that country?
It might change, but not dramatically. Israel will not withdraw from southern Lebanon, and Israel will continue to act militarily in southern Lebanon. As about the attacks on the Dahia in Beirut, Israel claims that it was coordinated with the United States. The United States, as far as I heard, denies this. And that's a major point. Did Israel bomb in Beirut without notifying the Americans, without getting a permission? Because it is a violation, a clear violation of what was agreed between the United States and Israel, that Israel has a free hand more or less in the south of Lebanon, but not in Beirut. So altogether, we are really, you can take it to any possible direction in Lebanon and between Israel and Iran. The Middle East is now in a turning point, and nobody knows right now at this hour to which direction will it take.
Osama, would we be wrong in saying that Lebanon has not been high on the American priority list? And I say that only because Israel fired on and killed at least 3 Lebanese soldiers yesterday. There was no response.
Hold on. Barak Ravid is on CNN. Let's see what he has to say.
In order to strike Iran, especially if this is going to continue for a while. Israel needs air refueling. Israel needs operational coordination with U.S. forces. Israel needs help in search and rescue missions. Israel can go at it alone if it's a one-off, if it's 2 strikes. But if it's something that is going on now for a while, Israel needs U.S. assistance. And if President Trump will not give Netanyahu a green light, it will be very hard for Israel to go forward.
Well, then this is very complicated because it's difficult to know or even assess how will Netanyahu receive this phone call or this discussion from the president, would he put himself in a position of negotiating with the United States president to try to convince him or tell President Trump the many reasons why it needs to follow through with its powerful response to Iran?
Yeah, and I think Benjamin Netanyahu finds himself in uncharted waters. He was never in such a position. The last time he was in something that was a bit similar was in April 2024 after Iran conducted a missile attack on Israel. The U.S., then the Biden administration and Israel defeated this massive missile attack from Iran. And then President Biden spoke to Netanyahu and told him, take the win. Don't, even if you retaliate, do something that is proportionate. Don't escalate. And eventually Netanyahu decided to retaliate, but a very, very, very limited retaliation with one missile fired at one Iranian air defense battery. And he sort of took the win. Now, it's an even more complicated situation because President Trump is telling him, don't retaliate at all. So I think Benjamin Netanyahu is in a very, very, very difficult situation right now.
Yeah, very. All right, we're going to continue this conversation into the next hour.
Doesn't have to be.
Thank you.
It doesn't have to be a very difficult situation. It can be a very simple situation as long as he was like, okay, I guess I am abiding by American restraint, American demands for restraint, we're packing it up. But he can't do that, right? He can't do that. So he has to go nutty mode, doesn't he? Hasan, we are witnessing the contradictions between Trump's America First fascist bullshit being a cuck to capital in Israel. Yes. Yes. Every day that Israel gets to advance this agenda unimpeded. Hey, dude, just so you know, your Instagram DMs to Stephen Chung leaked? No. Oh, no. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of it. And neither should you be. Okay. I mean, look at him. Look at him. So beautiful. Yeah, you got to shoot your shot sometimes.
I must remind you that all what happened this evening was a total surprise in Israel. Total surprise. Nobody expected this.
Am I standing in the right place? All right, that is Gideon Levy, a columnist with the Haaretz University, or the Haaretz newspaper, in Tel Aviv. Gideon, we certainly appreciate your insight for us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is 2100 GMT and you're watching Al Jazeera. In the last 2 hours, Iran has launched a wave of missiles towards Israel. Sirens have sounded across the country with projectiles seen over northern Israel. The military says that it has intercepted all the missiles launched so far. But there are reports that further attacks are expected. Iran has warned that it will respond with, quote, greater force if Israel attacks it. Shortly after the attacks were launched, the spokesman of Iran's Central Command gave a video statement. Ibrahim Zalfagari said that the attack was in response to the Israeli strike on Beirut's southern suburb of Dahieh and accused the U.S. of giving Israel the green light for that strike.
Through its repeated violations of the ceasefire, the aggressive Zionist regime has continuously escalated its acts of aggression against the oppressed people of Lebanon. These actions have been carried out with the green light and support of the criminal United States and amid the silence of international community. By employing prohibited weapons, including phosphorus munitions, the regime has committed war crimes. Despite previous warnings issued by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the child-killing Zionist regime has crossed all red lines by intensifying its attacks in southern Lebanon and targeting Dahieh and the southern suburbs of Beirut. We had previously warned that if there were any crimes committed in Dahieh, we...
Excuse me, sir. Do you know how anti-Semitic you're being by saying that the Zionist regime, Israel, kills children? Yes, they do kill children, but it hurts my feelings to hear that. I'll have you know, it's the only Jewish state in the world. How dare you say the only Jewish state in the world would ever commit atrocities like killing children, even if it actually is an atrocity that Israel, the only Jewish state in the world, has committed, as a matter of fact. It's really messed up that you would even bring that up. My feelings are hurt.
Fire. Tonight, we can report that Iran's foreign minister is speaking with regional counterparts about the situation right now. And the IDF spokesperson released a TV statement earlier today indicating that schools across Israel tomorrow will be closed. He said Iran is trying to create a new equation when it conducts direct fire on our territory. In response, the IDF will attack in relation to the current security protocol. And so, again, this is a political decision ultimately that will be made by Israel.
What they're going to do is try to punish Lebanon again or punish Gaza.
But the latest information
If they do that, that means America's trying to restrain them. If they strike Iran, the war's back on probably.
To the IDF strikes on Hezbollah in southern Beirut earlier today, President Trump telling Fox News that he has a message for Iran. He says, you've shot your missiles. That's enough. Get back to the table and make a deal. Guys?
Trey Yingst, thank you so much as always.
Thank you.
All right, bringing it out to the table, Joey. From what we're hearing from Trey after he spoke with the president seems maybe a tad bit frustrated, and we know that this
You think they're sad that on the big weekend show they don't get to talk about me for once, for one Sunday? Because every single Sunday for the past 3 months they've done a piece on how I'm dangerous anti-Semite terrorist. Now they actually have to talk about the IRGC being a dangerous anti-Semite terrorist instead.
Before they come back and have serious talks. What do you make of it?
I mean, it's absolutely an escalation by Iran. Iran can say it's because Israel is still fighting Hezbollah, which is kind of laughable considering just a few months ago Iran would have said they're not supporting Hezbollah, or at least not directly. But at the end of the day, we know that's true. We know that's where we are. And the ball's in President Trump's court. He understands what's at stake here. There's political collateral, then there's real people collateral. I don't think President Trump wants to see anybody die, much less Americans. But at the same time, you can't be President Trump that says, I'm going to carry a big stick and talk loudly and let Iran shoot missiles into, our military bases if that becomes what happens, and not do something about it. So the deterrence versus defeat right now, it would take months or a year to defeat Iran's military completely. Can we do things to deter? Can we do diplomacy? President Trump sure is trying hard, but Iran's not making it easy.
Rachel, does the president move to do anything, though, militarily on behalf of or in coordination with Israel at this point? Or does the president seem more like he's going to let them deal with it and he's going to stay out of it? He mentioned to Trey that he wasn't a part of Israel's initiative. So
in
perhaps,
Lebanon, you mean?
Yes,
Yeah.
perhaps he leaves it to them and he still wants Iran to come back to the table. How do you see that playing out?
Well, if we take the president at his words, this week alone, he's not happy that Israel is bombing Lebanon, that this is actually hurting the negotiation. In fact, he said, quote, referring to the conversation where he called Benjamin Netanyahu crazy and said, everyone hates you, stop doing this. He said, quote, I was a little perturbed at his constantly fighting with Lebanon. So we have one front of a war. We've partnered with Israel in Iran. And perhaps the hope, I thought, was that the negotiation on that war was to get rid of the nuclear weapons, make sure they don't have that, and hopefully they can deal with Hezbollah through that negotiation. But if you keep bombing Lebanon and killing the Lebanese people, many of them are Christians, Christian villages are getting bombed, lots of bad stuff happening. Look, Hezbollah's hands are dirty in this for sure, and so is Iran, because Iran funds Hezbollah. At the same time, the Lebanese people, and many innocent people, are being caught in the crossfire. So I think the best way is to get to the negotiating table, as the president said, okay, did your bombs,
sorry,
let's all get
how
back.
dare you?
And hopefully the president can lead and end.
Bro, they'll get the updated talking points soon. Right now, they're speaking out against Israel's wishes. They'll probably get the updated talking points as soon as Trump gets the updated talking points. As soon as Israel basically violates Trump's demands, and then they'll be like, well, they had to do it.
Really entered into what is supposed to be a discussion between the United States and Iran. And of course, Israel's naturally going to be a part of that in some ways, but it feels like it's really shifted and recalibrated to be much more about what Israel is doing.
Yeah.
I don't know how that changes things for our president and our country, but how do you see this latest news playing out?
Well, negotiating with Iran, it means negotiating with Hezbollah or Hamas. They're just tentacles of that, proxies, as we call them. Some good news out of these strikes. There are only 4 missiles fired. And in the olden days, we're talking about before the U.S. went to war.
30 minutes of holy Toledo.
That tells you either Iran was trying to fire something that was symbolic, just to say, hey, we're firing back, haha, or they don't have the capability to do it. So All I know is that the Iron Dome.
Guess what? By the way, the IRGC, the Islamic Republic, are the only force in the region that's currently defending the Lebanese Christian population against Israel's attacks. Just for the record, I know they keep clarifying over and over again, oh, they're killing Lebanese Christians. If they were killing Lebanese Muslims, that's fine, but they're killing Lebanese Christians, that's not so fine. Yeah, well, okay. Well, Iran is defending those Lebanese Christians.
That's the calculus right now overall of where we are politically. And also, by the way, if gas prices have gone down 30 cents in the last 2 weeks, all right, that's good. If they go below $4 and back towards $3, that helps, obviously, Republicans in the midterms. If this thing lingers until September, October, then early voting starts, and we're still in the same place that we are now, right before the midterms, then Republicans have some big problems as far as winning those midterms.
So, I mean, you know, Israel, so these rockets weren't fired towards U.S. troops. They were fired towards Israel, right? President Trump's shown his, he's not happy with the fact that Israel was continuing its campaign against Lebanon, even in a ceasefire, or against Hezbollah, even in a ceasefire with Israel and Lebanon. We have to remember that Hezbollah is kind of an autonomous proxy within Lebanon, but like Rachel says, it's the Lebanese people that are caught in crosshairs. There's nothing here that says President Trump has retaliated at all. That's kind of what we're looking to see. Of course, President Trump wants to see all the missiles stop and actually move towards something that looks like peace. He needs that. But at the end of the day, it may be Iran trying to publicly sever the U.S. and Israel a little bit, and President Trump may be put in a situation where that's what he has to do. He has to say, we're not responding, they didn't fire on us, and we're trying to get a peace deal. If Israel wants to be a part of this peace deal, they've got to stop attacking Hezbollah. But at the same time, Bibi Netanyahu's sitting there in Israel, and he's got his own right that says, you're being a puppet of Trump. You're not finishing, you're not getting the win that you promised us because Trump's holding you back. And so there are a lot of tensions here. This is a complex thing. We knew that going into it. There are a lot of questions on why we went into it. These answers are to come, I believe. But between now and then, President Trump has one thing he has to do. He has to secure a victory with Iran other than opening the Strait of Hormuz. That's politically, that's what he has to do. Yeah. That victory can't be the Navy's at the bottom of the sea and they don't have an Air Force, because those weren't the things we were worried about to begin with. It has to do with their long-range ballistic missiles and their nuclear weapons capability. There has to be something tangible that you can show, and it has to be more than what Operation Midnight Hammer did. And I'm not saying those things aren't on the table or he's not getting there, but that's what the American people have an appetite for politically.
The problem, though, is that you go into a war with a partner and you think you have the same objective. And to be fair, I think at the beginning of the war, the president and I think everybody thought it was going to be a regime change, but very quickly you realized that was not going to be easy. And the president did the right thing. He adjusted and said, you know what, we want to make sure they don't have nukes. That will be good for us, and we can't have them controlling the Straits of Hormuz. But when your partner, Israel, they have a different objective. For them, what's best is no Iran or a regime change. And so that's the conflict, and that's the question. And I think overall, you know, maybe it's time to think about, do you go into these kinds of conflicts when you have two different national security objectives? It complicates it. And not only are people dying in Lebanon, but the American people are being hurt by these gas prices. Yeah. So I think American objectives are the best for America, and that's what we ought to do.
Whoa. And I think President Trump knows that full well.
Wait a minute.
That's why he has the frustration. The American people are not going to continue to pay high gas prices. Although we love Israel, they're not going to be able to.
Wait, this is peak anti-Semitism. Do they know what they're saying? Are they aware of the words coming out of their mouths right now? This is unacceptable.
It's still continuing to count votes as residents anxiously await.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. This paired up with like the New York Times trifecta actually make me feel like there is a different approach to Israel that's incoming, potentially. Now, why am I saying that? Okay. New York Times on their front page had 3 separate news stories that directly criticized Israel and named Israel in its criticism. Okay? Very different attitude. No neutrality. No, Palestinians die. No Lebanese child died style articles. Just straight up directly saying Israel kills a Lebanese child, right? Israel kills a child in Lebanon. I think it was in Lebanon, right? This is a very big change of pace. This is a very big change of attitude. It's a very big change of pace from the way that they normally cover it. Does anyone have the? Does anyone have that tweet? I'm trying to find it right now. Sorry, in Hebron, in the West Bank. But then there was also another attack that took place in Lebanon as well, and they wrote that as well. What is this? There was also their marquee coverage on Israeli spying, Israel's installation of spyware on American envoy phones and also American military official phones as well. Oh, here, this is it. This is what I was looking for. Thank you. Quite the combination of headlines on the New York Times website tonight. Pentagon sees growing espionage threat from Israel. Israeli strike kills 3 Lebanese soldiers days after truce was signed. Infant killed as Israeli military fires on car in West Bank, Palestinian officials say. Now, obviously, on that last one, they're still using somewhat of a neutral language. Like they're making it seem like, this infant was caught in the crossfires or something, as though like the Israeli military didn't like directly fire upon this car and kill the baby, which is exactly what happened. But even then, the trifecta of these 3 articles above the fold, Israeli strike kills 3, what visual evidence tells us about Israel's use of white phosphorus in Lebanon, is interesting. AIPAC has obviously been losing its fucking mind over it. White House official, this entire story is false and sources someone who doesn't have any knowledge of what's going on. So that's big. That makes that offers additional context to the way that Fox News is talking about Israel right now as well.
To make, even if we get through this one, I suspect you're going to have another round of some escalation. Either this is going toward escalation or toward a period in which diplomacy will take over and there'll be a fair amount of de-escalation because the 2 sides will reach some sort of an agreement. And in a way, it's on 2 parallel but connected tracks, which are now running. The real question is which one is going to overtake the other? The negotiations for the possibility of a broader agreement, or this tit for tat that's going to end up escalating ultimately in a major resurgence of conflict between Iran and the United States. We're not there yet. I think in the next 48 hours, it'll be clear if that's where we're going or not.
Right. And so setting that table and knowing where we are at this moment and knowing that the next 48 hours are critical, it would seem to me, based on what you're saying, what our correspondents are saying, that this phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump seems to be the next big piece of this that's going to determine what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. And again, they've maintained an uneasy partnership. The relationship, I think, is clearly instrumental. Both are adept in the art of the con. They're both very skilled politicians. They've used one another effectively. Netanyahu, clearly, for political reasons in Israel, where Trump is more popular than he is. And Trump has brandished his pro-Israeli credentials while demonstrating when it matters to him, as it did in October, right? After the Israelis struck Hamas's external leadership in Doha, he told the prime minister, "You take my 20-point plan," or quote, Barak Ravid reported, we will walk away from you. So Netanyahu, again, I think his political requirements will supersede his need right now to demonstrate his toughness. He cannot cross Trump if he wants to maintain his political salience. If he does, Netanyahu is very vulnerable, and those vulnerabilities leading up to a September, most likely an October election, are going to increase exponentially. He can't afford a bad call, Jess.
Dude, Channel 14 diplomatic correspondent. Nothing would increase the chance of a deal with Iran more than a powerful joint strike by Israel and the U.S. tonight. Unfortunately, the likelihood of that seems negligible. Oh my God, dude. Oh my fucking God. They're such little babies. They're like petulant children. It's crazy.
100 days. What could they look like for the next 100? We'll break that down.
That's taken. Flex. IDF spokesperson Brigadier General Effie Defrin says the IDF is ready both defensively and offensively. Yeah, notice how everyone instantly admits that a phone call from the president could shut everything down from Israel. I thought Biden was powerless when that happened. Yeah, I saw Alonso's take on it. He said, kudos to Hassan the Hun for managing to remain calm in front of an honestly unrecognizable and uncharacteristically angry Louis Goodall as he goes through every single tired pro-Israel talking point to the point of Loki justifying the UK ban and, to be honest, putting words in his mouth. Louis Goodall is a good journalist. I listen to his work at LBC and his podcast often, so hopefully he doesn't block me, but this was not his best work. Truly felt like he was in a 1996 mindset and seemingly frustrated that Hassan the Hun was not an unhinged ideologue. What is this, BB?
Who's we?
Americanitz is back. Americanitz is back online, folks. Israel bombing Lebanon out of frustration already? Of course. I told you. I fucking told you. See? Breaking. 5 new Israeli attacks reported in Yatar Valley area in Lebanon in the Bint Jbeil district with the Nabateh governorate of southern Lebanon. I'm telling you, this means that they recognize that they have to be restrained by America. They're not doing Beirut, but they're hitting southern Lebanon. They're not hitting Beirut, but they're hitting southern Lebanon. This is classic Israel, okay? That's why I said they're either going to hit southern Lebanon or they're going to hit Gaza or something, because that's all they do. All they do is when they are experiencing any kind of restraint from the American side, they just unload on defenseless populations elsewhere. They used to do this during the genocide all the fucking time. Wake up and smell the coffee. The corrupt Ottoman Empire is gone forever. Jerusalem, D.C., David's capital, shall remain the eternal capital of Israel. I don't like that they're coming after the Ottoman Empire like this. I'll tell you that. What is this? Dude, I saw you peep my logs before you made that comment and credit where credit is due. What's the log in the comment? What? Even Money says Israel does a kick the puppy retaliation and escalates against Lebanon without retaliating on Iran. Yeah, anarchy and Tylenol. I think you should have not consumed as much Tylenol if you think that I got the idea that Israel always hits the most vulnerable targets from you. Okay? Less Tylenol for you, I think. The Iranian terrorist regime made a grave mistake by choosing terrorism once again. Yeah, it's only terrorism when Iran does it in retaliation to Israel's totally moral and democratically organized actions. We struck in Dahiyeh, Beirut's southern suburbs, following Hezbollah's relentless fire towards northern communities. The IDF will continue to operate in Lebanon. We will not allow continued fire towards Israeli territory. We're prepared for the possibility of additional fire towards Israel. Iran's foreign minister speaks with France and Qatar on response to Israeli violations in Lebanon. Iranian foreign minister... Bro, at a certain point, you got to recognize that the only country in this region that has any fucking real sovereignty and any real investment in defending other countries, not just themselves, but defending other countries as well, is the Islamic Republic. Straight up. Where is everybody else? Where's France? France is supposed to have some kind of like colonialist interest over Lebanon, right? Like they're a French-speaking population. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? What the hell is going on here? Everybody else gave up. Everybody else gave up. They are doing nothing. No restraints whatsoever on Israel. They get to do whatever the fuck they want to do. The magnitude of what just happened may take some time to sink in. This is the first time Iran has struck Israel after Israel struck another country's territory that is not Iran. Yes, that's also very important. Trita is right. This means that the battle lines have been moved. Iran's deterrence had already been restored in the sense that Israel knew that any strike on it would be responded to. But now Iran has proven that it will also respond to Israeli strikes on Lebanon. This is the first time in decades that a regional power has the means, capacity, and willingness to put hard power against Israeli military maneuvers or aggression against a third party. Iran is the only willing to stop Israel's expansion. This is the reason why Israel wants to destroy Iran. Wants to get the U.S. to try and destroy Iran. New spicy take to piss off liberals and make them think unlocked. I mean, it's true. That is some form of irony. They started all this to make Iran weaker, but have only made it more powerful as a regional actor. Yes, they forced Iran's hand. They forced Iran's hand to do anything about it. They were clearly not interested in doing anything up until this moment. They were engaging in strategic restraint, and now they've moved on to strategic deterrence. And in the process of engaging in strategic deterrence, they've shown how much more... Oh, fuck. Never mind. This might be another fuck HasanAbi moment from Tommy.
Weapon, but to get to where we need to be, it's going to have to get a lot more ugly than it is right now.
Adrian, domestically, what is the president looking at as we head into these midterms? Because we have the gas prices, which have obviously been affected by this war, that they would like to see come down. You have a broadly unpopular war based on poll after poll that we get with the American people. The president had promised no new wars. As David notes, his explanation has been that he doesn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but at this point it's unclear if that's going to be the outcome of this agreement or not. Democrats certainly are trying to push this war powers resolution again and again. Where are Democrats in all of this, and where do you think the president is domestically?
Well, I mean, I think that there's a lot of things to unpack here. I mean, number one, I think a lot of Americans don't understand, Jessica, why we are in this war in the first place. President Trump gave what he wanted to give, which was the longest State of the Union address ever. 108 minutes. He spent 3 minutes of that address talking about Iran, and then several days later goes in and attacks, U.S. making the first strike. So a lot of people still don't really understand why we're in this war in the first place. What they do understand is every time they go to the gas pump to put gas in their car, gas prices are significantly higher than they were a week before, 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before, and certainly 6 or 7 months ago. And Donald Trump knows that going into the midterms, if gas prices are high, his party is going to have a worse time in the midterms than they would traditionally. Obviously, Jessica, any party that's currently in control, the opposite party tends to do better in the midterms. But when you layer on high gas prices, a war that many Americans, including a lot of independents, by the way, don't understand why we're in this war in the first place, layering on the affordability issue. If you're the average ordinary voter and you're looking at the big picture here, you're saying, is this guy actually trying to fight for me? Or is he more concerned about our foreign adversaries and trying to figure out, how to make things in his mind better on the foreign affairs front as opposed to the domestic front? So there's a lot to unpack. But the bottom line is just, even if this war were to end today, which is David very succinctly laid out, it's not going to. But even if it was, we're still going to have gas prices at very high rates by the time the election goes around. Donald Trump knows this, and I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing him, sound and appear more erratic as of late, because he can't end this war and he wants to.
And David, I've had some Republicans that I've talked to and interviewed say, listen, yeah, gas prices are high, but they're lower than that at certain points in the Biden administration, that during the Trump administration they came down, which they did come down. That was a real selling point.
Who is saying that in America? Like, are you talking to Donald Trump himself?
And they make the case that there are good parts of this economy, like this jobs report that we just saw very recently. But at the same time, you run into kind of a dynamic.
He's under the illusion that shit's fine. I don't think most Trump supporters even think it's fine. The only people that are saying things are fine, you need to shut the fuck up, is like Mark Levin.
Feel that.
Because they're like, no matter what the cost is to the American working class, it's still valid because at least we're doing Israel's bidding.
Adrian is correct. You have to, I think the Trump administration, the president on down, need to do a better job of explaining what we're doing in the Middle East and why, right? Nobody, the three of us I know are old enough to remember what it felt like on September 12th, the day after the attacks on the World Trade Center. And this president, I think, should have laid out more forcefully that he's trying to make sure that we never have that feeling here in our guts, in our hearts, and our souls in this country again. And we cannot allow the theocracy in Iran to possess a nuclear weapon, because they may, at some point, one of their proxies or themselves may try to do something.
There's only one theocratic ethno-state that has nuclear arms in the region and is belligerent, and that is not Iran, it's Israel, okay? And that theocratic governance is also quite literally a Nazi ethno-state. Iran is far more diverse than Israel is, and its minority rights are far more intact, at least on ethnic boundaries, as opposed to how Israel treats Palestinians. Okay.
Gas prices are basically end up being a tax on everything, right? So you need gas in the truck that takes the groceries to the grocery store, or picks up eggs from the farmer, even though egg prices are at an all-time low right now, interestingly. But people do feel it. They feel it at home, Jess, and you're right. You've got to. They have to be optimistic about the future of the country. And right now,
you thought you were listening on audio only? You thought I was watching Fox? No, Fox is actually more woke and more critical of Israel somehow today.
They're high, but not as high. But they got down into the twos during the Trump administration, and people were very excited about that. So they're back up there. Summer months are coming. People are going to feel it when they travel. So I think the administration needs to do a good job of explaining what they're doing and trying to say, stick with us. Better things are on the way. If you vote for the Democrats, things are going to get much worse. I think they're going to need to make that case forcefully in these coming next few months.
And Adrian, just lastly to you, on that point that David was making, are the Democrats doing enough, do you think, politically, to capitalize on this moment? And what would you like to see them doing in the next several months to get that message across to voters effectively?
I mean, Jess, it's a great question. I mean, first of all, Democrats, let's keep in mind, have no power in Washington right now. I mean, we don't have the House, we don't have the Senate. Trump rules the White House. So MAGA effectively rules Washington, D.C. at the federal level. Now, obviously, we've got governors who are very effective messages for the Democratic Party. They're going out there, they're talking about the affordability issue. They're trying to find solutions in their own states to try to mitigate some of these high gas prices and trying to make prices lower for groceries and everyday items that families need to live on. I will say, Jess, at the federal level, I would like to see my fellow Democrats who are sitting in elected office be a little bit more forthcoming with what our plan would be when we take back the House and when we might possibly take back the Senate. It's pretty much a foregone conclusion, I think, at this point, that Democrats are going to win back control of the House of Representatives. But what is that forward-looking plan? What is that plan that on day one, when Democrats get more power in Washington, what is the plan that we're going to implement that is going to lower prices for the American people, that is going to protect democracy, that is going to ensure that going into the 2020 elections, 2028 elections, that we have free and fair elections? What is that plan? Because right now, I think that's what the American people are looking for. They know that Donald Trump has his issues. They know that he tends to self-implode from time to time, but they don't know at the same time what the Democrats are going to do for them. And I think that's one of the reasons why our party brand is a little underwater right now. But I think as we get close to the midterms, those points will be more clear. Because people are looking for a change.
Adrian's a great spokesperson, but she has to admit that Orange Man Bad, which has been that's been the theory, the case for Democrats, doesn't sell. And currently there is no plan for the Democrats. That's why they're kind of in the wilderness. There is not one spokesman. There's not one. The current spokesman for the party seems to be this rape fantasizing Nazi creep in Maine, Graham Plattner, that everybody's rallying around. Who made the only way that Graham Plattner
You're literally a fucking general, dude. What are you saying? Dog, shut the fuck up.
He's currently the kind of the leader of the party. Everyone's running to Maine to rally around Graham Plattner.
So, David.
I'll let Adrian have the last word on this. Wait, hang on. I'll let Adrian, you can answer to that, because I do think there are a lot of questions about Graham Plattner representing the Democratic Party in Maine, and if you think that is the right person to be representing the Democratic Party there.
Look, that's what we'll find out on Tuesday. The primary election is on Tuesday. We will see. We will let the Maine voters decide there. I actually think that Graham Plattner has been an effective messenger in terms of getting some of the constituents that we've.
Did we lose Adrian? I think we lost her.
Okay.
All right. Well, David Urban, Adrian Elrod, we will leave it there. Technical difficulties. Thank you to both of you. We really appreciate it. Stay with CNN. Our breaking news coverage out of the Middle East continues as Iran fires a wave of ballistic missiles at Israel. We will have an update for you when we come back.
Dude, that's so fucking annoying.
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Never mind. David Urban is not a general. David Urban was in the military too, though. He was an artillery officer. He drops all of that shit, though. Like, what were your homies saying? What was the language that your fucking homies were using? What was the language you were using when you were an artillery officer in the United States Army's 101st Airborne Division, serving from 1986 to 1991? While serving in the Persian Gulf, you were awarded the Bronze Star Medal. What kind of language were you fucking using, bitch?
The regime has committed war crimes.
Anyway, we've already seen this multiple times at this point. New York Times PR responded to AIPAC. The Times article is based on a recent U.S. intelligence report and other information provided by American officials. We're confident in the accuracy of our journalism. Interesting. Israeli platforms. Some of the language coming out of Israeli platforms tonight. Beirut must burn tonight, otherwise we are in trouble. A sovereign state cannot accept a situation where it is attacked with 4 barrages and does not respond. Another routine day in Israel. 2 more soldiers buried. A deadly attack in the heart of the country. Hezbollah firing towards the settlements. An extensive missile fire from Iran. The people of Israel are waiting for a tweet from Trump to get an update as usual. Oh shit, they're starting to get mad at Trump. They think Trump is holding them back. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, they are mad at Trump. Oh, I fucking, yeah, I used to pray for times like this, dude. Holy shit. Oh, that's so perfect, dude. That's so fucking perfect. What is this? Shahed 136 drones were also launched. They should arrive in the next hours if they make it through the different layers of air defense systems in Iraq or Jordan. Anyway, let's see one analysis from Esfandyar Batman College, who wrote this 3 days ago and recently said this is test 1. Tonight was about test 1. Let's take a look. He's an analyst. He says, Iran has included 3 important tests within the terms of the MOU it is negotiating with the United States. These tests are intended to give Iran's leaders confidence that Trump, a counterparty they see as highly unreliable, is ready to make credible commitments, opening a pathway for further diplomacy. First, the Iranians are testing the credibility of American security commitments by insisting that the MOU encompasses a Lebanon ceasefire. They are not doing this for the sake of Hezbollah or Lebanese Shias. Rather, they want to see if Trump can restrain Israel in its own backyard. I've also made this exact same analysis. I've also said this exact same thing, and it's probably the most reliable part of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, because it's the one that is the most difficult to achieve, given the American attitude towards Israeli belligerence has been maximalist support since the first Trump administration, only escalated after October 7 with the Biden administration, and Donald Trump has certainly never really restrained Israel at all. All of the quote-unquote fake restraints that you have seen from both the Biden administration that have been violated over and over again, all the red lines, and the Trump administration have been theater, okay? It's theater. It's pure theater. Even when Trump was like, oh, I told the I told the Israeli Air Force to come back. If you recall, this was not in Epstein's fury, but this was in the previous engagements that they had. That was all theater. It's all bullshit. They have been letting Israel do whatever the fuck it wants, as evidenced by the fact that Israel now occupies a larger share of Lebanese territory than they did, or close to the 1982 invasion, right? All of that happened with America allowing Israel, with America's allowance, right? So it's important to recognize that. Iran wants to see if America will restrain Israel. Iran wants America to commit to restraining Israel. It's an important muscle that they want to flex. This will show how much leverage Iran truly has over Israel. And obviously, America has not done so in good faith because the fact that Iran has abided by the standards of a ceasefire far better than Israel has shows that America sees Iran coming to terms with the ceasefire as weakness, right? If Trump is able to do that, though, he might be able to defend his own deal with Iran from Israeli sabotage. Second, Iran is insisting on a nominal fee for vessels passing the Strait of Hormuz. This is not because they want more revenue, which would be negligible. They are insisting on this arrangement because they want to test whether Trump will endorse a deal that includes clear instantiation of Iranian sovereignty and authority, especially one that did not exist before the war. Iran believes in the logic of a win-win agreement. Trump does not. Forcing him to accept a fee forces him to give Iran a win and defend it as such from the Iran hawks in his circle. This is politically meaningful. Agreed. Finally, Iran is insisting on a release of frozen assets. This sums in question are a tiny fraction of the economic cost of the war, and the release of assets is not as valuable as the sanctions relief that Iran will also be targeting. But by insisting on the release of funds at an early stage of the negotiations, Iran can test whether the broader economic commitments, such as sanctions relief, will be credible if Trump's sanctions bureaucracy allows Iran to move and spend its own money. Okay? Dude, Israel turning on Trump terrifies me. It shouldn't. It should excite you. The fuck do you mean? Sometimes you got to exhaust the contradictions to a final end. Okay? Straight up. This is not, I mean, it's scary, certainly, as far as the human cost, but we could potentially find out who's the big boss in the room. I still believe it's America. Perhaps I'm foolish, but of course I still maintain the position that America is the big boss in the room. It's totally ridiculous. Over under on Samson option? No, I don't. No, guys, I don't think Israel is going to nuke the world because they didn't get their fucking wishes across. Maybe a very different Israel 20 years down the line that's like controlled by a million Itamar Ben-Gvirs, certainly. But it happening now under a more restrained, which is crazy to say, I know, but a far more restrained force that still wants to maintain some semblance of allegiance and some semblance of influence in the Western world is not going to fucking do that. Jeb Bush level take? Wait, what? I mean, who knows? I've gotten some of this stuff wrong in the past because some of these countries are truly insane. Too much charitability to your enemies as always. I'm not being charitable at all. You saying this because you know Israel nukes Jericho's can't, but as our friend Trita Parsi aptly put, Israel also got the Dolphin system from Germany, so shouts out to Germany for that, which means that their nuclear strike capabilities are actually beyond the Jericho systems, which means that they can hit anywhere around the planet they want to, including but not limited to California. Good job, Germany. Anyway, the insistence on releasing of funds at the early stages of negotiations is to establish trust, to see if Iran can trust America. Because America, the American side, given the fact that they've lost this war, has to actually eat some dick. Okay? America has to kind of eat it a little bit. Because if they don't do that, if they don't fucking do that, then they can't ever trust the American side to engage in a MOU or a ceasefire in any way, shape, or form. It's that simple. Iran will only consider the promise of sanctions really to be credible if Trump's sanctions bureaucracy allows Iran to move and spend its own money. For many in Washington, these demands seem unreasonable, but that is entirely the point. Iran's leadership won't tolerate a kind of narrow deal that allows U.S. policymakers to avoid putting political capital at stake. Iran wants a deal that reflects the unprecedented nature of war and ensuing crisis. To meet the moment, the diplomacy has to be transformative. Iran's leaders don't trust Trump, so they're testing him. So far, he's failing these tests. 100% agreed. The problem is any kind of deal making, any kind of deal making from the Iranian side, like any kind of investment in deal making from the Iranian side, is seen as weakness from the Trump side, which is a huge problem. So that's why they have to do stuff like this by striking Israel to force the American hand into restraining Israel. Otherwise, they're going to have to go back to war. They don't have the standoff munitions any longer. They don't even have the defensive. Israel doesn't have the defensive capabilities. They don't have the defensive munitions. And America's defensive munitions are also depleted. And there is no appetite from the Gulf nations to continue this war and to get pummeled by Iranian missiles again. The American side has made that analysis and recognized that the Iranian offensive capabilities have not deteriorated in the way that they claimed it had. So what are you supposed to do? Going back to the apex of Operation Epic Fury would be unbelievably costly for Israel, the Gulf nations, and also the United States of America. So they don't want to disrupt the presence of a ceasefire from their own perspective. But Trump, on the one hand, has to recognize this, but also on the other hand, is an idiot who believes that any kind of investment in a ceasefire from the Iranian side is a show of weakness.
Of Donald Trump to continue the conversation, to continue the talks, and probably to sign a deal in the next few days. So Iran is bracing, in response to your question, to any strikes from Israel, and they say that when they happen, then the next phase of strikes from Iran against Israel will be more devastating.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val in Tehran, thank you very much. So we go to the Lebanese capital. Ali Hashem is there. Ali, you heard Mohammed saying that Iran's warning to Israel was related to Lebanon. And indeed, if you look at this, if you analyze this, all roads for what's happened this evening lead to Lebanon. Iran says that it attacked Israel because of what it is doing against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel, of course, has been pounding southern Lebanon and earlier today attacked the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The U.S. president was personally involved in trying to stop the similar attack in Beirut a week ago. So you've got at least 3 regional powers, I'm including U.S. in that list, that are heavily invested in what happens in Lebanon. How is all of this going to be perceived where you are?
Well, indeed, what we are seeing, and Lebanon being the ground zero of this escalation, Israel wanted by this attack today noon to emphasize that it doesn't want Iran to link Lebanon to any kind of equations in the region. And this backfired in a way, whereas Iran now is linking it directly by retaliating, as they promised before, in defense of Beirut's southern suburb. And now they're adding another condition that Israel should not attack South Lebanon and Beirut's southern suburb plus Beirut. Now, during the past hour, there have been several Israeli airstrikes in different areas in South Lebanon, in Seksakiya, Ain Qana, and also we've heard of Hezbollah attacking Israeli troops on the ground. So for the war here, it's business as usual. For the wider confrontation, it's not only about missiles and planes, it's also about who is pushing forward and who is trying to impose their own leverage on the ground. And this is actually a kind of a struggle of wills between Israel and Iran. Of course, the United States here seems to be wanting this to be contained at any price. However, there are many reasons not to believe that containment is possible, or at least it's very unlikely.
What is this? You keep Hezbollah equals Iran. You keep quoting alt-right opinions from Israel to showcase a false reality where Israel is much more radical than it is. Dog, what the fuck are you talking about? False reality? Israel, here's the actual reality. The public is in support of Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. The public is in support of Israel's genocide of the Lebanese population that's currently taking place. The public is always in support. The public is always in support of Israel's further military incursions. It doesn't fucking matter what the far right of the Israeli government is saying as opposed to the rest of the Israeli government. Ultimately, they are a coalition. Okay? The fuck? You're making Israel look bad by what, dude? Pointing to fucking Itamar Ben-Gvir's statements? Wow, how fucked up. Yeah, Israel defends itself militarily as well. Yeah, notice how it's always Israel defending itself militarily by taking over additional territory and murdering children wholesale. So wholesale slaughter, industrial scale slaughter of children. That's the only way Israel knows how to defend itself. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, oh yeah, they did a defensive genocide in Gaza. They're doing a defensive colonial incursion into Lebanese territory right now. Yeah, the reason why you're offended by this is because maybe you don't want to admit this, but that's what your government is fucking doing if you're Israeli. There are plenty of Israelis in here too, by the way, and they don't fucking defend the Israeli government. You have an issue with the truth. You don't have an issue with my statements because my statements reflect the truth. So you got to fucking work on it on your own. No, that's not the only way. Okay. What has this guy said in the past? Israel attack of Beirut was fairly based, to be honest. Least genocidal Israel supporter in the chat. So you do agree with the far right elements in Israeli society. Well, point proven. Channel 14 is an alt-right network. Why are you covering it? Bro, you can't cover Channel 14 news, alt-right in Israel, as if it's Israel's position. The Beirut attack was against the headquarters against them. Isn't that rightful enough? No, it's not. It's not actually. No, I don't think Israel has any right to even fucking... I'll say this clearly. Israel has no right to occupy Lebanon. Israel doesn't have a right to kill the people that are defending Lebanon, which is Hezbollah, okay? So yeah, no, Israel doesn't have a right to do any of that shit. You can fucking cope and cry and say Channel 14 is like far right in Israeli society, but then you also agree with the statements coming from the far right of Israeli society, and then you act like there's a real point of divergence here, like as though you have some real significant difference in opinion. I don't know what Channel 14's take on I don't know, gay people are or whatever, but we're talking about Israeli foreign policy, and foreign policy is completely unified on more and more Israeli belligerence. No, I don't. No, that's not the only way. I really do hear your shit. It was. No, I don't. Sure, I agree partly, but Hezbollah is a rightful target. Okay. If your dad is serving in the IOF, is he a rightful target? It's so fucking stupid, man. If Hezbollah is a rightful target, the entirety of Israel is a righteous target. You understand that, right? So now you arrive at this weird position. The only reason why you could have this inconsistent standard, for the record, is because no one had the military capacity or the willingness to do to Israel what Israel has done to other countries. Okay? Now you do have a country that's willing to do to Israel in a very limited manner what Israel, not even remotely close to what Israel's done to other countries, let's be real. But now you have marginal retaliation, and it causes you to fucking freak out. Same with Hezbollah. But Hezbollah, maybe that's why they defend themselves. Why does Hezbollah exist? Hezbollah exists because of the previous Israeli incursions into Lebanon. That's why it exists. Previous Israeli involvement, fomenting sectarian conflict inside of Lebanon, drawing up a Lebanese civil war, and putting their thumb on the scale on the side of the phalanges that were fucking mass slaughtering the Shia militias, invading Lebanon militarily. Of course, some kind of militant resistance is going to form to defend the Lebanese territories as a consequence of Israel's belligerence. If Hezbollah's intentions were solely defending the innocent, then we're talking about a different... No, you don't get to make that fucking assessment, okay? You don't get to... Hezbollah is a fanatic proxy that wants Israel to be demolished. It's a rightful enemy. Brother, if Israel doesn't want countries or paramilitary groups in the region to want it to be demolished, it shouldn't do things that it has been doing for the past 80 fucking years. You think it's rightful. I don't. You have to explain to me why you think it's appropriate. Okay? Hezbollah is a political party that operates within the Lebanese parliament. Just because Israel and the United States of America and all the other puppies of Zionism have decided that Hezbollah is bad and wrong because it militarily fights back against Israel as a part of the axis of resistance doesn't mean that that is an accurate assessment. Terrorism is a vague definition, a vague standard applied to deny habeas corpus and to justify death and destruction and collateralize all the other people that happen to be a part of this sect, okay? All the other civilians that die alongside what they have decided is a terror cell. That's all terrorism is about, okay? That's all this designation is about. If we're going to have a serious conversation about whether the Lebanese population, the Shia militias, have a right to defend the Lebanese homeland, we can have a conversation about that. But I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to defend the argument there. Same thing goes for the Palestinian resistance in its entirety, from Hamas all the way down to PFLP, DFLP, and even former Fatah militias that also worked in tandem with Hamas. Hamas is just a banner carrier, the modern iteration of the Palestinian resistance. That's all it is. Their political perspectives beyond the end of the occupation is utterly immaterial in this process. You can say, oh, they're fanatic, but it doesn't really fucking matter. Same with Hezbollah. The reason why Israel opposes Hezbollah and wants to kill as many Lebanese people as possible, including as many Hezbollah militia members as possible, is not because they're Islamist or something. They're doing, first of all, that wouldn't even be a just cause for Israel. We don't get to just murder people that we disagree with politically. They're doing that because they're a military force that is capable of restraining Israel militarily. They're a military force that is a resistance force that stops Israel from engaging Lebanon militarily, because the Lebanese standing military is nothing, okay? And this is not like a regular military either. The Israeli occupying forces are, occupying illegally the West Bank. They've hermetically sealed. What is this? They want to take, if Hezbollah is, you think Hezbollah solely is not all that? They want Jerusalem. Hamas is not innocent, fam. They want a Muslim Al-Quds. They want Jerusalem. Buddy, what these militia groups want, whatever you're claiming their aspirations are also immaterial, okay? They fight for Islam. Man, shut the fuck up. Israel doesn't fight for Judaism, and Hamas doesn't fight for Islam, you fucking idiot. Hezbollah is a Shia militia force. Why are they defending the largely Sunni Muslim population of Palestinians and the Christian population of Palestinians? Why is Hezbollah as a Shia militia force defending Lebanese Christians, for example? Again, you have once again shown your perspective is not different than the Channel 14 guys. Remember, because the enemy of your enemy is your temporary friend. Oh, most progressive Israeli chatters. There you go. Do you understand? This is why there is genuinely, bruv, they're genocidal as fuck. What are you talking about? Hamas is genocidal? Hezbollah is genocidal? As opposed to Israel. Israel is not genocidal. All of the military forces that have been forced to exist, forced to develop, all of the military resistance, all the militant resistance against Israel's genocidal actions, against Israel's apartheid. Also, Channel 14 is genocidal. Buddy, we're not talking about a fucking television channel. We're talking about the Israeli government. We're talking about Zionism. Zionism is a definitionally genocidal ideology, okay? So much so that former and maybe even current Zionist Israeli Jewish historians are finally coming to terms with that reality, right? Even they are now saying like, oh, Zionism wasn't initially genocidal from its inception, but now it's becoming genocidal. Zionism isn't a genocidal ideology at root. Yeah, check back with me in fucking 10 years when you talk about how horrible this experience was and how you actually did resist against the more genocidal ambitions of the Israeli state when you lie to yourself and your children if you're ever, get to repopulate. One day, everyone will have been against this. You yourself as well. I mean, look at fucking Omer Bartov. It took Omer Bartov far too long to finally acknowledge, as a very important Holocaust scholar, to recognize that, yes, Israel was doing a genocide. It took him an even additional year on top of that to finally come to terms with the ideology of Zionism being the underpinning ideology that allowed this genocide to take place, where he basically said Zionism is now evolving into a genocidal ideology. The reality of the matter is Zionism always was a genocidal ideology because it always revolved around ethno-religious supremacist values. It was always a fascist ideology, and early Jewish thinkers recognized it for what it was. They criticized it, but it didn't matter. The scar of the Holocaust was far too great, so many people turned a blind eye to the genocidal ethnic cleansing actions, genocidal actions of the early Zionist brigades. What? Zionism isn't genocidal. Israel has to exist. No, there is no such thing, by the way. There is no such thing. Okay, did Nazi Germany have to exist? Did apartheid South Africa have to exist? Did the Confederacy have to exist? Did they have a right to exist to maintain chattel slavery? No, of course not. And neither does Israel in the current genocidal apartheid regime that exists. It's ridiculous. It's fucking bullshit. I'm not even making like the whole, theoretical argument about whether nation states have a right to exist. Like it's already stupid to begin with. Sad thing is, this guy's the average liberal left guy in Israel. Unfortunately, that's what I'm saying. You have no difference in opinion than the fucking Channel 14 people that you oppose when it comes to Israeli foreign policy. That's what we are identifying here, and it hurts your feelings to be painted with such a broad brush. So what you have to do in this circumstance is to reconsider your positions about Israeli violence, about Israel, the Israeli government's actions in Lebanon, in Gaza, against Iran, its demands, its endless demands to destroy every other fucking sovereign nation in the region that could potentially prove as a safeguard against the Greater Israel Project. That's what you have to realize. That's what you have to recognize, okay? It's your problem. It's not our problem. The rest of the world has already recognized this reality. But the unfortunate problem is that there are still people who say dumb fucking bullshit like this. Ben-Gvir doesn't represent Israel. The Israeli... Or no, never mind. Sorry, this guy's making a joke about, author of Reading Lolita in Tehran. Netanyahu's government doesn't represent Israelis. Yeah. Ben-Gvir doesn't represent Israel. The Israeli government doesn't represent Israel. Poles don't represent Israel. Israelis on social media don't represent Israel. The only thing that represents Israel, C-list celebs who took a trip to Tel Aviv and now understand the Middle East. And even then, when they say unbelievably unhinged and genocidal things, okay, then they don't represent Israel. Israel is what we decide at any given moment. It's changeable. Sometimes it's small bean. Sometimes it's the most safe place for Jews. Sometimes it's the least safe place for Jews. And therefore, it has to be fucking genocidal. Okay? Does anybody know what Israel is supposed to fucking represent? I think we've all seen what Israel actually represents. Okay? Which is a belligerent, genocidal, apartheid nation that is willing to destroy the entire fucking planet's energy markets in an effort to achieve one of its military objectives of destroying the only sovereign nation in the region, Iran, from being a military deterrence against their Greater Israel Project. That's it. You can sit around and say, oh, that's anti-Semitic. It's just the fucking reality. And if you choose to not reckon with this reality and to change your mentality, then you're participating in the fucking belligerence. Yeah. Greater Israel is an alt-right Israeli opinion. Israel has no intent. Yeah, just like liberal Zionists for years and years said, oh, we hate the West Bank settlers. Oh, we hate it. It doesn't represent the government's position at all. While simultaneously, the government was offering material support to the settlers and expanded the West Bank operations to the tune of 750,000 settlers that destroyed what remains of a fucking potential West Bank that could be given to the Palestinians as it was intended by international law. Okay? What are we doing? It's always fucking speaking out of two sides of your goddamn mouth at the same time. West Bank is in Greater Israel. It doesn't matter if it's a part of Greater Israel or not, you fucking idiot. What matters is what's happening. What matters is what's happening. And what's happening is that Israel has destroyed any hope of a two-state solution. Oh my God, the West Bank is out of the Greater Israel debate, mate. Holy fuck. What is with this chatter's obsession with Channel 14? Ask them who their finance minister is. Ask them who their defense minister is. I know. Go debate your countrymen, okay? Go debate your fucking countrymen. You're just trying to be like, oh, you're silly. You're stupid for saying the West Bank is part of the Greater Israel Project. It's obviously not, dude. Well, we've seen the fucking patch notes, okay? It clearly doesn't fucking matter. What matters is what's happening on the ground. Pogroms against the Palestinian population and complete defense of the settlers that are engaging in these violent actions. And sometimes the IDF itself also engaging in the pogroms. Who gives a fuck whether you think it's not a part of it or not? I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm actually appreciating the time for the debate. Yeah, I'm not stupid. If anything, if there's one delusional party in this conversation, it's you, my friend. Delusional enough to think that like the most far-right elements in Israeli society do not actually operate as the tip of the spear to give you plausible deniability, not even against the rest of the world, because that shit doesn't work anymore for the rest of the world, but for you to wash your hands of the immorality of the actions of the far-right elements. Oh, it's them doing it. Oh, it's the state turning a blind eye to it. It's all fucking bullshit at the end of the day, because Israel is consistently engaging in frontierism, where they create the next frontier as a justification for Israeli security, for Jewish security, as a matter of fact. That's what they say. Oh, Jews have to be safe, and that's why we have to take over more and more land from other people. We have to destroy their lives. We have to burn their crops. We have to engage in ecological terrorism. We have to kill them. We have to purge them from this land because we, the chosen ones, have to take this land. It's a religious extremist, psychopathic, fascist cult that is unbelievably racist, and that's precisely the reason why there's not a lot of fucking resistance against it. I've brought this up in the past. You're correlating two different things. One is from Israel, one is from the alt-right fam. Brother, it's like saying America is not an alt-right country currently. What the fuck are you talking about? You think America is not run by the MAGA cult currently? Because it is. Wake the fuck up. It's so stupid, dude. Oh, dude, Adolf Hitler is alone. Nazism is a scourge. Well, guess what? In spite of, the horrifying things that the Nazis did, guess what regular German society did? In far higher numbers. They resisted. They got killed for it. I don't see that same kind of initiative from Israeli society as a whole. There were far larger numbers of regular Germans, socialists, communists, trade unionists alike, that militarily fought against the Nazi scourge, okay? And they died in the process. They got sent to the concentration camps in the process. Far larger numbers than Israeli society as a whole. Where is the Israeli resistance against Israel's fascism? There are some, and I give them credit for it, but they're unbelievably limited in their numbers. So if it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck, then perhaps the duck is fucking fascist. You can say it's alt-right, but I don't see you opposing it. As a matter of fact, I see you defending Israel's actions right now in the exact same ways. This is like coming to me and being like, oh, dude, what are you fucking doing? Well, I'm trying to do my very best, okay? I'm trying to do my very best to fight back against the fucking Nazi-ass Trump government, okay? I'm not going to turn around and ever tell someone who's coming in here to be like, America is a Nazi country, to be like, oh, shut the fuck up. America has a right to defend itself. Get the fuck out of here. You are the one who's choosing to defend Israel's actions. You have to fix your brain, okay?
Do you agree with that?
No, it's because the Democrats are supporting Iran, because literally they hate Trump more than they love the country. I mean, it comes down to that with Hakeem at sometimes. No, this is not easy. Peace is not easy when you have a belligerent country and a belligerent leadership like the Islam.
Oops. This is like when Chuck Schumer said, Israel must never have a right to nuclear arms. Israel, we must never allow a nuclear Israel. Iran.
Republic of Iran. But the fact that he wants to sell out the country because they hate Trump so much, they want Trump to lose so badly that they don't care about their children or their grandchildren or the future of the free world for that matter, I think is very sad. I think it's tragic. It's a mar across our nation. But, you know, that's one of the challenges of democracy, where we have differing sides that come in.
Yeah. Iranian official tells Jeremy that Trump is to blame for Israel strikes on Beirut and that he appears simply incapable of reaching an agreement. Iranian official tells Jeremy Scahill, at this point, reaching an agreement with Trump is not really feasible. The primary person responsible for the current situation is Donald Trump himself. The Iranian official told me, referring to Israel's massive escalation in its attacks against Lebanon and Iran's retaliatory strikes against Israel. Should Israel carry out another attack on Beirut in the coming days, missiles will immediately target areas within occupied territories in retaliation. For nearly 20 days, the draft of a potential agreement has been on Trump's desk, said the official, adding that Trump is driven by his fear of the Israeli lobby and his hope that the naval blockade plan will prove effective. Iran will no longer accept or tolerate his current position. This is a seismic shift in the Iranian attitudes. I have wondered out loud as to why Iran had not actually struck back against Israel in an effort to reestablish its deterrence and in an effort to also force Trump's hand into restraining Israel. Now it's happened. Now we wait. Now we see if Donald Trump actually is sincere about potentially restraining Israel, or if war is back on the menu, like full scale, outright war, not dissimilar to what we saw with the endless bombing campaigns. Trita also says he's been posting up a fucking storm on his Substack. There's a surprising level of surprise in the West that Iran was serious about its demand for a region-wide ceasefire and that would act against Israel if it continued attacking Lebanon. Yeah, this is what happens. Anytime Iran goes, hey, we're a 1,000-year-old culture and nation, we really value diplomacy, we are going to do diplomacy, the Western barbarians look at that situation and go, oh, these guys are pussies, bro. They're so scared of the smoke. So they're literally forced to take action like this over and over again. It's so funny that this keeps happening. This is literally what happened during Operation Epstein's Fury. We are at the 100th day of Operation Epstein's Fury. 100 days ago, America and Israel miscalculated Iranian strategic patience and strategic restraint as weakness, and they engaged in the act of perfidy once again, as they had done so in the 12-day war. Okay? This forced Iran's hand in the aftermath of the assassination and the decapitation strikes against his leadership and the Minab school strike that killed 150 plus little schoolgirls going to school. Iran realized that they had to implement the Mosaic defense system, which they, very successfully implemented, and start striking the Gulf and close the Strait of Hormuz and start striking Israel directly. This was incredibly effective. Okay, it showed the rest of the world that America was a paper tiger and that it did not have the capacity to defend any of these other countries with the exception of Israel, and it was barely doing a decent job defending Israel as well. Now that there's been some semblance of a ceasefire, or there's been significant restrictions on the tit-for-tat strikes between America, Israel, and Iran, all of a sudden they forgot about the Iranian capabilities. Yeah, most interesting part of the poll, Israelis don't care about regime change. They just want to wreck Iran. Nearly a quarter, 22%, believe in full regime collapse in Iran is achievable. A solid 77% said the campaign's purpose is clear to them. And remember, Iran still holds certain cards at its disposal that it has not even deployed, like shutting off Bab el-Mandeb on the other side, completely crippling international logistics. Okay? They haven't done so yet. They have not deployed the Ansar Allah movement in the Red Sea. It's actually insane. It's actually insane that they have yet to do that. And America and Israel are still behaving like they have significant capabilities to destroy the Iranian military that they simply haven't deployed. They deployed everything and it failed. Okay? Yeah, I suspect China probably doesn't want them to close Bab el-Mandeb. But again, Iran is a sovereign nation and a very stubborn country in terms of its own sovereignty, in terms of defending its own sovereignty. I'm willing to bet they would even tell China, like, sorry, they forced our hand to do this. Not to mention, U.S. bases were not prepared for this and only had the defense against VBIED, and DOD knew this, and they went ahead with the attacks anyway. Yes, not only did they go ahead with the attacks, they also pulled out their fucking troops. And there was a tremendous amount of loss of radar systems and numerous other expensive equipment. There were people that died in the process too, like active duty service members that died in the process. They couldn't actually fucking escape in time. Trump tells Financial Times that Israel would have no choice with except whatever the deal the U.S. negotiates with Iran. He won't have any choice. I call the shots. I call all the shots. He, Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots. Trump still has more to play nukes, or do you think he wouldn't use them? I feel like the entire purpose of nukes is to never use them. Once you use them, the world changes permanently. Okay? Anyway, why Tehran was dead serious about forcing Israel to stop its attacks on Lebanon and how it might respond. Part of the reason Iran's insistence on defending Lebanon has surprised Western observers may lie in their erroneous belief that Hezbollah is nothing but an Iranian proxy. Indeed, Hezbollah is consistently described in Western discourse as an Iranian proxy, and it appears that this statement was genuinely believed by Western observers. So if the belief is that Hezbollah is no more than a proxy, it also becomes more difficult to take Iranian threats that it will defend Lebanon seriously. A proxy, after all, is a piece of the chessboard whose faith almost invariably is to be sacrificed or consumed. Iran would surely risk regional war to defend its queen on the chessboard, but would it do the same for a pawn? Western observers ask themselves. Hold on, I gotta fucking fix my glasses. I can't read without them. But if from the outset the nuanced relationship between Hezbollah and Iran was more properly understood, a mutually beneficial alliance in which Tehran clearly is the bigger party, but not one that can simply issue diktats for Hezbollah to follow, Iran's warnings against continued Israeli attacks on Lebanon would have been taken more seriously. Yet another example of how the simplistic and unnuanced understanding of Iran's geopolitical calculations and perspectives perpetuated in the Washington discourse ultimately undermines U.S. interests and America's ability to calibrate optimal moves in the region. This also is because of our understanding of our proxies. Okay? Like, for example, Ukraine. Ukraine against Russia has been deployed as an American proxy, even though it was, of course, unjustifiably and illegally invaded by Russia. Okay? America has no investment in preserving Ukrainian lives or livelihood. Okay? They don't care. It's just a fucking sleeve that they put their fist through. All right? Kurds are another great example of this. Proxies under American leadership are always dumped when their usefulness has been outlived. Okay? For Iran, the relationship between Iran and Hezbollah is a little bit different. Partially because Iran has to live in this region, right? Iran has to live in this region with Israel. And Hezbollah is right there next to Israel. And therefore, the value that Hezbollah has to Iran is far greater than the value that Ukraine has to the United States of America, or especially the Kurdish militias have to the United States of America. There's no value at the end of the day in maintaining some sort of defensive posture or burning credibility for the Kurds. That's why America will always dump the Kurds at the end of the day. At the behest of Turkish interests. Like, they'll just say, all right, Turks, go ahead. Go off, kings and queens. Do whatever the fuck you want. Thank you. No. Nuclear Family Month canceled. Yeah, this is also here. This is Mark Dubowitz, okay? FDD guy. Remember, FDD, Foundation for Defending Democracy, which is, of course, the only democracy. When they say Foundation for Defending Democracy, they mean the only democracy on the planet, which is Israel. An Israeli government cutout that operates without any restrictions on U.S. soil and literally has its own agents in the negotiations process inside of the room. Mark Dubowitz says, exactly, the wrong reaction. Trey Yingst spoke with President Trump. We'll have more on Fox News in a few minutes. Exactly the wrong reaction if you want a deal. The regime believes it can attack U.S. forces and U.S. allies without consequence. That weakens deterrence, encourages further aggression, and makes the deal less likely. President Trump should let Israel impose severe costs. Okay? That's what the FTD guy just said. Let's see what he said shortly thereafter. Will President Trump finally recognize that there's no acceptable deal to be had with the jihadist theocracy committed to mass martyrdom and mass destruction? He needs to, and soon. The alternative is clear. Maximum support for millions of Iranians who want to bring down the regime and are already back on the streets. Their numbers will grow. Trump should stand with them. Oh, so you don't want to have a deal with the theocracy. You can't have a deal with the theocracy. Got it.
If you would support a deal that includes Iran getting access to that money.
Well, I'm not in the room to understand what the leverage points are. The fact that Iran is doing this sends the signal that they're trying to get some of their leverage back, and they're making these decisions. So it's hard for me to say this should happen or that should happen. I was really and have been really critical of the way the Obama administration dealt with this. Listen, they sent boatloads of money to Iran. Next thing you know, we've got their terrorist-funded cells in Gaza, Hamas attacking and butchering Israelis. And we saw what happened with Hezbollah on the northern Israel border, the Houthis. Listen, all of that funded by Iran. And so anytime you talk about giving them any kind of money, you've got to understand what they're planning to use it for, unless we can assure that ourselves and our country and our countrymen that that's not going to happen. But I'm not in a position to be able to understand all the different things in play here right now at this moment.
But it does sound like giving Iran access to those billions of dollars is concerning to you, that you don't like the idea of Iran getting access to billions of dollars that had previously been frozen.
Well, I don't trust them. I don't trust their regime. I don't trust the way that they have even dealt with this. We don't even know sometimes who we're dealing with. But ultimately, I want peace. I want the Strait opened. I want gas prices to come down, but I also don't want to cut and run. And I don't want to live under a constant threat of a nuclear or a dirty bomb on our soil from this world sponsor of terrorism. And so, I want everything at the same time. I want our national security protected. I don't want Iran funding Hamas, the Houthis, or Hezbollah. I don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, and I certainly don't want them to have a dirty bomb. Can I have all those things wrapped up in one box? I think it's possible. I think that's what President Trump has said he's trying to do. I'm not in the room negotiating right now, but he's been pretty clear. We don't want to live this way anymore, and if we don't deal with the Iranians in this way, we're going to do it for another 50 years.
The president did an interview with NBC News, and during that interview, a couple of things I want to ask you about. But first of them, he pushed back on the assertion that he's broken a campaign.
Yeah, there
promise
was
of
that.
keeping the U.S. out
He
of
just
any
said he
military
hated it,
conflicts.
though.
He said,
it was
"I
called the
didn't guarantee,
JCPOA.
No war." Kristen Welker pushing back and saying that he had said that as he campaigned. You continue to hold town halls, and you're one of the few congresspeople still doing this, is you're talking to your constituents. Do you think voters you're talking to agree with the president on that?
Listen, I think there are some that understand. What I will say, and that's a very good question. What I've noticed is that older voters, people that have been dealing with a terrorist regime in Iran since 1979, they're kind of done with them. They want this out of here. They want Iran not capable of generating a nuclear bomb. Younger voters,
what Nebraskan has been dealing with Tehran?
New to them. I'm under the opinion that TikTok is spreading anti-Semitic hate every single day.
Oh my God.
I've seen it with young people. I go into classrooms and I talk to seniors that are graduated. And I'm not saying all of them, but there is this anti-Israel messaging that is pervasive among younger people. And I think it's dangerous. And so I really kind of draw a distinction between more older voters and younger voters. I'm not saying they're all the same. Certainly, I recognize also that prices are high, and that's in part tied to the Strait being closed. So that creates frustration. And I'm the first to say gas prices are too high. We have to bring them down. But we also can't cut and run and continue to fund terrorism by giving Iran a bunch of money so they can continue to prop up the Houthis, the Hezbollah, and Hamas.
One other thing about that interview I wanted to ask you is that the president abruptly ended it when they started talking about the election, and he...
Yeah, David Ellison famously bought TikTok, and as the largest donor to the Friends of the IDF charity, he actually continued the TikTok anti-Semitism and anti-Israel sentiment.
Process. Is that appropriate for the president of the United States?
Well, first of all, I didn't see the interview, and I'm being honest there. I was at the Nebraska Cattlemen's Ball very late last night, and before that, I was at the State Republican Convention, where we are united more than we've ever been in Nebraska. And between church and then other commitments, I haven't seen it. But I will say, the president has an unconventional style. He's always had an unconventional style with the media. I'm not going to weigh in one side or the other on something that I haven't seen.
He unconventionally escaped questions from Meet the Press.
I felt Joe Biden is and was the duly elected president of the United States. And
Joe Biden.
In 2024, the duly elected president is Donald J. Trump. I'm focused on moving forward. I'm focused on affordability, housing affordability, working a bipartisan housing bill through the Congress. And most all of my colleagues, I think on both sides of the aisle, are looking forward to a housing bill passing. And so that's been my focus.
I do have a clip. I will play it for you. Here's a small clip.
Ooh, nice.
Your elections in this country, we're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
You see there again. That's a short bit of it, but your elections are crooked, is what he said.
Dog. He said CBS is crooked. Like, what more can CBS do?
We've had very fair elections, and we've duly elected both President Donald Trump and, to your point, President Joe Biden, and then Donald Trump again. Does that not concern you that he continues to spread those false statements?
I'll tell you, just yesterday at the State Republican Convention, we had a speaker, the co-chair of the RNC, and she brought forward a lot of credible numbers about the number of poll watchers that indicated different problems throughout the country that were in part mostly remedied on Election Day back in 2025, or 2024. So to say that we don't have these issues, even in Nebraska, I think we had 3 or 4 people prosecuted for varying forms of election fraud on a pretty small level. I know this, the elections in Nebraska, they're safe, they're sound. I trust them. We have great systems in place to ensure that. I do worry about cities like Detroit, Chicago, places where they've historically
where
had
there's black people,
all sorts of different kinds of ballot harvesting. And quite frankly, look at California right now. California is still counting ballots. That isn't the way. When I grew up,
they have a very specific system of mail-in ballots that they're allowed to process, but it's not fraud. It's a different way of doing it.
When I grew up in the
how
1980s and the 1990s, you know who won on election night, and I think 70% of Americans thinks that's the way it should work. Like, there's a deadline, there's an election day, you count the ballots and you announce the winner. When you are still counting ballots for days, weeks after the election, I just think it depreciates the confidence that Americans have in different systems. And we're going to find out here in a couple of weeks what the Supreme Court says about that. I think that's a ripe issue in front of the court right now. And I hope they say that election day is an election day. You get your vote in on election day and you count it. We don't play these games for weeks thereafter.
And just to note, in California, you are allowed to mail in your ballot. It can be postmarked on election day. It then is good. So it takes a while for the post office to get it. They then do all of the verification on the back end once they receive that ballot. So it can take some time. But Congressman Mike Flood, we really do appreciate your time. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. What's left of it.
You too. Thank you. Thank you. We are learning new information about Iran's missile attack on Israel. We're going to take you live to Jerusalem. That's next.
Jerusalem Post, citing sources, Israel will respond to Iran and is still studying the timing and scale of the response. Yeah, keep studying. Spotted an Israeli telegram. Oh my God, Biden would have been better. Oh my God. I'm going to be honest. I don't think I've ever heard anyone from Israel say that. Oh my God. By the way, incredible babies. Okay. Like, genuinely incredible babies. Israel, the biggest baby society of all time. Better talking head on CNN. Damn, okay, Trudeau.
To follow breaking news just into CNN, the Israeli military has said it intercepted incoming ballistic missiles from Iran for what appears to be the first time since early April. With us now is CNN military analyst, retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Also, the founder and former president of the National Iranian-American Council, Trita Parsi. Great to see both of you. Trita, I want to begin with you. In your view, ultimately, what precipitated Iran to fire these missiles into Israel for the first time since this peace agreement or ceasefire went into effect early April?
The U.S. and Iran have been negotiating, and the Iranian position has been that any ceasefire has to be region-wide, meaning that it cannot just be between the U.S. and Iran, but Israel also needs to stop its bombardment of Lebanon. And I think the Trump administration took that very seriously. That's part of the reason why there was that phone call that Trump had with Netanyahu, and rather a colorful phone call. And there was a push by the U.S. to push back the Israelis. But yesterday, the Israelis struck at, or actually just a couple of hours ago, they struck at Beirut, in a specific area in Beirut that is also very sensitive to the Iranians. And the Iranians had warned that they would respond if that took place. And now it appears that they have. At least 4 waves of missiles have been shot at Israel. And now Trump is stepping in and saying that he does not want to see Netanyahu strike back.
No, we haven't confirmed that the president has stepped in, but you are hearing through your sources that the president has reached out to the Israeli leadership and in response to Israeli leadership saying it will have a powerful, quote unquote, powerful response to Iran?
It has been reported by other outlets that Trump has at least said that he will do this. And I think this has always been the question mark. If the Israeli-Iranian rivalry flares up again, will the U.S. re-enter that war or will it stay out? And I think if it is true that Trump is going to tell the Israelis to back off, do not continue this, that is the right call, because he cannot allow the Israelis or the Iranians to ensure that their rivalry takes the U.S. hostage and forces the U.S. back into a war that it does not want to be part of any longer.
Trita, is this a setback or is this more of the same?
No, this is absolutely a setback. We shouldn't be in this situation at all. If diplomacy had been done somewhat differently, I think we could have avoided this scenario.
Cut Israel
altogether.
out. Say it on CNN.
It may also be a turning point in the sense that now it becomes very clear what happens if there isn't a deal. And that may sharpen the focus of every side to make sure that they actually get across the goal line. But there are a lot of challenges in the talks, and almost all of them go back to the deep, deep mistrust that exists between the two sides.
Since when did we just start accepting what a habitual liar says is fact? What? Trump? We don't. What Trita's saying has since been confirmed? Yeah, me when I call the shots. Financial Times, I call the shots. I call the shots. He, Netanyahu, doesn't call the shots. Yeah, we believe you, big dog. For sure. For sure. Definitely. Totally believable. Anyway, I gotta watch this fucking... By the way, at the behest of Israel, the ceasefire is violated again. Israel's being shot at. Every other news outlet is talking about how Donald Trump has to do a forceful response here. Donald Trump has to reign in Israel, potentially. What is Fox News talking about? Exposing the truth. Ron Johnson, Wisconsin senator, slams Biden health officials over COVID safety. Anyway, let's watch the full Trump interview with Meet the Press, where he basically fucking walked away because he's a bitch.
Morning. Today marks 100 days since the United States launched the first strikes against Iran. Midterm pressures are growing with no clear end to the war in sight. On Friday, President Trump took his case to rural
Can't believe you're
voters
getting mogged.
in Chippewa
Yeah, I
Falls,
am.
Wisconsin. At the invitation of the White House, we joined him at Custer Farms and had a wide-ranging interview that was unfortunately interrupted multiple times by the stormy weather overhead. President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We are going to talk about your visit while you're here in Wisconsin, but I'd like to start off by talking about the major issue that you are focused on every day, which is Iran. Sunday will mark 100 days since the first strikes. Your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the war had concluded. And yet just this week, Iran attacked U.S. allies in the region, calling it retaliation for a set of U.S. airstrikes. Is the United States at war with Iran?
Well, they've been largely decapitated, and I call it a military exercise because people would rather have it called that. It's not a big war for us. It's not.
He looks like absolute dog shit. How does he seemingly get worse every time we see him?
We have the most powerful military in the world. I built it, frankly. I built it in my first 4 years, and I'm using it a little bit in my second 4 years. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire that we did at the request of some very good people, very, very fine people from, actually from numerous places, as you know. You know, there are a lot of people involved, but from Pakistan in particular, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. And we're very close to having a deal, and if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
I do want to talk about the terms of any potential
Sure.
deal in just a moment, but let me just follow up with you. You did post on social media just this week, my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is a naval blockade in place, which technically is an act of war under international law. So is this a war as long as there's a naval blockade in place?
Well, we have a blockade. It's been extremely effective, and the reason we have it is they try to blockade, and now we blockaded them. And as you know, they're losing $400 to $500 million a day. It's not sustainable for them. They have an economy that's shot in addition to everything else. Their leaders are gone. Their generals are gone. Their first tier and second tier are gone. Much of their third tier is gone. But they put up a blockade, and so we blockaded them, and we have the ultimate blockade. I don't consider that a war, but if you want to define it as such, I guess you can.
Well, how do you define it?
I don't define it at all. I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do.
If you're not specifically calling it a war, would you consider sending some of the troops who are stationed there, who were sent because of Operation Epic Fury there home? No, would you consider sending them home if it's not technically a war?
We don't need as many troops. I think you just like.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. She's unironically doing a good job. I don't know how. I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, if my ears are hearing the wrong information, but so far, so good. She's 2 for 2, which now makes me realize exactly why he left by the end of this interview, because if she keeps up this energy for like the next 10 minutes, this thing is going to fucking fall off the rails, okay? If it's not a war, will you pull out the troops? Great question.
Like it's on the to err on the side of caution. We have a lot of people there. They're very safe. You know, if you think we beat Venezuela, we lost nobody. We took over the whole country. We lost nobody. We have a great relationship, by the way, with Venezuela.
Styer Bros, it might be Styover. From Vote Hub, Windcast update. Hilton's chance of advancing in California's governor's race rose from 85% to 93% after Styer again fell short of his needed marks on Saturday. The aggregate drops were roughly as expected, but with more votes in, uncertainty is shrinking, and Hilton remains clearly favored.
Venezuela is doing very well, but we lost nobody. We've lost 13 people here, and that's a lot. 13 people too many. But if you look at Vietnam, where hundreds of thousands of people were killed, if you look at any one of the last 7 or 8 wars where many, many people were killed, we lost 13. And again, 13 is too many. I don't want to lose any. But 13 is less than anybody's ever even envisioned. I think we're doing a great job.
But so are you saying you would consider sending some of the troops home, sir? Some of the 50,000?
He's like, 13's nothing, bro. I kill 13 troops and forget about it. That's kind of crazy, because wasn't that the rallying cry for Joe Biden? How he allowed 13 troops to fucking die when they were exiting Kabulgate? Literally, that was the whole thing. Remember when conservatives would put they would pour like beers, empty beers, 13 of them? They would say 13 of our best. And Benghazi too, but Benghazi is, nobody gives a shit about Benghazi anymore. But yeah, Hillary with Benghazi, Joe Biden with the 13 of our best troops dying in Kabul. Meanwhile, Donald Trump literally is like, yeah, 13 of them died. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? L for them. If they knew how to duck and dodge, they would have been able to survive the Iranian drones. I like my war heroes who don't die to the Shahed drones. That's right, they're losers. They failed me. They should have eaten the drone and been fine. I would have been fine.
Troops who were sent there as a part of Operation Epic Fury?
It cost us very little to keep them there. I don't consider them in danger. We have the best defense anyone's ever seen. We have the best offense anyone's ever seen. So I don't consider it danger. I would say it would be foolhardy to do that, because maybe we may use them. It's unlikely, but I think we'll keep them there until such time as we have a completion. And when we have a completion, you will see things like you've never seen. The oil will go down. The stock market already, as you know, it's hit an all-time high. Even in the midst of it, it hit all-time highs.
Yeah, look, funny because this is what he said about the 13 service members killed during the withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021. This is the third anniversary of the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Gross incompetence, 13 dead, American soldiers, hundreds of people wounded and dead. Americans have billions of dollars of military equipment left behind. You don't take our soldiers out first, you take them out last when all else is successfully done. Russia then invaded Ukraine, Israel was attacked, and the USA became and is a laughing stock all over the world. Fake news media remains silent in order to protect the worst administration in the history of our country, MAGA 2024. Yeah. Back then, it was 13 of our best. Now it's 13 of our worst because Trump killed them.
73 all-time highs in a short period of time that I've been in office, which is a record, by the way. And, you know, we're doing very well. But the main thing is we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Can't do it.
What is
and we won't do it.
Yeah, you just referenced the 13 Americans who were killed. And I want to know what your red line is. What would trigger you to restart military action? Would it be Iran killing more American citizens?
Well, certainly that would be something that I would think about very seriously. But
oh my God.
Red line would be.
Oh my God. He literally is not even committing to restarting the war if American soldiers or civilians get killed. Oh my God. Oh, he's so cooked. Yo, he won't even posture. He won't even posture. God damn. Like I said, and I will keep repeating this, the IRGC is the most powerful anti-Trump, the most successful anti-Trump force on the planet currently. It's not the Democratic Party. Straight up, it's the IRGC. Perhaps more powerful than even China, honestly.
If I think I wasn't going to make a deal or if I wasn't going to make a deal fast enough. So we're having very good negotiations with the people that are leading the country now. It's the third group that we've been dealing with. And they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually, because these are very different people. I find them to be more rational, very smart.
Who is that? Who's leading the country?
Well, I don't want to go into names, but you know who they are. I mean, they're leaders. They're respected, respected by the people that have to respect them. They are calling the shots. We know that because we see it through various tests that we've given. It's a little bit strange because you have leaders that have been there for a long time and they get wiped out. Then you have leaders that you also know, the second tier, and they get wiped out. All of a sudden, we're dealing with different people. But no, I think that we'll either have something done fairly quickly or we'll finish it out militarily.
Are you talking about the son of the supreme
Well, he's
leader?
a part of it, yes.
He has not been seen in public. What is his
but
status? Have you talked to him directly?
I do believe they have great respect for him. I see it. I mean, they want to get his concurrence. They've said to me, they've said to others that they're looking for approval, and he is part of the approval process, absolutely.
Have you spoken to him directly? You said you want to meet with him.
No, I have not. I would if he'd like to, but I have not spoken to him directly.
Do you know where he is?
I will tell you, they do.
How he is?
Yeah. They do pay homage to him. I would tell you if they didn't. They seem to, based on what I see, they seem to respect him a great deal.
Do you know where he is? Do you know how he is doing physically?
I don't want to say whether or not I know where he is, but there's a good probability that I do.
Is he inside Iran?
I'd rather not say that.
Okay, he is the son of the last supreme leader, who was obviously a hardliner. Is this younger Khomeini any better for the United States than his father was?
Younger, I think more rational, injured. It's pretty
gay. Happy Pride Month. I have it on good authority that he's gay. Not me, though. I'm not. I just like Andrew Lloyd Webber. That's not gay. Broadway musicals are beautiful. They used to be until woke killed it.
Badly injured. So there's a certain bravery there. A lot of people, if they were injured that badly, they wouldn't be talking about, how we doing with the United States. They'd have other things on their mind. So there's a certain bravery there. But he is very seriously injured, yeah.
I think it's really funny that this guy is talking about like how gravely wounded and injured other foreign governments' heads of state are. Dude, you literally look like death itself. It's actually remarkable how much the MAGA cult refuses to recognize how wounded Trump looks. Trump sincerely looks like a wounded bird all the time. He looks like a fucking melting wax puppet. Look at him.
What is the status of talks exactly in this moment? How close are you to making a deal? Are we talking about days, weeks, months, Mr. President?
I think we're very close. We have a couple of points. They don't even seem like big points. They've conceded the fact that they will not have nuclear weapons. We had a clause in there that we will not develop nuclear weapons, and everybody was very happy with it except me. And I said, well, what happens if they not develop, but they go out and purchase, they acquire? I want to put the word, if they buy or purchase or acquire, you've got to have that in there too, because that's not developing. So they don't have the right to develop or purchase, acquire, or buy.
Have they pushed back against that? Is that one of the sticking points?
A little bit, and then they didn't.
Okay. You have been saying for months, Mr. President, that Iran is begging to make a deal.
True.
If they are so desperate to make a deal, why haven't they made a deal with you yet?
Because it's a very hard thing for them. They've had great independence. They've dealt with very weak and ineffective leadership on behalf of the United States and other countries, frankly, that allowed them to get away with murder. And I think they can't believe they're in the situation where they've been virtually decapitated.
But if they're so desperate, Mr. President, why haven't they said yes to the terms you're proposing?
Yeah, it's just wait, so they're strong, but they're weak. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, accidentally ended up muting myself again. They're strong, but they're weak. They're strong, but they're weak. Let's see where he goes with this.
They're proud. There are things they never...
I like that he's doing the enemy is both weak and strong at the same time. Like he's doing this at the Meet the Press. He's not even spacing it out. Nope, immediately contradicting yourself. Got it.
Thought they'd be doing that they're going to have to do. They've got no choice. And it takes a little while. You're talking about 47 years of getting away with whatever they wanted. I mean, this should have been done long ago. This should have been done by other presidents or other countries. It doesn't have to be us, other countries. But they were very close to having a nuclear weapon twice. That was when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was a path. That deal, the JCPOA, that deal was tantamount to giving them a nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal given by Barack Obama and really penned by him. It was a horrible deal. It was, it expired long ago. I terminated it. But had I not terminated it, it expired long ago. It was a short-term deal. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon 5 years ago.
But, Mr. President, I'm curious because when you were...
Literally, they went back to the process of enriching uranium because Donald Trump added additional sanctions onto Iran after destroying the JCPOA for no reason other than the fact that he's Israel's puppy. And after all of that, Nick Fuentes literally still did a January 6th. After all that shit, just remember that. Sometimes it's important to remember that because, like, his fans will be like, you don't understand. He's been anti-Semitic for decades. He's actually been so consistent on this. It's like, okay. And then he promoted the most pro-Israel president of all time, Donald Trump. And not only that, but also participated in a fucking failed insurrection at the behest of that pro-Israel president, Donald Trump. Just saying. Something to think about. Even now when he's like, oh, I'm hot and cold. I'm hot and cold. Kind of feels like he just hates Jews. He doesn't really mind Israel all that much, regardless of what he says. And that the hatred of Israel is secondary for him. It's just an opportunity for him to normalize Jew hatred in general, you know?
Campaigning, you said you would rip up the Iran nuclear deal, but negotiate a better deal. Why didn't you negotiate a better deal at the time? Because after it was ripped up, there weren't guardrails and they escalated their production of enriched uranium.
Excuse me. It takes years to do these things. These people have been fighting for 47 years. They've been killing Americans. They've been taking off their legs and their arm, and their faces have been hurt so badly and so horribly. I'm moving very fast. I'm into 3 months. Vietnam lasted 19 years. I'm into my 3rd month, and all I do is say, whoa, when are you going to win? If I were a Democrat, nobody would be talking that way, but it doesn't matter to me. I've gotten so used to it. Look, we have totally destroyed their military. They have some missiles left. They have some drones left.
Do you know how many missiles?
Yes, exactly.
How many?
I don't want to tell you.
Can you give me a ballpark?
But they have some left. No, but I know almost to the number, and we know where they are, too. and we know where their drones are, and we know where their drone factories are. Most of the drone factories have been knocked out. Most of the launching pads have been knocked out, and most of the missile manufacturing areas have been knocked out. But they still have capacity. They have some missiles. They have some drones. I would say percentage-wise, maybe 21, 22% of their missiles. It's a lot of missiles, but it's not what it was when we first attacked.
So you're saying they have 21, 22% of their missiles left?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what specifically you are demanding as a part of this short-term deal. Will the United States agree to a deal with Iran that doesn't explicitly and immediately give up its nuclear enrichment program on the front end?
Well, you know, depending on when you say immediately, look, it is buried under mountains because our B-2s were incredible. The pilots of our B-2s were unbelievable. And it's buried. They can't get it. The only two countries that could take it, that have the equipment to take, you have to understand, 3 mountains have fallen in on them, right? So you understand that, because the fake news was going around saying, oh, maybe they didn't hit their target. 1 o'clock in the morning, pitch black, no moon, no nothing, and every one of those bombs went right down those chutes and blew up. They can't get it no matter what. I mean, they can get it, I guess, with years of work, but the only 2 countries that can get it are us and China, because we're the only 2 with the equipment that's capable of doing that kind of work. And it would take weeks of digging. So the answer is, yeah, we're going to do it immediately. We're going to start looking very quickly, and we'll do it with them. If we make a deal, we'll do it with them. No, we're going to do it with the Iranians. So if we make a deal, that means we'll be friendly. We'll do it with the Iranians. If we don't make a deal, we may do it, or we may just watch it. You know, we have cameras on it all over it. If anybody walked there, if you walked over there, I would be able to read your first name on your lapel. And these are cameras up in space. It's pretty amazing technology. Space Force. We have cameras all over the site. We know if anybody goes there. If anybody went there, any digging mechanism, any truck, any tractors, anything, anybody went there, we would know. We will take care of it. Is that wind or what?
Is that rain?
He's starting to get scared. He's like, God is punishing me. I knew it was happening. Why are they in a barn? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know anything anymore. Why do they do anything?
What is
ambiance?
This will be the first of multiple interruptions due to the weather. Rain hitting the metal roof, making it difficult for both of us to hear each other. So as we're having this conversation, we can hear a little bit of rain.
No, a lot of rain.
A lot of rain. Let me try to get a clear understanding of how the United States would get the nuclear material
Is he gonna hit
out.
this?
You've
What?
called it nuclear dust.
Yeah.
I love when he does that. What? I can't hear you. It's the rain. It's too loud. What?
Will you and would you be open to sending in U.S. forces to retrieve the nuclear stockpile?
So the official name is highly enriched uranium.
Oh, the official name.
And I call it nuclear dust because it seemed to be nice and everyone understands it better and it's sort of cute and people picked it up. But the way you do it is if we make a deal, that now we're friendly, we'll all go together. It'll be our equipment. We'll take it out and destroy it, whether it's on site or whether we take it off site.
So that would require U.S. forces.
Well, that will require we will have a deal. We'll be friendly. In other words, we will have made a deal. And we will be at peace. And we will go with them or without them, but we won't have people shooting at us, okay? Now, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to take them out militarily, very harshly, and we'll wait till we do that before we go, in which case we'll have safety either way.
Mr. President, I wonder, how long are you willing to give Iran to make a deal? How much longer? You've been talking for quite some time.
That. Well, you really haven't. You were in Vietnam for 19 years. You were in Iraq for many years. You were in Korea for many, many years. You were in all the, I won't even talk about World War II because that was the big one. And we don't want to ever have that. But you were in all these different wars for many years with thousands and thousands of people killed. We've had 13 people killed, which I hate. We've had 13 people killed, and that includes 2 wars. That's Venezuela, and that's Iran.
But do you have a cutoff point
No, but you
in
keep
your
talking
head?
about speed, Kristen. You're in Vietnam for 19 years, and you tell me about...
So what is it? 18 years and it's still a wrap? It's good? Like, what's the argument, man? 18 years. Talk to me again in 18 years. I'll still be in charge. You already know it, baby. Kirsten, stop with this.
3 months.
He's getting mad, dude. He's getting mad.
And in 3 months, I've demolished the Navy, the Air Force, anti-aircraft. They have no radar. They have no nothing. I demolished their leaders. Their leaders are gone.
Do you know where all of Iran's nuclear material is?
Yes.
Sir?
Yes.
Would you unfreeze any Iranian assets or lift any sanctions up front as a part of any deal? So that would come after.
Comes after, yeah. If
they
behave,
turned
if they do
over
a
their
good job, we
nuclear
start
enrichment
talking. Yeah.
material.
Unlike Obama. Obama flew a Boeing 757, a plane I know very well. They took the seats out and they loaded it up with $1.7 billion in cash from the banks in Maryland and Virginia and D.C. They emptied out the banks and they gave them 1.7 in green and they gave them tens of billions of dollars, just kept giving them money and it didn't work.
Would any, again,
That never works,
But
by the
again,
way.
Mr. President, you promised that you were going to negotiate a better deal. Do you
I
wish
have.
you'd done it in your first term when you ripped it up at that, before you ripped
No,
up the
they
deal?
weren't ready. No, this is much better. This is much better.
Will
If I
you-
would have done it in my first term, Israel wouldn't have been ready. Hear that sound of thunder, lightning,
Is that going
rain?
to interrupt, guys?
No.
Okay.
People will understand. We're on a farm.
That's true. Will any deal you make include the release of Americans who are being held by Iran?
Well, we talk about it, and we'll see. Nobody really has an accurate list of who they are, what they are, or if they're being held. But if they're, we've been talking about it. Nobody really has a list. You know that, right? You know, you're asking me about, nobody has a list.
But are you demanding a list? Are you demanding to know and saying they've got to come
You're
home?
supposed to give me the list. I mean, do you know people that we're talking about? If you give me the names, I'll do my best to get them
Well,
out.
I don't think that's been reported.
Huh?
I don't think it's all of the people who've been held.
All I'm saying is this.
known.
If you have a list of names, give them to me, and I will get them
But is
out.
it something you talk to them about?
We talk about people if they have them, but nobody.
Noisegate? Anybody? That's got to be crazy amounts of rain, by the way, because the mics are picking up everything, and I'm sure they have a noise gate. That's crazy. Trump is an anti-POW MIA truther. I mean, it's true. It's fake. It's fake bullshit. The POW MIA movement was created for nonsensical purposes to not offer Vietnam reparations. They lied. It's a total lie. It's a total fabrication. So respect to Trump for being a POW MIA truther.
knows who they are, just like you don't know who they are.
You have openly said you've been frustrated by Israel's continued bombing of Lebanon. Are you and Prime Minister Netanyahu on the same page?
Yeah, we are. We get along very well. We've been great comrades. We did a very, very big number on a certain country that was nothing but trouble for 47 years. I disagree with him on a couple of things.
On Lebanon?
I'd like to see Lebanon have a better life. I'd like to see a more surgical attack on Hezbollah. I think it should be more surgical. And we can help them with that, or we can recommend Syria. Syria is doing a very good job of cleaning up their act. They have a very good leader. They have a leader that's really done a good job in a short period of time, and he would love to help.
Are you demanding that Lebanon be a part of the short-term
No,
deal
no,
that
no, I'm
you're
not at all.
negotiating?
I'm not demanding.
Okay.
I think they'd like to see it, but I'm not demanding.
Okay. I wonder if we should, let me just get a gut check here. Should we pause for 5 minutes and let this pass? I just want to be able to hear everything he said. The rain did not stop, but neither did our interview. When we come back, President Trump on his consistent big picture now, Mr. President. One of your consistent
It's
campaign
awesome.
promises was no.
This is you doing interviews in bowling alleys, by the way. Calm down, okay? The one time, I did it one time. Chill out. Completely optional, by the way. I know they did not have to do this inside of a fucking tin roof farm. I'd be so pissed. I would be so unbelievably pissed if we set up something like this and then the fucking weather conditions just crooked rain just ruined it. There is something very cozy about the rain, though. I don't know why. I feel like cozy. I feel like I want to like bundle up under some blankies. Imagine with Trump just cuddling with Trump under some blankies, snuggle butt, just me and the goat. Kind of romantic. LA man reminisces. You ruined it? What do you mean? He's like, yes, caress me more. I feel so safe. In your strong arms. He's going to fart under the blanket and then touch you with his cold ass feet. Oh God. Wait, why is there liberal rain? Oh, how do you do that? How are you raining on Trump? How are you making it rain on Trump? What the fuck? Oh my God, it's raining on me now.
New wars going all the way back to 2015. Did you break
This
that
guy
promise
fucked it
to
up.
the American people?
I had to stop a country.
Is Trump Big Spoon? No, Trump is Little Spoon. Steve Chung is Big Spoon. I'm in between. I'm sandwich in between. I'd never be cold again with those big hot bodies cuddling in between, sandwiched like an Oreo. Two big bodies. Steve Chung on one side with his big belly on the small of my back. And me offering full spectrum coverage to Trump. Primo special coverage from the big presidential bed. Bro, I just tuned in. What is this? I'm fantasizing about cuddling with Steve Chung and President Donald Trump. It's Pride Month. We're getting gay with it a little bit.
Very powerful, very dangerous country from having a nuclear weapon because they'd use it. They'd blow up the world. They'd blow up the Middle East. They'd blow up Israel. They'd come here. They'd blow up Europe. They're nuts, okay? They're crazy people. I deal with them. And very high-strung people. Really crazy. And get along with them. I like them. But you don't want to let them have a nuclear weapon. And I'm doing the world a service, but I'm doing our country a service. You know, it's America first. I'm doing our country a service. Nice rain.
It is raining
The more he lies, the more it rains, dude. God is like, nope.
hard.
Nope.
But the answer is good. Let's just keep going.
Let's keep going.
Let's power through it, right?
Here, we paused nearly 5 minutes for the rain to pass and then picked up our conversation.
So you're saying you didn't break your promise, and yet, Mr. President, in your first term, you held to that promise, and it was so fundamental to who you were as a candidate to a first-term president. What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what I built.
But you said it
Wait a minute,
over
wait
and
a minute.
over again, Mr.
Why would I
President.
build a military? Now, I didn't want to use this, but I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor.
What Kami says, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. And you too can gift subs if you want to support the broadcast. Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. 7 to 6 to 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even on a Sunday, we're still doing news coverage of the Pikers Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. Please subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. Neoberg, BB, do not pick up the phone. Pretend to have a sore throat. Wow, these guys are desperate, dude. Why isn't it 8 hours anymore? It is 8 hours sometimes. Sometimes it's 8 hours. We had no part in this. Senior U.S. officials told confirmed Axios that the White House did not give a green light to Sunday morning's Israeli strike in Beirut, which reportedly spurred tonight's Iranian ballistic missile attacks against Israel.
In the midst of the greatest stock market in history, in the midst...
Yeah, I did 11 hours on Tuesday. God damn, dude. Y'all don't deserve me, actually. Y'all don't deserve me. Y'all motherfuckers don't deserve me. Yeah, if we get the hype train to level 10, I'll play Charlie Kirk. Reggae remix. Reggae Charlie Kirk. We're at hype train level 5. Planty Andy, thank you for the 50 bones. Planty Andy with the 50 big bones. That was election day. Fuck you. That's crazy. Your total cost, if you're subscribing for like $6 to me, is literally like 3 cents for every hour that I'm live. And it's also completely free, you son of a bitch. That's crazy. You don't even have to do it. I'm like fucking the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Okay? You don't even have to subscribe. It's voluntary. No Pride? No, because Iran canceled Pride. Iran canceled Pride Parade on the broadcast.
Of the most successful country, because as you know, in the last term, we were a dead country, Kristen. I know you're a big liberal or a big progressive.
No,
but
I'm just a journalist.
We were a dead country. A year ago, a couple of years ago, we were a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And at the all-time hottest point, which is probably now.
This is a different LGBT event.
Stock market records today. But at the hottest point in the history of our country, I took Scott, Howard, I took Pete, I took everybody into a room. I said, I have to do this country, this world, the Middle East, Israel, everybody a favor. You have Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon.
Hype train level 6, about to be 7, level 6, 7.
It was a horrible deal. Horrible deal. Listen to me. It was a horrible deal. It was a...
Wait, Professor Chung mentioned me again?
To focus on 3 different things at once. I can't do that. My mind will go berserk if I did that. So you're absolutely right. Let me figure this out. Let me figure out how to get a moderator in here. And also, maybe next time or maybe a couple months from now, we'll do a Zoom conversation so like each of you will have the opportunity to participate. And then I can just rest, right? Because right now I'm just talking. Again, these streamers like Hassan Piker, Sneeko, my hat's off to them because I don't know how they do this. They do this like 8 hours a day, by the way. Like we might go on for like another hour, but I'm already. It's been half an hour, and I'm already exhausted.
Damn, Professor Chung, not my Professor Chung. Level 7 hype train. We get the level 10, and I'll play Charlie Kirk reggae music. Yeah, unlike you, a true auteur like Professor Chung, aka predicting history, respects the work that I put into this fucking broadcast. Okay, that's right. He understands how tough this is, the stamina required, the operational capacity. Many of you, on the other hand, will be like, man, why only 7 hours? Why not 11 hours every day? What was the Roach guy talking about? I don't know, but I saw APAC Goy and I liked it.
Never.
No, I don't have spaghetti strap suspenders on. It's a part of the... I'm wearing a Malbon 100 Thieves collab merchandise.
Matthew DiMarcantonio says, fun comment, your article on Peter Thiel's Republic...
Anyway, let's continue.
Path to them getting a nuclear weapon. They were very close to having a nuclear weapon. I terminated the deal. Wait. Then I sent the B-2 bombers in about 9-10 months ago, and they totally obliterated the site.
Level 7 hype train, level 10, and you get Charlie Kirk.
We could let them have a nuclear weapon, or we could go along and have some beautiful days. But they would have, it's a judgment. They would have used the nuclear weapon. And you know what? When people hear that whole scenario, when they hear me say Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon, and they're crazy, they say you're doing the right thing. I don't think it's I mean, you'll do polls because they're all fake polls anyway, especially yours. But you do polls. I just won a big election. And the reason I won an election is people have confidence in me. I have good judgment. I had to make a judgment. Do I want to go along and have a country that's doing really well, but somebody is going to try and kill us? Or do I want to put out that horrible threat? And I did. I put it out. I put it out for many, many years. Now I'm going to put it out permanently. I'm going to do it either through negotiation, where we're very close to a deal, or I'm going to blow the hell out of them.
Almost a level 8 hype train.
And it's going to be very easy for me to do. That's actually the easier path. So when you say I promised, I didn't promise anything. I don't like these endless wars. This is not an endless war. We've been doing this for 3 months. Much of it has been under the form, a pretty good form of ceasefire. The blockade has been amazing. Our Navy is amazing. Our military.
By the way, this is literally why he's... Okay, here's what it is. Here's what it is. He understands that he, his audience has no appetite. His base has no appetite for endless wars, I guess. And he doesn't like it either. So he basically has to fucking make it seem like this isn't an unlimited quagmire he launched. So it's like, no, it's not even a real war. It's mostly ceasefire.
Is the best in the world. Hey, We took over a very powerful country, Venezuela, a lot of soldiers, big, strong military. We took over Venezuela in a matter of minutes. We destroyed the capability of Iran in a matter of days. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now I'm going to finish it. But remember, you were in Vietnam 19 years because stupid people. You were in so many different countries. Every war you were in for years. Look at Iraq. Look what you were. You were there for years. Yeah. We're there for, listen, Kirsten, we're there for a few months. And the threat is largely over. Soon it will be over. But you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, or they will blow you up. There will be no Kristen. There will be no NBC. There will be no Meet the Press. You will end the Meet the Press string.
Let me ask you, though, during your 2016 campaign, you called the Middle East a quagmire. What makes you so sure this won't become a quagmire?
We're not going to be there.
Kristen, do you not want the Meet the Press? Do you want Meet the Press to continue? Because if not, Iran will blow you. They told me. They said, we don't like Kristen. We don't like Kristen. We don't like her. We need somebody else. We're going to kill her with a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb we're going to use on Kristen. Yeah, Meet the Press, more like Meet the Ayatollah. They call it NBC News. Next up, it's going to be Fars News Agency. You know that? It's going to be Tasnim. No more CNN. It's going to be Tasnim News Agency. All of that will happen and more if I don't stop Iran from developing a nuclear weapon.
You're convinced
Level 8 hype train, 2 minutes remaining, folks.
Wiped out the military of a very dangerous country.
If you want reggae Charlie Kirk, you know what to do.
Oh, shit.
You know what to do.
Legalize comedy. And I wiped out the nuclear threat. Let me tell you, if we left tomorrow, if we just said, all right, let's get out, it'll take them 15 or 20 years to rebuild back. But I'm not going to give them even that chance. I'm not going to give them that chance. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if there was even a 1% chance that they'd have it, I wouldn't leave. We're almost finished. We're going to either have a deal, a strong deal, a meaningful deal, not like the Obama thing. Obama was a path to a nuclear weapon. Mine is the exact opposite. And mine is a wall. It's a wall, just like I...
See, once he starts lying, the rain gets worse, okay? You see that? Allah is saying no more. Allah is saying, nope, you're not allowed to lie like this.
Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Subscribe if you like the soundboard.
Built 1,000 miles of wall on our southern border. And
I have to shill now that Alves is cooking my ass with the sub count, dude. They just knocked me off the top 3, which I've been at for years at this point. That's why I'm shilling. That's why I'm fucking shilling, dude. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Not enough soundboard? Don't worry. I sort of miss when you made the sounds yourself. Do you really think I still don't stim extra fucking hard when I go turbo dirty? Or when I go, am a numbers guy? I know you really like number. I know you like the number. This past interview, I've just done a Donald Trump sound the whole time. Almost at level 10 hype train. We're at level 9. She has 67.8K. She beat Queso. Jesus Christ.
By the way, I took the worst border in history and I made it the best border in history in a matter of weeks.
And yet, Mr. President, Iran was the closest to
I know you like number.
Weapons-grade uranium after you ripped up the nuclear deal because there were no guardrails in place.
They were developing it during the nuclear deal.
All right.
You don't know that? Iran, when Obama signed that stupid deal where he paid them billions and billions of dollars, he thought he could bribe them. Listen to me. They were developing a nuclear weapon. That's how they got there. They got all of this uranium during Obama. You know that, don't you? Well, that's how they got there. Don't say this. They got there. They developed it during the Barack Hussein Obama, during his administration.
And they've escalated their development after the deal was wrapped up. But let's talk about the economy. I want to talk about the economy.
If I didn't go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon. And it could be that half of the world would be eradicated.
Yeah, there would be no Meet the Press. I keep telling you, Kristen.
Let me ask you about the economy. You got a strong jobs report today that beat
halfway through, more than halfway through, level 9 hype train.
Beat expectations.
By how much? Triple.
172,000 jobs created. And yet Gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't afford fertilizer. What's
The
your
farmers
message?
are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers, many who support you, but who say
All of
they're
them
struggling?
support me.
Who say
Because
they're
there's
struggling?
nobody been better to farmers. You know, I gave farmers last term $28 billion because China took advantage and other people. And you know who paid for it? China. Last term. You know, I had a great first term. I had the greatest economy ever. And you know what? This one's blowing it away.
What's your message to farmers, though, Mr. President, who say they are struggling, they're struggling to make
Are
ends
you ready?
meet?
Are you ready? Am I allowed to talk? You keep asking questions and you don't listen to the answers. I love the farmers, and the farmers love me, and the farmers trust me. In the first term, I had something very similar. China and others were, and Canada, which was brutal, they were taking advantage of our farmers. They don't take advantage of it anymore.
Almost
I
there,
gave them
folks.
$28 billion split up.
1 minute
They never had a
remaining.
payday like that. And the farmers loved me, and they came back and they voted for me in record numbers. You know that. Nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap. Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low. I could have kept it that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmer's going to understand it better than anybody. We're going to have higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, but I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait. It should have been done for 47 years. No president had the guts to do it. I did it, and I've done it. It's almost complete. As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farmers.
Like a rock.
And it was before we attacked.
Level 10 hype train, folks.
And I was in Iowa, and the prices
Level
were $1
10
and
hype
85 cents a
train.
gallon.
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction.
You carried the flame, Chad.
Reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are
Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
We'll
Fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk.
His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk. We
Carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known.
That's right. Gone but not forgotten. Charlie Jedediah Kirk.
The battle is raging.
We carry his
The
flame.
darkness will fall. We rise with his spirit. We answer the call. The truth is eternal. The cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie
Kirk.
Carry the flame. We'll fight for the
gospel. We'll honor his name.
We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Forever alive. Charlie Kirk. With God we will rise. We Charlie Kirk. With God. Charlie Kirk.
That's right. Level 10 hype train. That's what you get, baby. That's what you get. That's what you fucking get. You don't even want to know what you get for level 15 hype train, okay? I cannot believe there's an entire Wikipedia page. Oh my God, there's a Wikipedia page dedicated to We Are Charlie Kirk. That's incredible. I like to think that we played hot Christian songs. This was actually on a fucking, on a Billboard list. It charted. Wow. I'm filing a complaint for not respecting my religion as a Catholic. This is hateful, man. What is this? Why? The fuck does that have to do with anything? We'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. Oh my God. This is the problem. This is the because the Pope said AI is evil. Yeah, the Pope makes an exception for this. I'll be honest. The Pope, much like Charlie Kirk, is also from Chicago. Can we get an EDM remix at level 15? Sure, but it's 21 seconds remaining and we're not going to make it to level 15 anyway, so I can make that promise. Sure. HasanAbi cover, please. Actually, not terrible if this streaming thing doesn't work out. What, my singing, my pipes? My freaking pipes, dude?
$1.91 a gallon. What?
This time, it wasn't the rain.
What? Wait.
What?
This time, it wasn't the rain.
I love when he does that. What? I'm glad he did it. Because remember I told you he was going to hit one of the what? He did it, but he didn't do the fucking ear thing.
But an audio issue that forced us to pause the interview again.
Are gas prices going higher or have they peaked?
They're going to come low, very low. They're going to go lower than they were before.
Have they peaked?
As soon, well, it depends. I mean, it depends where the war goes. It could be I'll have to give them a shot. And it could be we'll sign an agreement.
Give them
if we
a
sign
shot.
an agreement, it'll go down now. Otherwise, they'll go down after we're finished.
You have a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
Yeah.
His first meeting in the role.
Yeah, also he accidentally said it's a war. It is kind of funny that he will just be like radically transparent and honest at times amidst a sea of lies. And I like to think in my headcanon that moment of brief honesty is just on accident. Like he thinks he's still lying, but he ends up saying the truth. Because he just doesn't know what the fuck he's saying at all.
Is later this month. After this month's jobs report, economists now say it's possible the Fed may have to raise rates. Do you think that's possible? And what would your reaction be, sir?
So I'm of a different feeling. I think Kevin's fantastic, and I want him to do whatever he wants. I don't want to have a big influence on him. But we had a great report. We're doing great. And it's unfair that whenever you do great, they want to raise interest rates. It should be the opposite way. You know, if you go back 15 or 20 years, when you had good reports, the market went up. Nowadays, when you have good reports, the market goes down because they think they're going to raise interest rates. There's no reason to raise interest rates. The country becomes great. We built the country by doing great and having rates low. What they do is when they raise interest rates, they try and kill success. I don't want to kill success. We should actually lower interest rates. Now, if inflation comes, and you know, people live with inflation, but if inflation comes, what happens is you stamp it out. But success can kill inflation, just like higher interest rates. What they do now is, like we had great job numbers. You agree, right?
They beat expectations.
Not expectations, like 3 times. Okay, but you ready? What do? They say, oh, let's raise interest rates. It's the wrong thing to do. I would like to see rates get lower because we could build this into the greatest machine that the world has ever seen. But you can't do that when everybody immediately raises interest rates. So we had great job numbers. We're doing great. You know, we're building more factories. We have more money coming into our country right now from other countries and people than ever before. Wait a minute. What happens? I don't want to just kill it with high interest rates. Growth is the greatest thing you can have. And growth does not cause inflation.
Would you be upset if they raised rates? What is your message to them about that?
Living with Kevin, I have a lot of respect for him. But my feeling is that when a country is doing well, they shouldn't be penalized by immediately raising interest rates. They should actually be incentivized. You know, we have debt. We have other things. We have things we want to take care of. I want to go bigger on the military. I really do. If we do what I'm saying, this will be a beautiful, well-oiled machine like you've never seen before.
And when we come back, President Trump defends his controversial plan that could give payouts to January 6th rioters.
My former friend who's MAGA argued that it's not a war, even though Trump has called it a war before, because the president cannot declare a war. It's incredible cope. He also said it doesn't matter that Trump is implying a third term because he will not be able to do it because of the Constitution. I found that to be utterly ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I like that you said your former friend because just so you understand, when it does happen, I'm not even saying if, when it does happen, he will defend it. But I think you know that already. At this point, arguing with MAGA on facts is very stupid. They do not live in a facts-based universe. They live in an alternative universe where the facts are made up. And one day Trump says the sky is blue. They say the sky is blue. The next day Trump says the sky is red, and they say the sky is red. Sometimes Trump says the sky is both blue and red at the same time. And as soon as Trump says it, they believe it. It's a fucking cult. That's precisely the reason why when Donald Trump said he was going to fix the inflation crisis and never did, all these guys shut the fuck up about it. Or they get mad about it, but they don't know like what the real reason is. That's why when Trump said no new wars and then started a bunch of other wars, they're like, oh, well, you know, he's not militarily starting wars. He's militarily ending wars, right? I mean, the best example of this was during Liberation Day, right? Breaking. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accepts request from U.S. President Donald Trump not to oh, shit. Oh, shit. I still think it's theater. We'll see. We'll see what happens. This is a huge, if he follows through on this, it's boss call. It's boss call. Unbelievable levels of deterrence achieved by Iran. Means Donald Trump is actually that desperate for a fucking ceasefire that he's willing to slap Israel in the mouth. I'll take it. We'll see if Israel keeps bombing Beirut. But you do understand. Remember when people were mocking your one phone call is what it takes? I mean, that always exists. But I'm disputing whether or not this is real. But yes, of course it's real. It is one phone call. See, listen. This is a huge development, okay? Because Iran bitch slapped Israel today. Straight up. Israel thought that they could get away with bombing Beirut, and then Iran would not actually bomb Israel. Iran straight up opened fire on Israel. Obviously, Israeli society now wants to retaliate very, very aggressively. Okay? If Trump actually restrains Israel right now, at this moment, that means he is that desperate for a deal. Or, the stupidest option of all time, Trump simply wants to attend the game at Madison Square Garden tomorrow night, and that's the reason why he's telling Israel to hold off until he watches the Knicks game. Game 3, and then he'll be like, you can go ahead. You can shoot Beirut now. Or you can shoot Iran. We'll shoot it together. Now, here's the thing. This means that Iran can literally get away with hitting Israel if Israel chooses to hit Beirut again. And America won't do anything about it. And as a matter of fact, America will tell Israel to stand down. Okay? That's a big deal. Once again, total and utter vindication in terms of my analysis on the matter. Where is the Gangi guy? I want to know where the Gangi guy is. You know, he hasn't been around. Trey still young. Mr. Gangi. Mr. Contingencies. I want to know where he is. You know, friend of the show crying. Why are we turning on Israel and Netanyahu tonight? Wow. We'll see. We'll see if we actually are. If this isn't a world war, then what turns a regular war into a world war? Yeah, Master Shake is pissed. So, anyway, we'll see. We'll see if this is real or not. Only time will tell. But if real, this is a huge step. It's a huge step in the right direction because Iran has now officially, militarily caused so much damage and so much deterrence that America is begging for a ceasefire, so much so that it will tell its, dominant ally to stand down after it just got hit. This is a spectacular change of events. I'm not, like I've said over and over again, I'm not going to believe it until I see it with my own two eyes, until I see like the military retreat, until the ink is dried. I'm not going to believe it, but this is a good step in the right direction. Last time this happened, yeah, that's true. Rogue state temper tantrum. New massive airstrike reported in Gaza as the U.S. and Iran appear to be nearing a deal to end the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Significant receive penalties from it, actively violating a potential ceasefire. Yeah, by the way, look forward, no matter what happens, look forward to some incredible Epstein leaks tomorrow. All of a sudden, we're going to find out tomorrow that, Donald Trump and Donald Trump's dick deep inside of Jeffrey Epstein's butt or something, Oh my God, how did that get there? What? Wait, there's videos? How did that happen? Yeah, Melania having sex with Jeffrey Epstein leaked. How did that happen? Who has control over these Epstein files? They keep getting leaked out of nowhere. Trump massaging Jeffrey Epstein's feet. Trump massaging Bill Clinton's feet at the Jeffrey Epstein mansion. That drop side post you showed was from May. Yes, I know. I said the last time a ceasefire deal was imminent, Israel turned around and deployed maximum munitions on Gaza because that's the Israel strategy. And by the way, just like that, right on cue, Israel already literally fucking got Kojat to shut off all humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, by the way, because they are disgusting fucking Nazis and they're weak cowards and they only fucking punish people who are vulnerable. Okay? The only thing they respond to is force. It's ironic that everything that they say about Iranians, Muslims, Arabs as a whole is actually projection. Okay? The Israeli government only fucking understands ass to belt. Okay? That's it. Lewis said you shouldn't say that. Yeah, well, here I am saying it over and over again because it's true. And I will never stop saying the truth, no matter how much it hurts people's feelings. Yeah, just like that one chatter was saying, this must be the alt-right, though. Yeah. Did I say ass to belt? Fuck! We are Charlie Kirk. Together unbroken. Let heaven be known. We are Charlie Kirk. You can't Charlie Kirk your way out of this? Yes, I just did, bitch. Anyway, great stuff overall. Fantastic. Love to see it. If this is real and not theater, it's a huge step in the right direction where Iran has dealt such significant damage that Trump is willing to let Israel receive penalties from it for actively violating a potential ceasefire. Going forward, Israel's calculation as a spoiler changes. We are Charlie Kirk. Tomorrow's headline, together unbroken. Brother, I beg you to learn your shift key, man. Don't even. Speaking of Charlie Kirk, have you heard Kai Newkirk? Yeah, isn't he woke? How is this a W if they're going to continue occupying and attacking Lebanon? What's the point? This is not the W you keep framing it to be. You sound delusional. By definition, how is it deterrence if they don't stop attacking Lebanon? You're not making any sense. How is it? Dog, what are you talking about? This has shown for the first time that a foreign adversary like Iran can force America's hand into stopping Israel. Of course it's a fucking W. What are you talking about? The alternative is the war restarting. This proves that Trump is terrified of the war restarting. What the fuck? What do you mean? That's why I said if it's real and not theater, by the way. This is not Donald Trump personally saying Israel stand down. This is Donald Trump saying Israel stand down because they're worried about Iran. Donald Trump just gave a free fucking attack to Iran. Donald Trump, with this decision, if it's real, if Benjamin Netanyahu is following through on it, for sure, basically told Israel, you're on your fucking own. If you fuck this up with Beirut one more time, Iran will strike you and we won't do anything about it. No, it's because the damage was so minor. It was tiny, I promise. What do you mean? Are you in fucking Israel? What are you talking about? It doesn't matter. It's a grave, egregious wound to the Israeli confidence. This relationship has been completely one-sided this entire time since Trump won.
This $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund, it was going to compensate.
Israel's greatest weapon is not its military might, its espionage capabilities. Israel's greatest weapon is that America offers it impunity. You understand? This is the first time where America is not offering Israel impunity. As a matter of fact, is saying, no, you're going to take this cost and you're going to eat it. That's a huge fucking deal. If you can't see that, if you can't recognize that, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? That is Israel's greatest weapon, because without the United States of America, without the political cover and without the logistical aid that America gives to Israel round the clock, without unlimited funds that American donors give to Israel, the American government gives to Israel, it's over. Israel is nothing. Israel is, at the end of the day, joking, but this is serious, a tiny nation the size of New Jersey. Israel doesn't have a standing military that could actually militarily invade any of these fucking countries. It barely has the capacity to invade southern Lebanon. And even then, it's with like a lot of American support that they get to do this. And most importantly, Israel only gets to do this with American political cover, which is also a necessity, because American political cover offers all these other Western nations the opportunity to give Israel complete aid and complete support throughout this entire process. Israel's considering not attacking Iran tonight following opposition from Trump. An attack would be instead in a few days. Oh my God, I might be right. Oh my God, he told him after the Knicks win. Oh my God. Well, they're the most spoiled babies of all time. So just wait. Even the fact that intelligence assessment discussions are underway between the United States and Israeli regime to postpone the regime's attack until the end of the week, during which Iran would face intensified pressure to reach an agreement. Trump has told Netanyahu that in the absence of an agreement, he will join the regime's attack against Iran. Meanwhile, any form of portrayal of threat situation will only distance Iran from an agreement. No agreement will exist until Iran's conditions are fully met, and no type of military threat will alter this conclusion. Yep, they're standing. This is why they should have fucking stressed it on Gaza too, and not just Lebanon. They should have forced them to retreat from Gaza too, because that's the maximalist, right? That's a demand that Israel will never abide by. But that would be the guarantee, because they can always halt, or I guess a withdrawal from Lebanon would be also good too. Are we just watching you post on Twitter? Lamau? Yes, dude, that's what this broadcast is about. What the fuck? At least 5 people stabbed inside of New York City's Penn Station? What the fuck? Bro, they literally saw that New York had the lowest crime rate, and they were like, we got to fix that. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Say people who say the federal government weaponized the legal system against them. It's been blocked by the courts, met with opposition from Republicans
and Democrats
in Congress and Democrats.
Excuse me, mostly Democrats.
Mostly
some
Democrats and some Republicans.
Some, very few Republicans.
Just to be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely, as your acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive the fund?
Let me explain what the fund is. People have been hurt so badly by radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent, what they did to people. And of course, they went after me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But people have been badly hurt. They've committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their families. They've lost their wives. They've lost everything. They've lost everything over a fake weaponization of government. Now,
so
let me
are you
just tell
looking for a way to revive it?
Well, look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed. Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them.
You don't...
So, me, personally, I think the weaponization fund...
These guys just love releasing pedophiles back into the wild, actually. That's what it is. That's the truth. Some of these guys, okay, maybe they like them young. On the young side, there's nothing wrong with that.
Is a great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved. If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have.
It's over. Vote Hub projects Nithya Raman will defeat Spencer Pratt for the second place in the LA mayoral race. Raman erased Pratt's election night lead as post-election ballots broke strongly in her direction, reflecting later ballot returns from Democratic voters across California. Spencer Pratt has been defeated. The evil has been defeated. Thank God. As I said time and time again since election night, the very fact that he was even in contention, red mirage or not, implied that there were hundreds of thousands of my fucking neighbors, most likely my immediate neighbors, that looked at Timu Trump after, 2 years of Donald Trump's madness and thought, we can go dumber than this. Okay? We should have a local version of this here in Los Angeles, California. That is blackpilling. Okay? That's genuinely fucking blackpilling. There's been a lot of talk about how, this is a steal, stop the steal. Nobody knows who Nithya Raman is. Literally, it's so stupid. AJ Glickson, constitutional conservative, says, I'm very skeptical of fraud claims, but as someone who knows LA very well, and I'm not in the conservative bubble at all, interesting, constitutional conservative, fiscal conservative, socially conservative, always opinionated, not in a conservative bubble, I really don't see how Raman could have legitimately came in second over Pratt. Maybe because Twitter broke your fucking brain, dumbass. I said this city hates Trump. The fact that Pratt got as many votes as he did is blackpilling enough. It's very funny that people think Bass and the establishment prefers a matchup with Nithya Raman over Timu Trump. Unlike Pratt, she actually has a higher chance of unseating Bass, which is true. This was Spencer Pratt's post earlier today where he said, remember, everyone, we're still in the lead and we've got all the way till July 6th to keep counting. They're not the only ones who know where to find votes. Winky face. What does that even fucking mean? Oh, worth revisiting since you get blamed for her losing.
Out.
If you get your political opinions from this fucking moron. Constant state of panic and confusion. Fucking love watching HasanAbi shitpost on non-suit days. Yeah. Pratt did a video about you. I know he did. Yeah, the Cuomo method. Dude, at this point, the Cuomo method just fails, I think. People hear, oh, this person associates with Hasan. Well, I guess gotta vote for her. Even if I don't fucking endorse them. You look younger today? Thank you. Literal baby cries, whines, shits, and moans. He still got it. Anyway, let's finish this little literal baby crying. I haven't even gotten to that part yet. I know you said not to take pics, but because Fox News is watching, but I'm doing my part. Oh, the mules. Oh my God. Why are you showing our mules, dude? The 3,000 mules, baby. Oh.
To see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy like Bolton was a dirty
but
cop.
There's no evidence.
Wait a minute. Oh, you think Comey was a straight
people
cop?
Who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey
officers.
was a dirty cop.
No,
they
but
had
the people
FBI.
who assaulted police
Listen
officers.
to me. They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking, oh, isn't this nice? They weren't in. They were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence.
You had a bunch of dirty cops, and frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000 people.
No, there's none. You know what you do? Try looking at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off the table?
Look at the tapes one time.
But 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled guilty?
Should they be exempt?
Because they told they were going to jail for 15 years if they didn't.
Should they?
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down.
Republicans are able to criticize cops? Yes. I mean, Republicans can do everything. If you have an R next to your name, and Trump has really abused this, but like even before Trump, if you're a Republican, you own patriotism, right? So you could basically say whatever the fuck you wanted about cops, whatever the fuck you wanted about the direction America's headed. Because like, remember, if someone on the left, on the political left, or like to the left of, you know, the center even, says, oh, America's headed down a bad direction, then every Republican collapses on you and says, oh, if you don't like it, leave, you fucking pussy. Yeah, you just want this to be communist China. If you're a Republican and you say America's headed down a bad direction, we're turning into communist China, we got to fucking stop this, everybody goes, yes, that's right. It's patriotic for you to say that. You can't criticize America from the left. You can only criticize America from the right. And the same goes for pretty much everything. Okay? Because like, think about how much Republicans hate America. What is one of the most American values? One of the most American concepts? Sure, white supremacy is on the one hand a very powerful force in this country. It's baked into our fundamentals. But also on the other hand, our diversity is immense. And yet Republicans love shitting on American diversity. It's the most un-American thing. Republicans get away with it. Trump can say cops are crooked, cops are pieces of shit, fuck them, and nobody bats an eye. They say, nope, Mr. President, you're right. You're totally correct. God forbid someone on the center left says cops are bad. We should fix the system. We should fix the situation. Everyone's like, oh, you want cops to be fucking murdered, you piece of shit? We'll fucking kill you first. Okay? That's just how it goes. This has always been the standard. And liberals, for the most part, also deploy and weaponize this exact same standard. You can always hit left. Liberals deploy this exact same standard to their left, to people like us, right? While they're on the receiving end from the Republican Party, they turn around without batting an eye and do the exact same thing to their left flank. It's very frustrating. Yeah, the right can't comprehend turning on Israel, but it's not even a turn on Israel. New Steyer dump. I mean, I think it's over, right? It's Jover for the Steyer bros. It's Tom Steyover. Master Shake is live, by the way. The fuck is this?
Diplomacy. This is one of hundreds of documents they looked at in the extraordinary Churchill-Roosevelt correspondence from 1939 to 1945. Above all, the material suggests in vivid detail the erosion of the prime minister's influence on the president from such high moments as the summer of 1943, when he could characterize their policies as two hearts beating as one.
Is Becerra worse than Gavin? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think Becerra might be worse than Gavin because he's Gavin Newsom, but even more fucking corrupt.
Left and right, and they were still good friends. But they were going at it on on military operations, on timing, on strategies. Among other things, the correspondence indicates that contrary to some recent historical assessments, the president clung to his goal of unity within the Grand Alliance until he died, meaning with Stalin. Stalin, Britain, and the United States. And Churchill said, this Stalin is evil. No way. You don't have the right view of this guy. No, I can deal with him. We can work with him. We've got to figure out how to do it. Churchill said, no, you're misreading this guy. And despite Churchill's eloquent pleas to persuade him to diminish the role of the Soviet Union in military and political decisions, Churchill was right, history has shown he was right, and FDR was wrong about dealing with the Soviet Union and so forth and so on. Let's go on. The major theme emerging from the exchanges, as they're looking at all these documents, the exchanges after the Yalta Conference, now available in their entirety, is Roosevelt's overriding concern with maintaining Allied accord for a strong international organization that would rule out war. And Allied accord, he means with Stalin. Now let's talk about Yalta. Let's take a little footnote here, very important, because Churchill was very concerned about what was going on in Yalta. The Yalta Conference was February 4 to 11, 1945. It was a pivotal World War II meeting with the big three. Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin convened in Crimea to determine the political shape of post-war Europe. FDR would die exactly 2 months after the Yalta Conference, by the way. Churchill was upset about the Yalta Conference because he feared the agreements essentially allowed Joseph Stalin to replace Nazi tyranny with Soviet domination in Eastern Europe. He was right. FDR was wrong. Churchill was deeply concerned about Poland, whose defense was Britain's original reason for entering World War II. Although the Allies drafted the Declaration on Liberated Europe to promise free elections,
I don't get why he's talking. How is he going to tie this back to Israel and America?
And installing a puppet communist government. Churchill said, they're there now. They're not leaving. Because the Red Army had overrun Eastern Europe, Stalin held a massive military advantage on the ground. Churchill realized that broad principles and vague promises from Stalin would not be enough to prevent the Soviets from creating a buffer zone of subjugated
Look at the size of that pin.
Churchill was right.
God.
Churchill was frustrated by President Roosevelt's handling of negotiations. Roosevelt was often willing to grant concessions to Stalin, such as territories in Asia, and sometimes sided with Stalin against Churchill to push his vision for the United Nations.
Yeah, FDR was goated. What are you talking about?
Churchill feared the sweeping influence the Soviet...
Yes, FDR was fucking goated. Shut the fuck up. One of the greatest presidents, okay? And he made a lot of mistakes too, don't get me wrong, but like...
that he secretly commissioned Operation Unthinkable, a contingency plan to launch an Allied attack on the Soviet Union before Stalin could consolidate his power, which was never actually executed.
Japanese internment was a stain.
Left Yalta with a profound sense of foreboding about the fate of the world. About the fate of the world. Why are we dealing with the Soviets this way? He was right. Churchill cabled Roosevelt demanding a firm and blunt stand against Stalin's posture, threatening to air the differences over Poland in a speech to his parliament. The president agreed that we must not permit anybody to entertain false impressions that we are afraid. But the message dated April 6 went on. Our armies will in a very few days be in a position that will permit us to become tougher than has heretofore appeared advantageous to the war
Fox
effort.
News official, thank you for the
However,
5 gifted subs.
The archive shows that 4 days later, after a somewhat conciliatory message from Stalin, FDR flipped. That is, the president developed second thoughts about endorsing Churchill's call to discouraging him from making a hasty speech in the parliament on the breakdown of the Polish negotiations.
I just wanted him to fucking melt down, but he's just taking the long road home to do it. So let's watch the other baby meltdown.
They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going into the building.
You'd be okay with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office, what they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing wrong.
All right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying, but let me
There's a
ask
lot
you
of
about
evidence.
Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about Todd Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
tremendous evidence. There's nothing but
not been
evidence. The
presented
election
in a
was
court of
rigged.
law.
It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now in
you've never
California.
presented evidence
It's happening
that the
right
2020
now in
election was
California.
rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's
Where's
happening
the
in
evidence
California.
to that?
It's
The
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California. It's
Yeah, but not in Los Angeles. They're lying. They're lying. They're taking the votes away from Spencer Pratt. Yeah.
No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count
You know
the
why they're
votes in
doing that?
California.
Because they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
All I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not
And
evidence.
I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But sir, that's not evidence.
Do you think
and
it's appropriate?
That's how they
that
count the votes in
Do you
California.
think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a
State
winner?
and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're
This part is this. How old is the interview? I think it's from like 2 days ago or something. I don't know, but they just released it this Sunday. But it's so fucking. I hate this shit, dude. Republicans are such babies. Like they really need to stop doing this. The whole like, oh, the elections are stolen. Like I was annoyed when like Blue One On briefly entertained that as well when Donald Trump won. But we can't have a country with this, okay? Every time Republicans lose, they're going to complain and say that it's fucking fake and throw a fit, and they're going to try to stop the normal electoral process from taking place. Like, ay. I mean, holy fuck. They are actively, Trump on your subpoena on Fox News, we are Charlie Kirk Indian remix. Yeah, I think I'm not going to click on that. I hate that this is the new meta. Every time a Republican loses, oh, it was stolen. And Republicans have been doing this. It wasn't just Trump. It wasn't Trump. Trump definitely accelerated this. He definitely made it worse. I mean, he did January 6th. Obviously, it's probably one of the worst things you can do. But Republicans have been entertaining this like elections are stolen, Mexicans are illegally voting nonsense for decades at this point. But this is probably the stupidest version of that argument because you're talking about a place that voted for Kamala Harris by like plus 53, I think. Like Los Angeles, California, Kamala Harris over Trump was like a plus 53 city, right? It's a deeply blue city. There's rich people, there's rich assholes here for sure. But that was 2 years ago, okay? Trump's popularity has diminished quite a bit since then. So the idea that like Spencer Pratt, Timu fucking Trump was actually going to be able to like, as a literal Trump carbon copy, win this fucking election or have a direct shot at it is idiotic. Oh, yeah, dude. LA, Los Angeles is stealing the votes. It's also deeply stupid because if there was a electoral theft mechanism at play here that Karen Bass and the Democratic Party machine was deploying, they would actually ensure that Spencer Pratt won. I lived in California for a couple of years. So I agree it's very annoying that the state takes so long to count ballots, but Spencer Pratt losing ground is not a conspiracy. It's totally predictable. California allows voters to send their ballots on election day. They have a week to get there, so some ballots that will still be counted have yet to even arrive. Left-leaning people are are more likely to vote by mail. Right-leaning people, of which there are fewer in LA, are more skeptical of it. So it easily follows that more Pratt voters would vote at the actual ballot box. This is not rocket science. Maybe California's laws should change. A week after an election is a very long time to still be accepting ballots, and it damages trust in the process. But a registered Republican heading for a loss in one of the most progressive cities in the world is not a shocker. Yeah. Oh my God, I can't finish this fucking one video.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Let's
you play
continue.
right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I
you've
got
never
that?
presented
Because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections
you
in
went
this
to
country.
court.
We're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked. And
Dog, you're the president. Who do you mean your elections? This is another thing that I'm confused by when he says like your elections are crooked. Dog, you mean our elections, right? Because you're the president right now. You are the beneficiary of the crooked elections. Did they go crooked in your direction this time? Was it too big to rig? He's so red. He's so mad. Oh my God.
Meet the Press is crooked,
Mr.
and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But, Mr. President-
You're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat
I traveled
in the rain with
all.
you.
I know. I
I've sat in
traveled
the rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be
we
great
traveled
with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Oh my God, he broke it. He stepped on it. Yo! What the fuck? God, he walks like he shit his pants.
I spoke with President Trump on Saturday, and we both acknowledged the complications during the interview posed by the rain. He agreed to sit down with me for another Meet the Press interview.
Oh my God, our president's a fucking baby. I don't want to get all white feminist with this shit, but remember when in 2016, one of the major points that Trump supporters would constantly advance was Hillary Clinton is a woman and she's too emotional to be president? You didn't hear that much in the last election cycle. Perhaps it was because Trump had been president already and we knew exactly how fucking emotional he is. Genuinely, he was like, oh, women are too emotional. We can't have Hillary Rodham Clinton be president. What if she has a period? And it's like, first of all, I don't think you have to worry about that. And secondly, that's insane. Yeah, women will lead us into war. Ay, ay, ay. He cannot regulate his feelings at all. Like, not even a little bit. Jesus Christ, dude. What a fucking bitch he is. Anyway, let's get back to other people who are pro-Israel who are malding and can't regulate their feelings. Just a quick comment from a veteran of 3 decades of Middle Eastern conflicts, i.e. me. You cannot ever let a terrorist entity or supporters get the upper hand and last shot. Violence must be met with overwhelming violence. Trump's request to Israel tonight to not strike Iran after the ballistic missile attacks is just dead wrong and very dangerous. Also, the U.S. has retaliated immediately after recent Iranian attacks every time. Asking Israel not to do the same is preposterous. Hasn't Polymeropoulos been constantly warning that Trump is the greatest threat to U.S. democracy in history? Yet here he wants Trump to unleash Israel and reignite the Iran war, giving the greatest threat ever to U.S. democracy another go at burning it down. Yeah, because a lot of these guys are Israel first, and so is he. I don't know where this loyalty comes from. Bro's last name is literally Polymarket. Yeah, true. That's where it comes from for him. He put a Polymarket bet down. That's his name. He owns it. He's Mr. Polymarketopoulos. He's likely the reason that this happened. Yeah. It's so funny that this is caused. First of all, once again, this guy's supposed to be like an election Twitter guy. And I think he's basically shown himself to be a complete fucking fraud and an insane person. But like, so many of these guys showed their ass, okay, after election night, where they were just like, well, one, they didn't realize that I wasn't even fucking like frustrated about Nithya Raman because I was super excited about Nithya Raman. But I was actually frustrated because Spencer Pratt was actually doing quite well. Okay, that's number one. in my city, and I find that to be unconscionable and disgusting. That's number one. Number two, they were wrong. They were fucking wrong. And they gave me credit for her defeat, which I guess means they should give me credit for her victory, right? Except that's obviously not how this goes. And I don't want the fucking credit regardless. What is this part? Yeah, I saw this. I mean, this one actually pissed me off. Part of me wants El Sayed and Plattner to be our nominees for their races so they can lose. The other part doesn't want either of them to be our nominees because we will lose. What are we going to do? Yeah. None of this makes sense, for the record. These are supposed to be the vote blue no matter who guys, by the way. Harry Pooter over here. None of this makes sense because it also contradicts their original assessment that, like, I had to endorse Kamala Harris and it was key to her victory. Okay? I was key to Kamala Harris's victory, but now they're saying my endorsement, which I didn't even give to Nithya Raman, unless, you know, I simply interviewed her. But that is the reason why she lost. So I guess if I had endorsed Kamala Harris, Kamala Harris would have lost as well. Well, she did anyway. So none of that fucking makes sense. The only thing that is consistent here is that, you know, it's so strange to just like verbalize this, like say it out loud. But they literally have anchored their entire worldview off of just opposing whatever they have imagined I'm in support of. Okay? And I don't know why people live like that. Like, I don't like Asmongold, but that's not like a personal vendetta that I have towards Asmongold. I would have no problem with Asmongold if he just like stuck to, I don't know, talking about titties and video games or whatever, instead of trying to constantly, admittedly, be a funnel to Nick Fuentes' odious white supremacist neo-Nazi politics. I wouldn't give a shit about Asmongold at all. I'd have no problems with him. As a matter of fact, for the longest time, I had no problems with Asmongold, right? But although I oppose Asmongold's worldview, if Asmongold were to say something that I agree with, I wouldn't automatically change my entire worldview with this new information and turn around and decide it's actually bad. If Asmongold was like, I'm in favor of Medicare for all, I wouldn't be like, I hate Medicare for all now. If Asmongold came out and said, and he did do this, by the way, if Asmongold came out and said something in support of Zohran Mamdani, which he did, what did I say at the time? I said, great, fantastic. That didn't cause me to go, oh, I fucking hate Zohran Mamdani now. I hope he loses. Because maybe I'm 34 years old, okay? Or maybe I'm just an adult, or maybe not as extremely online as these guys are, which is strange because I spend every waking moment online as a part of my job. But I genuinely don't understand how you can just see like someone that you hate so much align with a particular politician, and instead of looking at their policies, you decide you hate that politician now and you want that politician to lose. I truly cannot comprehend that. I don't know how it works that way. I don't know how your brain works that way. Like, is there nothing you value at all? He now calls Zohran a terrorist Islamist jihadist. He believes in nothing. Yeah. Like, how have you anchored your foundational worldview around consistently opposing a fucking Twitch streamer? It's very weird. It's deeply unserious, and yet so many people do it. I mean, this dovetails into the conversation that this guy, this account that I actually like and interact with quite a bit, put forth. And apparently, this is how libs need to think about Grant Plattner. It says this account, it's sexpestiny, it's Epsteiny.
If I was in Maine and it's Plattner and a Republican on the ballot, as long as there is breath in my body, hand can grip a pen and can mark a ballot, I'm voting for the blue guy. Plattner would get the vote. But do not expect me to come out here and simp for him or actively defend him when he is in bed.
Oh no, what will we do? What will Mainers do, guys? Epsteiny, the guy who is currently in a court case for distributing revenge porn in exchange for child sexual abuse material, is that has written an N-word manifesto, and his right to be able to say the N-word, has decided that he's not going to defend Grant Plattner. Okay. Well, I'm glad that he at least says he's going to vote blue no matter who. At least he's got that principle down. That's good.
With all of the worst people on the planet with these tanky commie loser f***s. For all I know, this guy could be Fetterman 2.0. Unfortunately.
Why does he hate John Fetterman? Isn't John Fetterman literally everything that he likes? John Fetterman and Epsteiny have the same level of admiration and support for the nation state of Israel. Yeah, John Fetterman became aligned with Epstein. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to bet there was probably instances initially when John Fetterman was making that pro-Israel pivot where Epstein probably defended him. I'm sure there's clips of it out there because why wouldn't he? He was dick-sucking Israel super hard, just like Fetterman was.
Even Fetterman is preferable to a Republican, but I don't expect anybody to be happy about it. It's so funny because you talk to these stupid f***ing lefty commie f***s, okay? And you're like, did you guys ever support Kamala? And they're like, yeah, go back and look. And every single video is like, well, Trump is bad, 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 Trump is bad. Would the Democrat be better? Maybe.
Hasan said no.
Multiple times. Yeah, the messaging was mixed at best. But now, all of the commies seem to understand, hold on, it's not enough to just say that I guess you'd support Plato. You need to be excited about it. You got to be enthusiastic. Like, none of this stuff matters.
I don't really care about that at all. This is a complete straw man. I don't give a fuck if he doesn't. I mean, if he comes out against Graham Plattner, then that's a violation of any principles that he may have tried to maintain. But outside of that, I don't give a fuck. What is this? He literally didn't know who Susan Collins was?
When none of you motherfuckers would support. Is Susan Collins actually that bad? I don't even know. But everybody in my subreddit hates her.
She's a Republican, but like she does sometimes.
Never mind.
vote
Don't
them,
care.
but
Don't care. I didn't even know that. I'm
Republican.
retarded. Never mind. I didn't know. She's a Republican. Fuck her.
This guy's a political commentator and he doesn't know who the fuck Susan Collins is. Susan, I'm concerned Collins. Susan, I'm concerned Collins. Susan, I'm the most moderate Trump critic Collins. How the fuck do you not even know the most basic shit? That's insane. He just openly is like, I don't know who the fuck Susan Collins is. Am I crazy? I feel like Susan Collins is like the fake Joe Manchin of the Republicans. She's famous for that reason. She's famous for constantly being like, oh, I'm concerned about what Trump is doing, and then going along with Trump's agenda 98% of the way. She's not like some random person, you know what I mean? This is not like knowing about Angus King, okay? Susan Collins is a known entity. Fetterman's the wrong type of centrist for these guys because he doesn't play ball. Someone like Jared Golden is the right of the party too, but plays ball in the big bills for the most part. Oh, they're party men at the end of the day. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Jared Golden is a great example. You're right.
That she's an amoral demon. Wait, who's the other person in this race?
It's just Plattner and I think Kerr.
Wait, who was the other Democrat?
Mills dropped, I'm pretty sure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of Mills. I don't think Mills, especially when none.
They hate me for speaking the truth. Oh, Muse. Yeah, you've been popping off our Mainer lobster head, HasanAbi head in the chat. Our Mainer lobster head, Muse PWT. Another lobster head, actual lobster head. His Reddit was glazing Fetterman whenever he shows his support for Israel. Based. Fetterman's a treasure. Based. Fetterman is the hero America needs. That's what I mean. Like, these guys have no fucking principles. They just like became pro-Israel because he's pro-Israel. Also, one of the funniest things that people fucking claim about Graham Plattner is that, and it immediately shows that your analysis is exclusive to the internet. Okay? I'm not going to play this video yet, but I think it was Hosborough Points that was also saying like, oh, the internet made Graham Plattner. The left is the reason why Graham Plattner is a thing. None of you guys know anything about elections if you are making such an unbelievably stupid assessment. Okay? Your brain has been poisoned by what you see on Twitter. Your brain has been poisoned by what you see on Reddit. Your brain has been poisoned by the communities that you spend a good deal of time in, where they constantly talk about these idiotic narratives. That's why it's also funny, because when he was like, oh, it's these fucking commie tanky bullshit that like support Graham Plattner. The people that this sex pest would consider commie tanky motherfuckers actually hate Graham Plattner. Okay? That's number one. Number two, Graham Plattner's base of support is not the youth vote. Okay? Graham Plattner's biggest supporters are not the young voters of Maine. I'm sure there are plenty of young voters in Maine that will vote for him, but you're out of your fucking mind. Maine, the average voter age in Maine is, I believe, 48 years old. Okay? It's all old white people. These are ride or die Democrats and independents that are sick and tired of Donald Trump molesting the fucking money. Okay? And they're also very frustrated with the Democratic Party's bullshit centrism. The olds, the whites, the old whites are frustrated. And I've been saying this for months. Actually, not even for months. I've been saying this for the last 2 years, as a matter of fact. If you Recall, I always repeat to all of you, I'm like, I go around the country, I go to these fucking protests, I go to the No Kings rallies. What do I see? I see old white people that aren't just saying we want more centrism, old white people that are saying Bernie was right and we were wrong for saying Bernie was wrong. Yeah, nothing has changed in the last year. Old liberal voters just want fighters because they're too pissed at Trump, and Plattner's a fighter who calls them fascists. People who characterize him as left or DSA are fundamentally misunderstanding his appeal. Absolutely. Let's look at Graham Plattner's commie tanky base now. Does this look like a DSA meeting? Maybe DSA pre-2016, certainly, but there wouldn't be this many people in one room for the DSA before 2016 anyway. But does this look like a Democratic Socialists of America meeting? Do you think this is the fucking campus caucus? These are people who were around when motherfucking Karl Marx was around. The fuck are you talking about? The DSA tankies. You only arrive at this conclusion if your brain is fucking rotted from the shit that you see on the internet. Stop believing these fucking dickheads, okay? They are always going to lead you astray. This is pure personal vendetta masquerading as real political analysis. And there are so many fucking idiots out there who believe it. They go along with it because it's much easier to keep up with drama. It's much easier to present people as villains on the internet and then just focus on the fucking dumb, nonsensical drama. Oh, Hasan has done this again. Hasan has done that again. I fucking hate Hasan, so I believe Hasan. Now they're telling me Hasan is actually promoting Graham Plattner and he loves Graham Plattner and he personally hand-selected Graham fucking Plattner. And therefore, I hate him too. He's a bad guy. Where did you arrive at this conclusion? Yeah, I feel like this whole Plattner situation could have been avoided if a bunch of upper middle class leftists hadn't seen the most obvious red flags imaginable and thought that's just a rough, salty Ohio Waffle House type working class people are like. I blame the New York Times. They taught people to see stuff like, for example, a third Waffen-SS Panzer Division Totenkopf and think, now there's a man with economic anxiety. What a stupid fucking assessment. It was Maine Democrats that fucking looked at Graham Plattner and were like, yeah, this guy speaks to the problems that I'm experiencing. This guy speaks to the problems that my younger, my children and my grandchildren are experiencing because they're old as fuck for the most part. So I find it so strange, but also very fucking revealing. I find it very revealing when these guys say stuff like this. It basically shows that their whole perspective, their whole worldview, their entire understanding of American politics revolves around their animosity that they've developed against certain content creators. This is no way to do politics. Okay. And Ta-Nehisi Quotes says, again, like I said, an account that I've interacted with a lot and I think is very smart, says, something Destiny and Fuentes have in common is obsessive focus on other streamers, Hasan this, Nico that. Their lives are consumed with petty betrayals, rivalries, and never-ending psychosexual dramas. I am less bullish than I used to be on streamers as political organizers. I liked it. And he said, you too, Hasan. I said, huge problem in my sphere. I try to do my best to stay out of it, although a massive chunk of people online actually only follow politics through watching slop by narcissists advancing their personal vendettas that they claim is making a political difference. A point that I've brought up over and over again, constantly, nonstop. Yeah. Again, Ed Germentum is right. The thing that got him in this position wasn't upper middle class leftists. It was the overwhelming majority of Maine Democrats who preferred him over the incumbent governor. That's the fulcrum of power you need to focus on if you want to understand this. Ta-Nehisi says, I'm sure the average streamer's financial and psychological incentives are at odds with their political incentives. To the degree that you do stay out of the slop, I assume this is why you've ended up at rallies for major candidates and others haven't. Which, by the way, I disagree with the last assessment here because he almost presents it as arriving at political rallies for major candidates as a fucking good thing for me, as though this is a prize that I've been able to win. Okay? Which, I didn't make much of a stink about, but I also don't fully agree with, right? I don't agree with that assessment. It's not a prize for me that I've worked hard for, okay? It's, if anything, it's a prize for them for actually abiding by the interests of the masses. So let's just make that very clear. I said I have a community centered around advancing political goals as opposed to mass harassment of my internet enemies. That's my focus, and that's the reason why politicians reach out and try to win over my community. That's why candidates ask for my attendance at their rallies. I don't ask candidates to do rallies or to be a part of the rallies. They ask me to go to their rallies. Important. Reply to this gives the game away. What is this? Does Hassan have zero agency, any culpability for his own immaturity? You're infantilizing 30-plus-year-old like he's beyond consequences for his own stupidity. What is this? I hold a mirror up and none of you... What is this? Lamau. The world is so much better when Algo stopped feeding politics slop to everyone so these unserious people can go back to watching Joe Rogan all day. I like that he calls me unserious. I hold a mirror up to you all and none of you like what you see. I have no problem with the amount of research I put into debating any of this position. People like Hassan spend zero time doing any research. Why are you defending yourself in the claim that you limit your influence by focusing too much on streamer drama, by saying that Hassan does less research than you? I know he does less research than you, but it has nothing to do with the claim I made. Okay, this never mind. I take back everything I said about this guy. I do less research than Destiny. Dude, I swear to God, for like, there's definitely a particular brand of autism that is so unbelievably appealing to every poster on the internet where they go, no, he's reading Wikipedia articles to fucking to develop talking points that he can have like good solid gotchas on the internet on. And that's it. That's the extent of his research. Most of his stream is just fucking rewatching videos of mine, which includes probably this one because I just brought him up. So I'm sure he'll take tremendous amounts of pleasure off of that. I swear to God, these guys genuinely think he's like fucking a god at debating. If he's doing so much research, why is he always wrong? How much research did he deploy with his, I guess his political instincts are really bad then? Because how much research was he fucking deploying when he said Joe Biden shouldn't drop out? As a matter of fact, he debated that position on Jubilee, literally, and by the time the fucking video came out, Joe Biden had dropped out. How much research did he deploy when deciding to take the opposite stance of mine on the Israel issue and spent 2.5 fucking years, 3 years defending Israel's genocide with increasingly more unhinged takes? Where he got ritualistically humiliated by Norm Finkelstein because Norm Finkelstein actually knows the fuck he's talking about. How much research is he deploying when he goes, I don't know who Susan Collins is, while talking about Graham Plattner? Because I'm forced to respond to drama claims when other people are making them if it's not constantly laundering kiwi farms and snarker. What is a snarker opinion? What is this? What is this motherfucker talking about me to his audience? And then if they carry those opinions to other parts of the internet, I have to respond and deal with them. The entire online political space has been destroyed by low information, ideologically motivated politics streamers who waste everyone's time. Maybe this is just the swamp you swim in and there's no getting out. Seems unlikely to me. There are lots of YouTube political commentators who are involved in essentially zero personal drama, but supposing it for argument's sake. But if so, then I'm still right that it puts a ceiling on your political influence. Yeah, this guy, I like this guy's opinions. I thought he was intelligent, but he genuinely thinks that, Destiny's a fucking intellectual giant. So it has actually tarnished my opinion of him a little bit. I'll be honest. Yikes. Guy who fucking spends every waking moment sticking his dick into anything and everything he can and then ruining his own life. And then immediately, are you serious about D not doing more research? He reads more documents and sources that are official than you. That is just true, isn't it? No, dude, it is just a fucking no. It is absolutely fucking propaganda. What are you talking about? That man has never read a fucking book cover to cover. What are you talking about? Oh my God, this is what I mean. All you need to do is have tremendous confidence and the right level of autism so you can just be like, I'm the most intelligent person. He has. Okay. If he reads so much, why is he always wrong? A great question for you guys. If he reads so much, why is he always wrong? So either he's, reading a tremendous amount and then arriving at the wrong conclusion because he's a fucking idiot, or he's not reading at all and he just goes on stream and reads a couple primary documents and then you think, oh my God, this is the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. One of the best examples of this is the Israel-Palestine conversation, because I've had these opinions on the conflict born out of all of the materials that I've read on it for years before I even decided to fucking become a political commentator. Okay, there is a, decade of fucking information there that helped me arrive at the conclusions I arrived at on this issue. He didn't know anything, decided to lay his claim on one side of the fucking equation, which was different than his previous claims against Israel in like 2016, because now he's just purely spite driven. Okay. And then he started doing research on stream by trying to find evidence that would correspond to his worldview, that would defend his position on the internet. And he heavily relied on his audience to do so. This is how he operates all the fucking time. That is precisely the reason why his dumbass audience, okay, look, we're all dumbasses. The only difference is I admit that I'm a dumbass, okay? But all of our dumbass audiences collectively look at somebody demonstrating the capability of reading, okay, on stream and go, oh my God, this is fucking brilliant. None of them ask the question, why did he arrive at a conclusion without reading this information ahead of time? Because unfortunately, his audience is just as fucking stupid, or rather biased in that same exact direction. So they use him as a fucking vehicle to deliver this information to a broader audience. On the issue of Israel, there were plenty of Hasbarists that probably loved that there was a debate lord that was willing to entertain this otherwise unpopular position, this inhumane position that, you know, you were going to be pro-Israel unconditionally. That's it. So they just kept pumping information to him in real time as he engaged in post hoc rationalizations over and over again. He's not even good at debating anymore. He recently got smoked in a debate by two 100-view slob tubers. Yeah. In any case, why do you hold Ta-Nehisi Coates' opinion to a high regard? Hasn't he recently arrived at the anti-genocide position? Who's he to judge you, to be honest? Wait, what? No, this isn't actually Ta-Nehisi Coates. This is a fucking, his name is Ta-Nehisi Quotes. It's a totally different account. No, Ta-Nehisi Coates doesn't, the real Ta-Nehisi Coates doesn't know who the fuck Destiny is. Are you crazy? Anyway, the point I'm making is that a lot of people look at this as a performance, okay? To be fair to this guy, I think he's just seen clips of you that D was watching or something, because he's seemingly only seen when you're talking about D, which is fucking rare. If his opinion of you is based entirely off of what the sex pest shows to his audience, that there's no wonder he thinks this. Unfortunately, I can attest to that. Yeah. Hasan is making massive impacts in multiple races all around the country. Just ask the best politicians in the country what they think of him. I don't really watch Hasan stuff, but when I have, it's mostly been him raging about sex pestiny or some such nonsense. But that being said, you are right. He's become a live political player in a way that other big streamers haven't. Okay, maybe he actually has exclusively encountered clips of mine from, yeah, oh, this makes sense. Maybe. I'm not trying to be too definitive. I don't really like Hasan's politics. I'm much closer to the center, but I do notice that he's been involving himself in actual races, which is respectable to me. Yeah, maybe he's like a centrist, so he was a former Destiny fan or something who was just like frustrated that he constantly gets into sex pest shit. In my opinion, you got to remind people on the internet that you exist outside the stream. When you're not live, you read research, etc. Just because you're not pulling up random Wikipedia links on stream doesn't mean. Yeah, the other side of the story that I find very frustrating is that I think a lot of people only watch clips of the stream, but they don't actually watch the YouTube videos, right? Because if you were to watch the YouTube videos, you would realize that all the data that I pull from my fucking brain corresponds to actual evidence that my editors will go and pull from the actual surveys. Like I will reveal a lot of empirical evidence in the process of doing commentary, but usually I'm just pulling it from my mind. Some people just don't like the medium of streaming for politics. This guy seems to be like one of those people. Doesn't really matter. You can appeal to the people who do like it. Yeah, I'm not expecting this person to fucking be like a fan of streaming, like political streamers. I do get frustrated when people make this assessment off of like choice clips that they see on the internet. And it's oftentimes people who feel like they're above that kind of thing. They feel they feel as though they're above being duped by, their Twitter algorithm. Okay? The reality of the matter is they are getting duped by their Twitter algorithm. I thought you were joking when you said high IQ people aren't allowed to be cops, but your editor had a source ready when I rewatched you on YouTube. I try to do my very best to make this as entertaining as possible. Politics is fucking boring for the most part. I try to make it entertaining. These other guys make it entertaining by turning it into drama, turning it into a clash between one streamer over the other. I try to make it entertaining, not through this clash, but instead by, cracking jokes, making it fun in some way. I feel like if I were to sit here and read source material all the fucking time, it probably wouldn't be as entertaining for people.
Here's what happens. If California goes red, you never win another national election and another national issue ever again. Progressives never win another national issue. They never win another, election with Democrats. It just never happens. Like, it's already, like...
What is this? Things Destiny believed in the weeks following October 7th. Palestine has an air force. Palestinians have advanced film production industry, which they use to fabricate footage of atrocities. Palestinian is not a real ethnicity and are secretly Jordanian. Hamas makes cookie rockets. Did Destiny really believe in the Pallywood conspiracy theories? I knew he was up to some stupid shit, but it's worse than I expected. Yes, this is the clip from later on in his talking about the subject when he is trying to hedge on the claim that he thinks the Pallywood label makes this seem less conspiratorial.
At one point, they tried CPR, but there was no bringing him back, his husband and father. Yet another innocent Palestinian civilian killed while posing no threat whatsoever.
Somebody died. How is this Pallywood? Because the goal is to capture shit like this because Western media eats it the fuck up. This guy's wife and a whole medical team are, what, I guess a minute or two walk off camera, and this guy's going to walk towards where they know the IDF is, where he's been told to evacuate. They know they're going to get fired at. They're martyrs. They're shaheed, right? This is what they're doing, is they walk forward, hoping to get shot at, and then they're going to come back. They're going to get video footage. They bring his wife forward. She cries. Just because it's Pallywood doesn't mean somebody didn't actually die, okay? These guys are willing to blow themselves up. Of course, they're willing to fucking die on camera. So he comes forward. He gets shot. They bring him back. He dies. That's unfortunate. They probably don't want to die. They just want to get shot or shot at. Bring him back. Wife comes forward to cry. Hospital people take him away, and then they've got their footage. They send it to Western media, and then they played it a million times to show Israel is this heartless, evil, fucking cold-hearted monster that just kills civilians indiscriminately. This is like they literally say they're going into a combat zone. This is what people mean when they say power.
How is this any different than Ben Shapiro trying to intellectualize his unbelievably putrid fucking worldview, by the way? It's the exact same thing. As a matter of fact, they are in complete alignment on this issue. But once again, he delivers this information with confidence in a way that is like very palatable to not knowledgeable people. If you are in any way, shape, or form knowledgeable or empathetic as a person, and you have seen the amount of violence that Israel subjected the Palestinians to over the many years that Israel has, operated its apartheid state, you obviously hear something like this and you go, oh my God, this is an unbelievably racist narrative. How the fuck did this guy learn about Hasbara? He's just some like American Cuban dude. Why is he so goddamn tapped in like he's Hen Mazik or something, right? But if you're not knowledgeable, if your first interaction with the issue of Israel happens to be this guy whose videos you've seen on the internet where he's dunking on some of the stupidest fucking mouth breathers you've ever seen, and you're like, this guy's a beacon of intellect, he's a giant in his own right, he has the capacity to convince you that his worldview is actually impenetrable, it's unshakable, it's the correct position, and it's actually the most well-researched position you can arrive at. That's why he consistently will undermine my positions and be like, oh, he's unserious. Between me and him, I wonder who's the less serious one, the guy who fucking watches my stream for the most part, or the guy who's out there like interviewing candidates, going to political rallies, organizing, and for the most part, covering the fucking news, with this very rare exception. He is the dumb guy's ideal thinker. He makes dumb guys feel confident. He makes dumb guys feel like he's a brilliant person. And if they just like try to do a bad job at repeating what he's saying, that they'll also come across as brilliant. In any case, a growing number of Jewish Democrats say they feel increasingly unwelcome. Yeah. That's bullshit.
Especially whenever they redistrict everything, right? Which they are doing. And they're disenfranchising more Democrats, which is good. This is a very good thing. Should disenfranchise all of them, in my opinion. But we can't do that. That's like illegal or unconstitutional. So we can't do that, even though it's obviously the right decision. But, like, let's say we can't do this. The next thing, 100% pure copium, it is. It's complete copium. Yeah, if they lose California, they lose everything.
Genocide. Hey, good luck.
Pro-genocide.
It is what it is. It didn't work,
We are so lucky that Hasan is becoming a more prevalent voice of the left because he's...
Dog, that's how I feel about you, man. Hey, Asmongold, you should go outside, just in general. But certainly, you should go and tag along with some Republican campaigns. I would love to see that. I would love to see what, like, the average HVAC business owner living in Terre Haute, Indiana... would look at Asmongold and go, this is the guy I'm supposed to be excited to see. I want to know. Yeah, go knock on some doors for Ken Paxton in Texas. You're in Texas. That's your guy, right? Get on that fucking campaign. Ken Paxton is probably a perfect campaign for him to work with too, because like he's also disgusting. Can you say West Lafayette, Indiana next time? Sure, you got it. West Lafayette, Indiana. Yeah, campaign with Toby Durden. In South Dakota.
Says so many things that are retarded and easily disprovable that it just...
I can't even dunk on this because Asmongold has never been right about anything. So yes, I welcome a guy like Asmongold saying that my positions are R-worded.
Just basically sets them up to lose every single time. Like, they are actually like these like fucking these foreigner immigrant people that come into America and want to vote based off of foreign issues. They are an invasive species. I am so glad the Democrats are realizing that and then freezing them out of the process. Thank God. They don't care about America. They don't care about America's interests. They don't care about Americans. They don't care about the Constitution. They care.
What? I mean, he has like fantasized about a totally alternative reality that does not exist. He's saying this to defend Israel, by the way. Yeah. Totally foreign issues of the money that the anti-Zionist cause is sucking up, as opposed to the unlimited tax dollars that Israel receives, 300 billion plus since the inception of the nation state.
Care about how can they weaponize this country's resources to benefit their tribe. Thank God.
How long did you spend talking about Palestine with the mayoral candidate? I didn't watch the interview. HasanAbi with Nithya Raman. A decent chunk. Yeah. Guy who defended the ICE shooting in Minnesota, by the way. Yeah. Look. These guys are utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Okay. They're certainly not relevant in American politics. And their worldview is seen as repulsive. The way that they're seen by average people is repulsive. That's why I rarely ever encounter their fans in the wild. And when I do, it's exactly how you'd expect. But I am 100% in favor of making Asmongold the face of the modern conservative movement. As I've said over and over again, I think he is truly gross. So, that would be great. That would be beneficial. Republicans would never win another election ever again. So that's awesome. Whereas you can literally make the argument that I've become the face of the Democratic Party, and yet Democrats are winning elections. So I'm not, by the way, I'm not the face of the Democratic Party at all. I'm just saying that these fucking idiots think I am on the right. And yet the candidates that I associate with, candidates that I align with, candidates that I have on my stream, even if I don't endorse them, they keep winning. So what's up? With one exception, Shoykat Chakrabarty. For the record, I don't support candidates because I know they're an easy lock. As a matter of fact, many of the candidates that I support are long shots. It's an insurgency. They're going up against the party machine. I support them because I believe in them. I support them because I trust them. I support them because they will be fighters. They will move American politics in a more productive direction. Zoran was a long shot too, for sure. Why did I link up with Zoran? Because I liked him. I liked what he was about. I liked what he believed. Yes, I endorsed Zoran when he was at 5% in the primaries because I had confidence that he could win. I had confidence that he was capable of becoming a great politician, a great mayor for New York City. And we were right. Been staring at this inexplicably anonymous quote for a while. Breathtakingly cynical and false. Very sloppy for Thompson to pass it along without pushback, even by Axios' normal tabloid standards. Utterly nonsensical. Baseless. Truly, what the fuck's this guy talking about? Yeah, Jewish staffers and some Dem politicians privately expressed frustration that their views on Israel are more scrutinized by the media and voters simply because they're Jewish. They also urge that some left-wing activists object to Israel being a Jewish state, but don't speak out against Islamic governments. What the fuck does the second part have to do with anything? Is March going to Denver? Will you stream the rally? Yes. Central Committee says, if you know American history, this is how it looks. Our systems are designed to stop progressive change, but the dam has a top. And when the people finally rise up, we can make a lot of change quickly. Personally, I agree with the Marxist Unity group, right? Isn't that mug that we need a new constitution? You're talking about the DSA caucus, right? Mike at his most anarchist. Yeah. Anyway, okay. That's all I got for today. I got to fly out to New York. So I'll see you guys tomorrow from New York City, the Istanbul of America. Okay. We got through a bunch of stuff today. We got through a bunch of things and it was fantastic. 7 hours. New York City, baby. New York. You already know a business could open in the morning. 9/11 can happen. This is the greatest city of all time, New York. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin Chatterloss, giving Grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you.